I sat perfectly still while my best friend and makeup artist, Cassie, did a complete makeover on my face. My mind was reeling with how I would handle this night. The night that Mitchell and Associates celebrated the merge of two highly acclaimed architectural firms. I wanted to chew my dad's ass out for being charmed by Alex Grayson, letting the perks of Grayson's investment company seduce him into allowing this merge. But that would be impossible, since Dad's Alzheimer's took a turn for the worst 2 years ago. Dad had set up this merge without telling me, just like he waited until the last minute to tell me about his diagnosis. I suppose he was trying to protect me, but his lack of faith in me was a tad bit soul-crushing. Why couldn't he trust that I'd keep Stone Architects Group moving forward and expanding globally without the help of Mitchell and Associates? It doesn't matter anymore, because Mr. Alex Grayson no longer worked as the vice president for that company anymore anyway. Now Alex would be my partner, because he'd recently become the owner of the architectural firm that was intended to merge with mine. My partner. God help me. I should have taken more time to research this man, but I was too busy losing my London deal instead. Another story for a different day. "All right," Cassie said, stepping back and taking in her artwork. "The highlights in your hair were needed big time." She tapped the back of her makeup brush to her glossy lips. "The eyeliner works." She paused and arched her eyebrow in some kind of warning. "Only because it's an evening party. This shade of eyeshadow makes your green eyes pop, too." "You're acting like I'm walking a red carpet, Cass." I laughed. "You are. The fact that this celebratory event is being held at the Beverly Wilshire makes it so," she said, grabbing my silk gown. "All right, then. The pale color of this strapless dress sets off the hints of red in your auburn hair." She helped me into the gown and stepped back after ensuring it fit, as if I were one of her models that she was prepping for their photo shoot. "Yeah, you're lucky your boobs don't sag because you're not wearing a bra with this dress. We can't have lines." "Hold up," I sighed. "What if the spotlight falls on me while I'm on that stage? Have you thought of that? This dress could be see-through, and I don't need my high beams becoming Mitchell and Associates' newest headline because they're throwing this unnecessary merge party for Brooks' architectural firm and us." "James Mitchell would never allow that," she said, more worried about ensuring the dress hugged every curve in my body. "Perfection," she smiled. "Now, you're ready to show your new partner how lucky he is to help run your company." I arched an eyebrow at her. "I think you have that one backwards. I'll be helping him run his company." "You'll both be running the company together," my assistant, Nicole, spoke up with a sigh. She sat cross-legged on the sofa in my dressing room, scrolling through her phone. She pulled her reading glasses off and eyed me. "Sheesh, if you can't accept this merge by now, all you're going to do is make the man hate you, and then neither of you will be getting anywhere with two great companies merging." Yeah, I exhaled. "I'm the artistic one, and he's the businessman." "Exactly," Nicole said while she shot me her usual smug grin. "Keep that in mind tonight, please." "Hard to do when Theo and I have been the ones running my family's company since Dad left," I answered, grabbing my clutch. "But I'll be a good girl and do my best to accept Alex Grayson as my new business partner." I left my best friend and assistant in a rush, knowing I was pressed for time already, and I headed straight to the elevators that led out of the luxurious apartments that my dad helped design years ago. I loved my home. It would have been nice to have a place near the beach, but that wasn't in the cards since I didn't want that crazy of a commute to work. I would rather stay close to my business and fully immerse myself into the company that I suddenly felt I was losing in this merge. Shit, don't think like this, I had to remind myself, knowing I was already missing the first part of this event, and showing up late was not what I'd planned on for first impressions while meeting my new business partner. Buzz, buzz, buzz. I glanced at my phone, knowing I was minutes away from the Beverly Wilshire where the party was taking place. "Hey, Theo," I answered my vice president and the man who was as close to me as a brother. "I'm almost there. An accident jammed up traffic and now I'm seriously late, I know." "For God's sake, Bree," he said,
Why would you choose tonight, of all nights in history, to be late to something? Why?
No shit. I'm sorry, but I don't control the traffic. Also, I had a client go over this evening, and I wasn't about to drop them because of a company merge that would happen whether or not I was at this stupid party. Besides, we both know this is just a bragging event for Mitchell and Associates. The official merge is when we start collaborating on Monday.
Damn it, Brienne.
He practically growled.
I know you're deliberately avoiding this, but you've screwed yourself by not getting your ass here when the press was snapping pictures of us all walking in. You also missed the official announcement that Mr. Mitchell made to all those cameras for business insiders. The best part came when I had to stand in your place alongside Mr. Grayson while the man was forced to make a speech in his new partner's absence tonight. Well done. You've officially dodged all the important reasons for this event.
I felt a knot tighten in my stomach. Theo had every reason to be pissed at me after all the work that had gone into this. All of what you just said is the reason I hate this. It feels like they slipped this all under my nose. It's like every other thing that's happened with this freaking merge.
Listen up,
Theo said.
I know the personal reasons why you're not mentally on board with this, but you need to snap your ass out of this fast. You're never late to anything. Ever. You're the face of Stone Architects Group, and it was sort of a slap in everyone's face that you weren't here for the kickoff of this merge.
I felt tears of frustration start to surface, and I never cried. This was the last thing I needed. Well, I didn't realize they'd make the official announcement tonight, I said, trying to defend myself and keep the tears back.
That's because you're in denial, he said. You've been avoiding this all month. Now you missed your time to show them they are fortunate that Stone is merging with Brooks. And let me reiterate the fact that you're not just a little bit late. Dinner has come to an end, and the dancing has commenced.
He exhaled.
You know what? I'm done lecturing. I'm exhausted. Just get here, Bree. I think Mr. Mitchell already took off, and Grayson with him, too.
I sensed his frustration. But what was I supposed to do? Did he expect me to get out of the car on the gridlocked freeway and run there? I had to defend myself and lack of professionalism. It looks like the traffic has forced me to meet Mr. Grayson on Monday, which was when I genuinely believed this would all be considered official.
I want you to listen to me when I tell you something, okay?
Okay, I sighed, pinching the bridge between my nose.
This merge is a good thing for you, us, and our company. Primarily, it's a blessing for you. You're our imaginative and overly creative dreamer. You always have been. That part of your happiness in this field was stolen when your dad was diagnosed, and we lost him soon after that. You not only had to grieve his death, but you also had to ditch your dreams of designing amazing shit when you had to take over the business side of everything. Mr. Grayson will take over in those areas, and you will be free to go back to your first love of creating, imagining, and engineering again. It's a gift, and you keep kicking it in the balls.
After tipping my driver, I stepped out of the car, and I glanced up at the magnificence of the Beverly Wilshire Hotel. You're right, I said. I'm sorry I let you and everyone down tonight. I am, Theo.
Just get your ass in there and mingle a little bit. The big guys are gone, but that's not who you are anyway. You're the one who sees eye to eye with the employees who are the core of our company. Enjoy being with them and show them that you are just as thrilled about this merge as they are.
Get my ass in there? I questioned. That sounds a lot like you're not in there as I speak to you. Don't tell me you left, too.
I handled all of your important business. You know, making excuses as to why you weren't here for the ceremony and shit like that. My part is done, and I'm leaving now that you're here to take over. I have a headache, and I told Stanton it's his turn to rub my feet after the night I've had. He's already drawing my bubble bath, waiting for me at home.
God, I feel like I wasted Cass's time with this whole dress-up stuff.
There are still some suits here with eyes on everyone. Flash that pretty smile of yours at them and do your part.
Go enjoy Stanton and your bath. I'll do my part. I rolled my eyes, looking for the signs that led me to the ballroom. I'll see what I can salvage after being Mr. Grayson's flaky new business partner tonight.
That's my girl.
Theo laughed.
Owning up like she always does. See you tomorrow at lunch.
See you tomorrow, I said, ending the call. I walked in, music playing loudly. For the first time since Dad passed, I felt almost anonymous in a room full of peers. At least it didn't appear as if I were running one of the best architect firms in Southern California, and I didn't feel like the woman who ran the company. I was Nope, get out of your head. You're Brienne motherfucking Stone, and even though you're late, you're still one of the executives. Time to woman up, I thought, hating that I'd put myself in a position to look bad at this event. Instead of cowering, I raised my chin and smiled. I wasn't going to allow being late to break me down in front of mixed company. Brooks' architectural firm employees and my very own employees. I was a tenacious woman who ran a badass firm, and I was late because I wasn't about to tell a client they were interfering with my party time. Sphere Company was expanding on the coast, and I needed them as my clients. They would be my gift and show of strength that my company carried with them into this merge. I worked overtime, showing them my plans and visions for the hotel resort they were planning to build in Malibu. I was their girl, and I landed the deal. I just needed to seal it. That's why I was walking in late. It was a shame that Alexander Grayson couldn't be bothered to hang around a little longer to meet his new partner. That was on him, and I'd question his priorities with this partner stuff when I met the man on Monday. The fact that he left early tonight was a slap in my face, actually. Would he have treated a man with the same lack of respect? Doubtful. But that was the price of being a woman in a man's world. Unfortunately for him, the patriarchy could kiss my ass. I deserved my spot at this table. Thea was right. These employees were my people, the ones who were the core of the company. I wasn't a stuck-up suit, and I didn't act like one either. Now, it was time to interact with these new faces and enjoy mingling with the employees who kept these two firms running. You know, the important ones behind the curtain that business executives never gave too much credit. People like Alexander Grayson, my new partner, who left early, would differ from me in this merge. He'd be the stuck-up jerk in a suit, and I would be the down-to-earth boss they could all relate to. After an hour of laughter, new faces, and meeting the lively group who'd received the exclusive invites to the event tonight, I felt quite satisfied that I'd done my part. Everyone enjoyed themselves, and after the room started to empty, I felt the need for a stiff drink. I remained at the party with the small group who'd stayed behind for the free drinks and dancing, and I found myself at the bar. I ordered a gin and tonic, with no desire for my usual martini. After the stress of this night, I downed my cocktail faster than I expected and called for another. Damn, I needed this drink like a month ago. I felt my nerves unwind with the first cocktail down the hatch, and it was the most relaxed I'd been since finding out about this merge. A slight buzz washed over me just as I spotted my ex-fiancé with an animated, leggy blonde hanging on his arm. Of all the times and places, what the hell is he doing here? I thought, knowing I wasn't ready to see this man again. I would never be ready to see this man again. I squinted my eyes to be sure. Yep, it was Max. Oh, hell no. He was not seeing me sitting at a bar and drinking alone. I had the upper hand on this jerk since our split, and I wasn't about to lose that. Yet, here I was, and there he was with some beauty on his arm. It was as if the devil himself had sent my ex to ensure this night was a complete failure. Maybe I was getting payback for the way I called it off with Max. I did ditch the bastard at the altar on our wedding day, but it was after I saw a video of him cheating on me, so I figured I wasn't the monster in the situation. But it's not like blaming him made me feel any better. Now, here he was with a perfect-looking broad. She was stunning and dressed in a tight black dress, complete with bouncing boobs nearly spilling out of it. Seeing them together made me feel sick to my stomach. Why the hell do I suddenly care about what this miserable prick does and who he does it with? It was a year ago, Bree. You're over this loser, I reminded myself when I saw him beaming. And then they turned and moved in my direction. God damn it. He can't see me drinking alone. That asshole would just fucking love that. No way. Think of something, Brienne. You're creative. It's what you do. Create shit. When Max smirked like a cocky asshole when our eyes met, I reflexively turned to my left and saw a young man. I sized him up quickly. He was about my age and dressed sharply in a crisp white shirt, suspenders, and a bow tie. This could work, I thought, as he ordered a bourbon sour. I was running with enough liquid courage that I did something that my sober mind would have never considered. This wasn't creative. This was beyond being desperate to hold my own against my ex, who was currently heading my way. I grabbed the man's sleeve. When he turned to me, my eyes widened when I saw how out-of-this-world beautiful this guy was. "Oh, Jesus, you are quite handsome." I spoke the truth out loud like a crazy woman. He smiled at my bluntness, thank God.
"Brienne Stone,"
the striking man said with a grin that made the liquor in my system fuel this insane idea even more.
"Lovely to meet you."
His assertive voice carried a deep scratch to it that was as hot as he was. The liquid in my system told me I didn't have time to gawk. My proper mindset told me just to walk away. Buzzed Bree didn't listen to her practical mind, so I accepted the man's gesture and pressed on. "I'm happy you feel that way," I answered with a rushed smile. "Listen, I don't have time to explain, but I need you to do me a huge favor and go along with me on something," I begged, turning to see that Max and the blonde's pursuit to the bar had been interrupted by a brief, passing conversation. Max's eyes moved over to where I was again, and I was not letting this asshole have the upper hand of happiness on me. I turned back to the guy, who seemed pleased to meet one of the new partners in this company merge. "Okay, question. Do you know that man over there? The one in the burgundy button-down and gray slacks with that blonde woman on his arm?" I asked. My victim's humored green eyes peered around me as he took a casual sip of his drink.
"I'm not sure about the gentleman, but the blonde woman he's with works for Mitchell & Associates."
"So I assume you work for them as well?" I asked. "Please tell me she doesn't know who you are."
"No,"
he chuckled.
"At least not that I'm aware of."
He eyed them, playing along with whatever in the hell I was doing to his poor, handsome self at the moment.
"I just know that she's new to the company."
"Good. Then you're my boyfriend." I locked eyes with his wide and playful ones. "Can you go along with that lie for me? I promise I will make this up to you somehow, but that's my ex, and it's quite a long story." I cringed at what I just asked of the guy. As I took the time to reflect on the fact that I was obliterating any chance of this divine man ever thinking I was a normal human being, his lips turned up into the most deliciously devilish grin. I had to admit that I loved the fact that he might play along with my immature, liquor-driven idea. The shadow along his cheek and jaw created a razor-sharp, chiseled face that I couldn't help but stare at. His face was well-defined, and his hair was cut longer on the top than the back and sides. He must have been a model, hired to be a seat filler at this party. Mitchell & Associates had models that covered their magazines, and I knew for sure this guy wasn't one of my employees.
"Bree?"
I heard a familiar laugh come from behind me. "Max." "Hey," I said as I turned around. "Why are you here?" I thought I'd play it cooler than cutting right to the chase, but apparently not.
"My girlfriend. Bree, this is Haley. Haley's company invited her to attend this event,"
Max said, smiling at the woman. He looked at me smugly, like the fucker he was.
"Drinking alone, I see. It looks like you've turned into the lonely CEO I'd always knew you'd become, huh? As they all say, must be pretty lonely at the top."
I sucked in a ragged breath, but I suddenly calmed down when I felt the dreamboat of a man beside me pull me into his sturdy side.
"My lady, a lonely CEO? Hell no."
The man I'd pleaded to roleplay with me scoffed at my dumbass ex.
"I would hardly call what we have going lonely. Would you, Brienne?"
The man's voice was authoritative, mature, and confident. He was perfect for this, and I owed him big time. "Hardly lonely." I looked back at my savior. "What's your name?" I mouthed, and he smiled some cheeky grin in return to me.
"I'm Logan,"
he announced to Max, as he pulled me closer to him and extended his hand to shake my ex-douchebag's hand.
"I worked at Mitchell for a time,"
he said, looking at the blonde who was just as taken by this stone-cold fox as I was.
"You've been pretty high-spirited tonight that you work for them. I've heard you talking about it."
"Oh," she snickered as she blushed. "I love it there. Do you still work for the company, too?" Dreamy eyes looked at me.
"Not anymore."
He arched an eyebrow that would make any woman melt and smiled at me.
"Now I'm Brienne's #1 man. And soon to be."
He stopped.
"Should we tell them, darling?"
"Darling?" I smiled, then turned back to my ex and his arm ornament. "Why not?" I ran my hand down the center of Dreamy Eyes' shirt. Damn, all muscle. I pulled it together and smiled at Logan's sexy grin. "Logan and I are going to be tying the knot?" I looked back at Max. Poor Logan had to deal with me turning him down a couple of times. You know, due to all the past traumas and insecurities I have from being cheated on. But in the end, I said yes. I smiled sweetly at Logan, who was watching me ramble.
"You're still not over that?"
Max asked defensively.
3 years ago, and she is now."
Logan spoke for me. Max eyed Mr. Hotness.
"How long have you two been—"
He stopped watching me with some cowardly look.
"God,"
Logan said with a dramatic sigh and a shit-eating grin.
"It certainly has been in the works for a while. Call me a sappy romantic."
He locked eyes with me.
"Nonetheless, since the moment we announced the engagement, the time has practically flown by."
He took a sip of his amber drink and looked at Max.
"Now it feels as though this festive event is pretty much celebrating us,"
he said, and clinked his glass of bourbon to mine.
"Cheers to us, Brienne."
"Cheers." I grinned at his excellent response. I turned fully to him, my eyes thanking him for the fact that he was going along with this charade for my benefit. I certainly didn't expect a demon from my past to join me in my night of fuckery after showing up late to this important event. And I didn't expect for it to have this effect on me either. Max was a worm, and I knew my sober self would have walked the hell out of here without a word. But here we all were. Thanks a lot, Jin. "I heard you are working with the former VP of Mitchell," the blonde said, cutting through the silence of my locked-up thoughts and the tangled mess I'd pulled myself into. I looked back at her. "Sounds like you're the lucky one," she said. "From what I understand, Mr. Grayson is pretty hot." She wiggled her eyebrows, making me furrow my brows in response before I looked at Max. "I hope she cheats on your ass too, slimeball." "What?" Max questioned, stepping up to the bar and guiding the blonde to sit next to him. I almost answered, but instead, I looked back at the poor guy I'd roped into my drama. I hoped I never saw him again. This scenario couldn't have been any more humiliating. What happened to the bold woman I was? Where the hell did she go? I was so out of character that I couldn't think straight, and my buzz was propelling me further into this flaming pile of garbage. So, naturally, I downed the last of my third cocktail. Bad idea? Meh, fuck it.
"Hello? Are you still on the planet with us? God, you still space out like a weirdo, Bees."
Max insulted me with the name I hated most.
"Are you jealous of my new girl? You have seen the man she's spending the rest of her life with, right?"
Logan said about our fake engagement.
"I hardly believe jealousy is what's on my girl's mind." "Then why are you acting so fucking weird?"
Max asked. "It's been a long night with the company merge," I started.
"Rumor has it that you weren't even here, and that Grayson dude had to do your job too."
Max clicked his tongue after he cut me off.
"Bad timing on that unprofessional slip-up."
All of my witty comebacks, which were usually at the tip of my tongue, were frozen by the fact that this was getting messier and uglier and more mortifying by the second. "I'm sure Mr. Grayson will forgive me for working late tonight." I smiled. "You wouldn't know the first thing about working, much less working late, though, Would you, Max?" Max rolled his eyes.
"We weren't here for Mr. Grayson's announcement, but word is floating around that he expected nothing less from a woman like you."
I felt my fists ball up in response.
"I was certain Mr. Grayson was especially happy Bree was late,"
Logan said.
"In fact, after seeing him tonight and listening to him speak, I'm going to worry about that man working so closely with you."
He looked at me and pursed his perfect lips.
"Alexander Grayson is quite the catch, and I can't lose you completely to that appealing businessman."
I smiled, somehow my nerves chilling under this man's steady gaze. "Kiss me," I softly said. Did I just ask him to kiss me? Was my drink spiked? What the hell am I doing? Self-sabotaging?
"Kiss you?"
Logan softly questioned, capturing me with his daring smile and perplexed expression. Max and Beach Barbie were distracted by her cosmopolitan not being made to her liking, and I was in awe of the perfection and beauty bottled up in this man in front of me. I was confident I must have been possessed earlier and didn't realize it until now. Possessed by the old, wild, and daring side of me that had been stifled since my parents died, and I had to become the responsible CEO. Between losing my parents and Max's final nail in my coffin, I'd turned into a stiff businesswoman with blinders on. But at this moment, I felt like my old self. The fun, friendly, silly goofball. The alcohol was the culprit for taking it to extremes with a stranger, but there was no turning back now. The guy seemed like he might actually kiss me, so I pressed for more, not even remembering the point I wanted to make with the gesture. "Yes," I said. "Kiss me." I arched an eyebrow at him, my eyes playfully drifting back to my idiot ex. He took a sip of his bourbon sour and nodded.
"Do you want a peck? Or a showstopper that'll rid you of the douchebag who's starting to piss me off with all of his derogatory comments at your expense?"
My eyebrows rose with my smile. "I mean, when you need to make a point, it seems like you have to go with a showstopper. Like it or not, I guess." His laughter was infectious, and I couldn't help but join in happily. I hadn't been silly and laughed about something so frivolous in, well, way too long.
"The sacrifices we have to make sometimes, right?"
he said, sliding the corner of his mouth in between his teeth and eyeing Max and Beach Barbie.
"So, when's the big day for you and Logan?"
Max asked snottily, obviously seeing right through my stupid little game. Then he laughed.
"You can stop acting like you both are together now. You look like an idiot, Bree."
He looked at Logan.
"Sorry, dude. She's sort of an odd one." "Listen,"
Logan said, taking my hand in his.
"Your insults prove that you're the one having difficulty losing this beauty on my arm." "You can't be serious,"
he questioned Logan, while I felt the need to run the hell out of here after asking him to kiss me, and now Max saw right through my game.
"I am,"
Logan said, steadying me on my feet, one arm gracefully sliding on my back and the other holding my hand.
"I'm also serious when I say that you're a dick, too." "Bree, you're really marrying this asshole?"
I couldn't answer. My brain was mush. I was livid, and I was embarrassed.
"We're taking off,"
Logan answered for me.
"I think my lady has had enough of her asshole ex questioning her. Hey, I know you don't work for either company present tonight, but it's a known fact that no one questions Brienne Stone. Good night."
"What the hell did I just do?" I said, feeling more clear-headed as we walked outside into the fresh night air. I looked at Logan's tall frame as he followed me out. I swear to God that I'm not that immature in real life. I don't do shit like this ever. And, oh my God, if you work for me? Totally unacceptable behavior to ask you to kiss me. I walked away from the front doors of the exquisite hotel.
"It was hard to resist, but if you caught my eye when you first walked in tonight, I'm quite sure all eyes were on you at that bar tonight, too. It was for the best that nothing happened,"
he said, trying to make me feel more comfortable about my pathetic idea. "Well, I'm sorry anyway," I answered. "If you work for me, that could—"
"Technically, I work for Mr. Mitchell,
he said. Great. You're one of his models, aren't you? I knew it. This is right up there with the lamest way I've ever behaved in my life, I said, finding a bench and sitting on it.
Well, I must say that finding Brienne Stone nearly fall victim to a complete douchebag tonight was not something I imagined her doing when I had the privilege of first meeting her.
I was so spun out. I was pissed at my lack of professionalism, the weakness I didn't realize I still had concerning Max, and this entire fuck-up of a night. There was no backing out of this, and nothing to excuse my behavior. Listen, Logan, I don't know what article you may have read about me or what that man, Mr. Grayson, said about me tonight to put that in your head, but I'm human, too. Humans crack sometimes. I leaned back, pressing my fingers against my forehead. My God, what possessed me to fall apart like this? I'm so humiliated. I kept my eyes closed, willing this otherworldly, gorgeous model to leave and never see me again. Please, God, can you keep this between us? I gained the courage to look over at him as he sat at my side.
I'm not the one you should worry about. It seems like your ex might have something to say about you wanting to kiss your handsome fiancé.
I grimaced. I'm sorry I brought you into that and my demons from the past. There's nothing I can say to get you to respect the woman I really am. But hell, this has most certainly been a night I wish I could restart.
Nothing wrong with wanting to kiss your future lifelong partner.
He smirked.
I'll keep it between us.
He rose.
Hey, will you be okay? That man was a bit off color in the way he should treat a lady.
I laughed. I was a bit off color the last time I saw him. I looked up and took in the man's muscular figure and what must have been all 6'4" or so inches of him.
Strange, but I can't imagine that from you.
Neither could any of our wedding guests.
That sounds like a story I want to hear.
He chuckled, and it must have been because of my expression. Yeah, and I wish it was a story I could forget, I said, shaking my head and not wanting to get into it any further.
Then I hope, for your sake, one day you will.
He stepped back with a smile.
It was lovely to meet you, Ms. Stone.
Hey, I called out as he strode away like the runway model he was. It was nice to meet you, too. Thanks again for role-playing with me tonight. He stopped and turned back.
You're going to be a damn fine partner for Mr. Grayson.
I stared at him as he walked off like he owned the world, and I couldn't muster the courage to chase him down. I could have used a night of letting that god kiss away all of this shit. But it was for the best to let him walk on. God only knew what the rumors would be on Monday if that man talked about what I had done. The suits are here, Nicole, my assistant, proclaimed while I sat in our conference room, waiting impatiently. 5 minutes early, unlike you who— Nicole? I snapped, pulling my blazer down. Thank you. I understand I was late for the gala. The entire room is aware of it, as well. We don't need reminders. Got it. She cringed. Sorry. Don't apologize, just lead them in. All right. Moment of truth. Time to meet my new business partner, who I needed to start appreciating for allowing me to go back to my focus on design and engineering.
Are you ready to start the beginning of something new and exciting?
Theo asked, taking his seat next to me. As ready as I'll ever be. I smiled at my right-hand man. Are you?
After I saw the smile that was plastered on your face at brunch on Sunday,
Theo chuckled.
I'd think you'd finally met her lifelong partner.
A familiar voice rang out as a group of crisp suits walked into the room. I looked up to see Logan. His smile was as radiant as mine must have been after telling Theo my dark secret of how I handled Max's unexpected cameo at the conference. I observed Logan in his 3-piece business suit and stared in confusion as to who the hell this man really was who was sitting across from me, because he sure as shit wasn't a model if he was in this meeting. Mr. Mitchell remained standing and announced himself, but I couldn't peel my eyes away from Logan. Logan? I finally questioned, lost in his dazzling smile highlighted by his gray suit and black tie. I looked at Mr. Mitchell after he softly coughed out a laugh. He was as handsome as Logan was. For a brief moment, I had to wonder where the hell these impossibly gorgeous men came from. Did I miss something? I asked, seeing Mr. Mitchell was suddenly amused after I greeted Logan.
And that's my cue.
Logan rose, buttoned his suit jacket, and I didn't miss the humored eye contact he gave Mr. Mitchell. I felt ice-cold panic shoot up my spine at the thought that the man I'd roped into an elaborate role play, ending with forced sexual advances, was a goddamn executive. What had I done? This couldn't have possibly gotten any worse.
Good afternoon.
Logan greeted us, his voice still that sexy, deep rasp.
Most of you already met me when I introduced myself at the gala.
He looked at me.
But for those of you who were late, allow me to introduce myself.
His face was commanding, and I suddenly felt played.
I'm Alexander Grayson.
That's all I heard after the ringing in my ears made me fucking deaf. Seriously, for the next hour of him talking, I couldn't focus on one single word. I felt like my head was in a barrel, and everything was muffled. How, of all people on the planet, was this man Alexander Grayson? Chapter 1. Bree. The nightmare scenario of the other night, from being late to running into my ex-fiancé, wasn't truly mortifying or shameful until this moment when I got the whole picture. It was like the universe had made a massive joke at my expense that night, and I was only now realizing how bad it was. Dignity? Say goodbye to that, sister. It was non-existent at this point, and good luck getting it back. I cleared my throat, stared at Mr. Grayson, my partner, in crime and business apparently, and I didn't let my expression waver.
And now I'd like to hear a few words from my new partner, Ms. Stone,
he said. I stood and walked to the front of the room, and I smiled at Mr. Grayson. Lovely introduction, I said. Mr. Mitchell, nice to have you join us today. I understand your time is valuable, and so I'll keep this short and sweet. Mr. Mitchell nodded, his deep blue eyes glistening in humor that made me think this Grayson trickster gave him more information than I wanted him to have. Mr. Grayson, I leveled him with a daring smile. I have to say, I'm beyond honored that our two companies have merged, and you and I are official now, aren't we? He nodded and stared at me. You bastard. You allowed me to fall into your little game and capitalized on me being late, I thought, as the room waited for me to thumb through papers I wasn't reading. Bottom line, everyone, is that I'm grateful to have such an honest man working as my new partner. He's essentially my savior, I said, cupping both hands together and bringing them to my heart, mocking him. In fact, you have saved me from much more than I believe you actually comprehend. I raised my eyebrows and smiled at him.
Good to know.
He smiled that handsome smile I remembered when I was too dumb and buzzed to walk away after I'd seen Max. I grinned at the executives in the room, and I cleared my throat, really trying to nail this asshole somehow. Today, I'm proudly giving up the dreaded files of endless paperwork that I'm forever drowning in, all thanks to my lifelong partner and savior for taking on this task. I widened my eyes and brought them to the trickster in his pristine suit. So thank you, Mr. Grayson. I'm beyond elated to say that I look forward to this partnership and reigniting my engineering and designing fire and passion. It's been too long since I've been able to work closely with my design team. With Mr. Grayson joining us, I can do just that. With all of that said, I think you can see that I am eager to return to the second floor while Logan... I cringed. Oh, dear God. How stupid can you be, Brienne? Excuse me, Mr. Grayson works with our marketers, our business development teams, and our finance department. I saw Mr. Mitchell covering a smile with his fist, and Mr. Grayson arching an eyebrow at me. I never faltered against Alexander's expression. But why? Of all the things adding to this shit-fest of him being my new partner, did he have to be so strikingly gorgeous? Maybe it's because he was actually Satan in a suit. Alexander leaned back in his leather chair, relaxing his hands on the leather armrests.
I'll gladly take on my duties so you can indulge in your passion, darling,
he said with a cocky smile. I ignored that and smiled at everyone in the silent room. That is all I have. I'm truly excited about this new direction our companies are moving in together, I said, pulling up my files and tapping them on the table. Any questions for Mr. Grayson or me? The room remained silent, as to be expected. This was a merge, and they were waiting to see if they'd be keeping their jobs and continuing to work with the employees from Brooks' architectural firm. Truth be told, I should have been the one remaining silent. After behaving as I had with Alexander Grayson, I was lucky he was still okay to be the partner of a businesswoman who caved to her lame ex. If only I could change the past, instead of having to learn from it.
I think we're all good here.
Alexander broke the silence and was the first to stand. The rest followed, helping to conclude our meeting. Theo? I said, with a smile so fake, I could tell it was freaking him out. I think you and Mr. Grayson met the night I was regretfully late to his speech.
We did,
Theo answered, looking at me as if I'd lost my mind.
I'm delighted we're all off to a great start.
While Theo and I went to leave Mr. Grayson in the care of the suit army that followed in Mr. Mitchell, I overheard Mr. Mitchell speak.
You gave her your middle name? Jesus Christ, Alex, you...
I'm sorry, what? I stopped and turned back. Logan? That is your middle name? I smirked. Alexander returned my grin.
I prefer Alex,
he said. Ah, I see. Well then, Alex... I'll be on the second floor if you need anything. Otherwise, Theo can help you with the stack of accounts and invoicing that I'm behind on. They'll be moved to your new office. It's got the best views of the alleyway. You'll love it, I'm sure.
Delighted,
Alex said.
Lovely to see you again, by the way. I look forward to you paying me back someday, also.
Excuse me? I asked.
You, me,
he said playfully with the most handsome smile.
That ex of yours and his girlfriend, who Jim had escorted out of his building this morning? It turns out her name is Haley Burns, and she was quite bold to show up to the gala without an invitation.
He watched my expression, and his eyes glistened under the lights of the room.
She and your ex practically snuck in through the back doors.
He slid his hands into his pockets, and his forehead creased in humor. Escorted out of Mitchell & Associates? She was fired? I asked, knowing my expression that always gave me away probably had this liar ready to burst into laughter after he blasted me with another gotcha. Instead, he simply nodded to confirm the woman was indeed escorted out.
On top of her attending the gala, we learned quickly that she was not an employee of Mitchell & Associates.
His eyes narrowed some.
Looks like she slipped under the radar over at Mitchell and managed to procure a job in some filing room. With her mentioning she was an employee of Mitchell & Associates, Jim had his high-tech security detail locate the woman as she attempted to sneak into his building. So, unfortunately, the ex-boyfriend and this Haley woman were sloppy, up to no good, and engaged in conversation with the wrong people.
The way he talked was so smug.
Looks like our covert operation to deflate the ex-fiancé did a little bit of good, I'd say.
Why are you telling me this? I questioned. I'm not surprised in the slightest Max would stoop to this level. He certainly didn't act like the man I was engaged to when he behaved the way he did at the gala. I rubbed my forehead. And as you are well aware, I paused and sighed. I wasn't quite acting like myself, either. He smirked.
Well, if it helps, from my vantage point, it wasn't you who showed up without an invite and through lies, of course.
But I was late. That's almost as bad as sneaking in the back doors with lies. I widened my eyes and chuckled.
You were late, yes.
He grinned.
But sneaking in? Hardly. You stole the attention of the room from the moment you entered the building, Ms. Stone. In a good way, of course.
Of course. I felt my cheeks flush and ignored it. Well, I'm glad my unpunctuality didn't raise issues for either of our companies."
"Ms. Stone,"
he said, his tone changing to that deep baritone rasp he used when he spoke business.
"Aside from the gala occurrences, I wanted you to be aware that we may be raising security some. Your ex and this woman were there without an invitation for a reason. The woman he was with didn't seem as though she understood why her new boyfriend was insisting that she tell the entire room she worked for Mr. Mitchell's company after they seemingly snuck into the event."
"Was this woman questioned?" I crossed my arms. Then I sighed. Not trying to defend the man, but Max wouldn't hurt a fly. I'm not sure why he was there. He was most likely seeking revenge for the way I left him at the altar, as I mentioned to you that night. Instead of him acting like a fool to embarrass me somehow, I did that to myself.
"The woman was questioned by security when Max and she made the mistake of approaching us. The two executives the gala was being hosted for," he answered. "I'm only making sure you're aware of that bizarre situation and what we learned."
"I appreciate the information," I answered. "I would have also loved knowing exactly who you were at the time that I dragged you into the middle of my charade last night. Why wouldn't you have just told me that you were Alexander Grayson?"
"Not to add more insult to injury, but if you were on time to the gala, you would have known that it was Alexander Grayson who you wished to kiss in front of our employees."
He smirked. My eyes widened, and then I exhaled. I encouraged Alex to follow me to a more private spot in the room. Theo had already been in conversation with Mr. Mitchell and some suits, so it wasn't too conspicuous. "That was the booze," I quietly argued. "You understand that, right? I do not ordinarily behave like that."
"That's too bad, because I was certainly hoping for that kiss as your new savior, of course."
"You lied about who you were," I said, trying to keep the conversation a little more proper to defend my actions.
"I withheld information," he chuckled. "And let us not cast stones, Ms. Stone. You obviously didn't do your research on your new partner, as I had."
He crossed his arms and grinned. Do not get lost in this man's gorgeous looks, sexy smiles, and cunning words. "We're done here, Mr. Grayson. Enjoy your office at Stone Company. As I said earlier, Theo will bring an overwhelming amount of paperwork to your new office. I'll be down on the second floor if you have questions or need my help figuring anything out." He smiled.
"I believe I will manage just fine. However, are you sure you don't want to go through this first part alongside me? Numbers, spreadsheets, expense reports, revenue—"
"I trust you're an educated man," I said, cutting him off with a smile. "And if you must know, I did do a little research on your capabilities."
"And I trust you were highly impressed?"
He was flirty, and I was struggling to remain firm in my business frame of mind. Alexander was the opposite. He was relaxed and somehow seductive, and I didn't know if he was trying to charm me into some trap of his. "Yes, I was impressed. I see it took 3 individuals to replace the one position you held at Mitchell & Associates. Not only that, but you're remaining on the board at St. John's Hospital as well?"
"That's correct."
"Well," I said, "it looks like we'll hardly be seeing each other at the firm. As partners, you'll be doing your duties up here, and I'll be doing mine 2 floors down. If what you said is true, you will be kept quite busy in your office and behind closed doors." I watched him eye me, but with the sound of someone walking over to join us, he opted to seal his lips instead.
"I see everything is working out between you two,"
Mr. Mitchell said, joining our conversation.
"Ms. Stone, it is great to have your artistic and creative dexterousness merging with Brooks' architectural firm. This will be a monumental merge for both companies."
"Thank you. Now, gentlemen, if you'll both please excuse me. We are facing a deadline, and I'm sure you, Mr. Mitchell," I politely smiled at him, "would not be thrilled if we missed it."
"Then I won't be keeping you any longer,"
he said. "Mr. Grayson?" I studied his beautiful yet tricky eyes. "It was a pleasure to meet on a better day."
"The pleasure is all mine,"
he answered. "Theo," I looked at my vice president. "If you don't mind, please introduce Mr. Grayson and Mr. Mitchell's team to my assistant, Nicole. She has information packets and everything else should any of you desire to take a full tour of our building." That's when I took my exit. I rolled my eyes at how lame Max and I had both behaved, and Mr. Grayson officially had all that garbage and immaturity to throw in my face if he wanted to. I should have walked out with a good buzz and just went home. Now, Grayson had the upper hand, and I couldn't allow that. I wasn't allowing a suit to run my dad's company with an iron fist. I knew this merge would suck. All company mergers did. Let's hope the trickster of a man I'd met at the gala at least had a heart when it came to successfully merge the two companies. Chapter 2. Bree. 1 week had passed, and I officially hated merges more than I knew. It was no thanks to the rumors and whispers I'd been hearing and trying to ignore all week, and the one word I despised: restructure. Alexander was starting in, and I swear to God that if one more employee walked out of this building in tears, I was done trusting his skills. Mr. Mitchell had guaranteed this would be a fair and equal merge, but it certainly wasn't feeling as if that were the case. I had to trust Mr. Mitchell, who was known to be a fair and fantastic businessman. I also learned this week that he and Alexander were best friends, and there would be no way that Alex would make Mr. Mitchell out to be the fool. That knowledge was the only reason I hadn't thrown open the door to Mr. Grayson's office. Yet, I was beginning to think the man lived in his office. Or at least, that's where it seemed Alexander Grayson's personality was transformed from a trickster and into the devil. Alexander took no prisoners. I only thought this way because I'd been informed that it wasn't just Stone Company that was dealing with the good and bad of the merge. Theo confirmed Brooks' architectural firm was going through this dreadful process, too. I was patient only because I knew I had a huge heart. A heart that would allow the companies to merge without a single person being laid off. I may have been a stiff businesswoman when I needed to be, but to pick and choose who remained employed during a restructuring wasn't my thing. Now, though, it seemed like every single day someone was on the chopping block. Would it ever end? My emails this morning, with 3 more employees from marketing given their severance packages, told me the devil in his suit hadn't put the pitchfork down just yet. It was as if a disease had entered our building, and our employees were dropping like flies. On the positive side, Alex left the design and engineering teams alone. For how long, though? Were our architects up next? At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if my ass was getting sacked. Stop being dramatic, Bree. You already agreed on restructuring this division together. I needed to calm down. I understood restructures. I understood mergers. And I needed to refocus. Alex had already informed me he would interview all employees and go through resumes and work accomplishments before making these cuts. Even so, this whole thing was becoming too much for me. I needed to eat something, get my coffee, and for the love of God, stop letting that damn email with the newly dismissed employees get under my skin. Once I'd eaten, I started feeling better. The coffee added to my encouraged spirits, and the barista's jokes at the coffee shop were a perfect way to lighten my mood. Then I walked in the damn front doors of my firm. I should have chanted away the evil spirits, but alas, the sense of gloom wafted over me anyway. I sipped my coffee, looked up at the glass dome in the ceiling, watching the sun's light shining down in our central atrium. I looked around the light and airy space, smiled at our security and receptionists, all while understanding today was the day I would most likely meet face-to-face with Mr. Grayson. The expressions on the faces of employees rushing around to get into the elevators were enough to tell me that everyone felt the unease that I was feeling. Instead of ignoring the tense nerves of the office, today I absorbed them. The fact that everyone's eyes were intense as I walked into the drafting room let me know that this shit was interfering with our creative designers and, of course, it was on the day I was scheduled to give my final pitch to Sphere. If we lost this deal, we might as well go under. I knew the numbers weren't looking good for this firm, and Sphere was the deal I needed to right this ship. Now, I had my entire drafting team looking at me as if they'd caught some zombie virus and were waiting to mutate into the living dead. Damn it, I thought. I felt deflated and more concerned about my employees' feelings than pitching this deal to Sphere and paying the bills. The devil on the third floor seemed to have possessed the team I was working with inside the drafting room. And as we studied the final 3D images for the Sphere pitch, I noted all of their eyes were filled with dread. "That's it," I finally said, unable to focus on the computer screen that showed me the building's blueprints. "I'm heading to Grayson's office. We won't get anywhere if everyone's in this mood. All of you can take a break until I get back. Get some fresh air and take some meditating breaths or something."
"We'll be here. Unless, of course," my head architect and designer Danny said before he stopped himself.
"Stay in here and keep going over the finals. I need these drafts, and you're coming with me to pitch this to Sphere. So, if you think you can focus, Danny, then please do." I answered him. Just keep this moving forward. We need to be packed up and out of here by noon to be early and make this deal with Sphere happen today." Danny was an asshole, and he'd always stared down his nose at me on projects Dad had put us on together. I bet the jerk was livid to see me on the second floor again, heading up our teams. The guy and I never got along, but he was a kick-ass architect, and I hoped we'd build a better relationship by me allowing him to oversee this project. We still butted heads, but that didn't matter right now. We needed to focus on our final drafts and get ready to pitch our deal with Sphere. "Danny, I need you to dive deep into this final mock-up we're doing. I'm still finding mistakes as if it were our first pass."
"It'll be finalized. You worry too much," he said in a dismissive tone.
"There's a difference between worrying and finding errors in a final project," I snapped.
"Go deal with whatever it is Grayson's doing to piss you off today."
You're an asshole, I thought, knowing that Danny not finding errors on this project was the main reason I hadn't even spoken with Alexander since he started making cuts. I was in this room, fixing this prick's mistakes. Here we were with a deadline, and I needed to speak with Alexander since he moved in and turned into Ebenezer Scrooge, Satan style. Too bad it wasn't Christmas, so he could be paid a visit by 3 ghosts. I'm sure the third and final Grim Reaper ghost could give him a run for his money.
"Bree,"
Theo said. His voice was grim when it came out of nowhere.
"We need to talk."
My eyes were pulled away from Danny's indifferent expression and turned toward my right-hand man, Theo. Shit. My heart sank after seeing Theo's grave expression. No need to wait for the holidays. I'd play the Grim Reaper spirit and strangle Grayson myself. "Don't tell me," I said, tugging at his elbow and leading him out of the drafting room. "You got yourself a sweet little email from Mr. Grayson, and now you're here to tell me that you've been replaced?" I opted to take the stairs up to Grayson's floor instead of using the elevator.
"Brienne,"
Theo said, keeping up with me as I took the steps 2 at a time. "Let me guess," I interrupted him. "Since you didn't tell me about this, and you haven't talked to me all fucking week, you want me to take this all casually, right? Responsibly, right? Hell no. I'm done with Grayson, and I'm not losing you."
"You've been working on Sphere, and it's a long week. You know why we haven't had 2 seconds to talk?"
"It's been a shitty week, to say the least, Theo." I looked at him as I approached the hall that led into the Devil's Den. "Stay here, and we'll talk when I'm finished dealing with this man."
"Bree, I wanted to talk to you before he did—"
That was all my vice president had to say. Grayson was mine. It was time he learned he was privileged to sit in that office and allow me to trust him on this end of the business. Now he was taking out Theo? I pushed open the cracked door to Alexander's office. A smiling and cheerful tiny blonde with soft red lips was the one to greet me. "Miss Stone," she said, shifting files to her left arm. "I'm JC. It is such an honor to meet you finally." "The pleasure is mine," I said, maintaining my composure to the kind woman. "Would you mind allowing me a moment for a private meeting with Mr. Grayson?" "Absolutely," she nodded. "If he needs me, I'll be next door." "Wonderful." JC closed the door behind her as I stood there and studied the tall man before me. Alex was on his phone. He had a hand casually slipped into his pocket as he stood facing the windows that overlooked the streets below our building. I was lying when I said his view would be an alley. but I wished it was. No, he would do better in the basement. That way he could be closer to hell where his true throne likely was.
That's fine. Will the interns be placed on the Berkshire after that?
He asked.
I want their fresh minds, just as I know you do. There's a reason Brooks' firm in London is out there.
I took a seat as I heard him casually laugh. The blazing heat was surging in my veins as anger pulsated through me. I needed this fire out, and the only way to make that happen was to handle the freak up here, handing everyone severance packages. He ended the call and turned back to me.
Well, to what do I owe this honor of finally seeing my business partner?
He asked, sitting at his desk. The once empty office had been transformed. It was immaculate, with computer monitors and flat screens hanging on walls. He'd certainly brought in some high-tech stuff that made even me a tad bit envious. I thought you and I agreed that this would be a fair restructure, and you would be considering everything about where an employee's talents were served best in this merge, Mr. Grayson.
We did. That's exactly what I've been keeping in mind while I've been handling the restructuring. Is this why you've finally decided to grace me with your presence?
He tried to appease me with his charms. Not today, Satan. Replacing nearly everyone who worked for Stone is not my idea of meeting in the middle on this merge.
I understand, he said. However, when you dropped all of the business side of Stone in my lap, I took charge. You, my darling, have let quite a bit slip through the cracks. I'm not even sure Mr. Mitchell or Mr. Monroe know the full details of these financial reports I'm seeing.
Why are you firing Theo? My VP was not good enough for you, I assume? I snapped. Is that JC woman your secretary? Is she serving him with his final—
Hold up,
he said, his face darkening, and goddamn if it didn't make him look sexier.
Theo came to me, not the other way around.
Excuse me? Theo is practically my brother, so that is an outright lie.
I think you and I should probably take our lunch together today. We have quite a lot to discuss, and I'm honestly surprised it took you a solid week to enter this office to question my decisions.
I've been busy, and I don't have time for lunch with you this afternoon. I have a ready proposal and—
I'll be going with you,
he interrupted.
Unless, of course, you'd trust me in your place on that job as well. Dare I say that me going alone with Danny, who is costing you that job, would not end well for him.
I will be there. How would you know about Danny costing us anything? Danny has done well with Sphere, and the bid is perfect. It's the reason we'll nail this deal today.
Interesting.
He eyed a paper on his desk.
Papers, numbers, and facts on spreadsheets all overrule your opinions about Danny and his bid for Sphere.
Opinions? I nearly screeched. If you must be there, we leave at noon. I'll eat lunch and discuss business further with you after I secure that deal. So yes, come along. By all means, I'd love to have your business mind there. Perhaps you'll axe that deal along with Danny in front of me this time.
As partner,
he grinned that damn sexy smile again.
I will be coming along. Danny has a lot to explain in the mock-ups I've seen, and especially with a multi-million-dollar deal on the line for Stone.
Now that we've settled that, I said, watching him study the computer and fidget with his fingers. Tell me what's happening with Theo.
Theo has requested he speak with you about his future with Stone. I encouraged him to do so, he answered. I know you've only experienced a night of me role-playing and not being my authentic self to you at that gala. I appreciate you being concerned for Theo, given this has been a week of me making executive decisions. In all of what you're most likely hearing, I can see why you're here and wondering about Theo's future.
The way you said his name just now, I said, it's almost as though I'm witnessing Mr. Asssuit himself feel bad about all these cuts he's been making.
I understand you are prematurely judging me. However, I haven't seen you up here once until Theo approached you.
He grew bold, and I sat more erect in the chair I took across his desk. That's on me, I said. I'm just sad I've learned my lesson this late in your heartless game.
This is not a game, he answered. I assure you of that.
You're right. Games are to be left back with me, getting buzzed and acting like a fool. His expression was unsettling. What the hell was going on? And why in the heck did I think I could pounce off in rebellion and leave my dad's company at the mercy of this man? I wasn't handling this merge well at all. I was trying to bury myself by returning to the design room, but ignoring the hard work was more than reckless. All I could hope now was that we landed Sphere, and it would be worth the negligence on my part. I turned to leave, knowing I needed to speak with Theo.
I will admit,
Alex started, stopping me from leaving the room. Admit what, Mr. Grayson? His smooth and sexy voice pissed me off the more I thought about what Theo would tell me.
I wasn't lying when I mentioned you'd be a fine partner for me that evening at the gala. We need to start working together more. It will all be fine in the end. Trust me on that.
Good. Anything else? I said, trying to keep it together.
Now that you mention it, yes. I will also admit that you are much more beautiful in person than online or in magazines. Also, your ex is a fool for letting you go.
I narrowed my eyes at his playful tone, knowing I was on my way to find out why Theo was most likely getting axed by this man. Thank God you're handsome, I managed to return. I think because of that, I'll never have to worry about my idiot of an ex ever again.
Indeed. Fine looks and a dapper man was all you needed to rid yourself of that lunatic.
Dapper man? I stared at him. Interesting. I think even Satan's real name was Lucifer, right?
I believe that is correct, Ms. Stone. How this analogy has anything...
He paused when I arched an eyebrow at him. Lucifer was beautiful, possibly even dapper, all while being evil as well. You're nothing more than a devil in a suit to me, Mr. Grayson. He chuckled.
Well then, at least you've formed some manner of opinion about me. Now, you and I can get to work, merging these companies as the devil and his mistress.
I rolled my eyes. Way to spin that into something that makes absolutely no sense at all.
Well, we are lifelong partners, and you've associated me, your partner, as the devil. That makes you my lovely mistress.
We have more pressing issues than this nonsense of referring to each other as diabolical entities.
We do. Might I point out that I wasn't the one to bring up the analogy of evil creatures and being associated with them? You were.
Then perhaps you should quit acting like an evil asshole and those comparisons wouldn't enter my mind, I said. I have to go. I need to speak with Theo and make preparations to meet with Sphere today.
Fantastic idea. We have quite a busy day ahead of us. I'll have the car ready and waiting when we're set to leave and meet with Sphere.
I wanted to get out of here. Alexander Grayson was flirty, tricky, and I wasn't about to get caught up in his handsome features as he used my lame references against me. What I'd seemed to fail to get across was that it felt like our firm had been possessed by some evil entity, bringing about the gloomy atmosphere all around us. I had to speak with Theo. I needed to regroup, get my head straight, and move forward. Alexander was probably right. I needed more time with him to form a better opinion of him. I certainly didn't want to continue to see him as a beautiful man who was nothing short of evil while he made cuts, handed out severances, and made life-changing decisions for both firms' employees. I had to get to know him and understand how the man ran a business, on top of adding my opinions about who we laid off in this merge. I would take full responsibility for avoiding this part, knowing I might have been able to save jobs if I'd stayed at this man's side while he made the hard decisions. I was blaming it all on him, as if I weren't supposed to be helping make all the cuts. After I left Alexander's office, I couldn't shake the way he mentioned Theo's name. That was what stuck with me. He was sincere, and I saw that in his eyes. I was too busy throwing insults around instead of appreciating that this man may have had a heart after all. Chapter 3. Bree. As soon as I walked out of Alex's office and Theo's phone went to voicemail, I was abruptly pulled aside by one of my architect designers on Sphere. Shelley insisted on talking to me, but I held a finger up when my phone rang in from Theo, and I answered the call. Hey, are you in your office? I just spoke with Mr. Grayson, and he's tight-lipped about your future with Stone Company. We need to talk about what's going on and what he said to you."
"In my office, but you need to talk to Shelley. She's looking for you,"
Theo responded. "She's right here, and I will, but I need to talk to you first, Theo."
"Our conversation must wait," he said. "Sphere just called me, and they're pushing up the meeting to noon."
"Why wouldn't they have called me?" I answered in confusion.
"No idea. Something's up. Are you taking Mr. Grayson with you to meet with them? You all need to leave right now if you want to make the noon appointment."
"Noon? You're right. Something isn't sitting well with me about them calling you to move up our meeting." I rubbed my forehead. "Alex and Danny are going to be there with me. About our conversation? That's on hold for the time being. Can we talk at lunch or something?"
"Yes, and don't you dare worry about me for a second. My situation isn't as urgent as saving this deal. You need to focus on Sphere. Get your eyes on whatever they must have seen on those mock-ups. Some errors must have slipped past you."
"What? Nothing slips past me."
"I know, so just make sure it's clean and ready to go for the meeting,"
Theo said. "Got it. I'll call you when we're done."
"Good luck. You got this, Bree."
"Thanks." I felt like I walked out of Alex's office, and a tornado ripped me out of the hallway and threw me into the middle of chaos. "Shell," I looked at my designer. "Send me over everything. Is Danny bringing the—"
"I've got everything we need. Thank you anyway, Shelley,"
Alex said as he approached, calm and assertive.
"You ready to do this? We need to leave."
"I know. I need to get to my office, grab my stuff, and I'll meet you out front. Can you call an Uber for me? I need to—"
"I've got it all taken care of,"
Alex said as I looked up at the man who towered over me in heels. I held on to his smooth vibes. This guy was calm, cool, and collected amid a brewing storm. Then again, he wasn't likely losing his vice president or, from what Shelley's expression told me, a multi-million-dollar deal due to errors I apparently missed in our final mock-up. After grabbing my briefcase, I left my office and moved through the building with a steady foot, ready to head out. I wasn't going to freak out that we were possibly going to lose this deal, or about the errors on our final project that were missed, the reason Sphere moved our appointment up, or, most importantly, the fact that it felt like everything was falling apart all at once. Theo and I would work things out later. Now, it was time for me to focus on keeping this deal no matter what I did. I was known for fixing last-minute errors, and for all I knew, Shelley was overreacting. The vibes in the office these days made it seem like everything was going to hell, so it was my job to rise above and handle business. When I walked out of the front doors and turned to the parking structure, I spotted Alex first. He stood in conversation with a man who appeared to be the driver of the fancy Rolls-Royce parked outside the parking garage. I didn't have time to argue that this wasn't the particular Uber I would have expected, but who cared? It was transportation. I had to sit down, go through these mock-ups, and, hopefully, fix errors during the drive to our appointment. Alex turned to me, easily matching the beauty and stateliness of the Rolls, and before I could sit in the car, Alex moved to where the chauffeur had greeted me and offered his hand to help me into the back seat of the vehicle. I stopped and turned back when I heard Danny approaching from behind us, whistling like some high school guy who was checking out a hot chick.
"Sorry I'm late. What the fuck with this badass car?"
He smiled and clapped Alex on his arm.
"It's pretty damn good to have you around, Mr. Grayson." "I know," Alex answered as he looked at Danny over the silver rims of his Ray-Bans. "We'll see you there. You're in the car behind us." He nodded toward a microcar parked behind the blacked-out Rolls-Royce, and I wondered how the driver could sit inside it without getting leg cramps. "We're running late." Alex grinned at Danny, whose cheeks were red with anger, as Danny squared up to him. "Is there a problem?" "Yeah, there's a fucking problem," Danny said, trying to size up Alex, who was at least 3 inches taller than the 6-foot man. "I'm not riding in that tiny-ass car. I'll sit in the front seat of the Rolls." "Bummer for you." Alex dismissed the confrontational tone with a sigh. "Because you're not riding in the car with Ms. Stone and me. Brienne and I have quite a bit of business to go over with our pitch to Sphere before we arrive at this meeting." "This is bullshit." Danny looked at me.
Just get in the other car, Danny, I said, looking at the guy acting like an overgrown toddler, throwing a fit. I'd trusted Danny with this project, and he dropped the ball at the last hour on me. And now he was looking at me for help? I don't think so. And by the way, I just want to thank you for not catching errors in our final project. This should be super easy to fix in a damn car on the way to our appointment. This is our last and only chance to nail down this deal. I was furious that this man was more worried about the car he was driving in than the fact that we had errors in our presentation.
I'm sorry I didn't get the finals over to you until today,
he exhaled, annoyed. Sorry doesn't pay the bills, I said as I slid into the back seat of the Rolls.
I couldn't have said it better,
Alex said.
We'll see you at the site. I would suggest taking the car I called for you. We are already pressed for time, and now having to fix last-minute errors thanks to you.
Alex paused while taking blueprints that were shoved into his chest by Danny.
I'll take my car, thanks. Good luck finding parking in Malibu during lunch hours. If you don't make the meeting, I will make sure it will be the last one you miss. Are you threatening to fire me?
Danny snapped.
After learning you moved up the appointment with our clients, and now Ms. Stone is the one having to fix your errors, possibly resulting in losing this deal altogether, what would you suggest I do?
Alex asked, as I was logging into my account to pull up the drawings.
You're coming with us, and you will sell this client.
Wait, what did you just say? I seethed from the back seat, watching their exchange. What did you do, Danny?
Danny has plenty of time to think about what he did in his own car.
Alex sat in the car next to me.
We need your pretty little eyes on this project and making it shine before we get to our clients.
I watched as Danny stomped to the little car behind us and crawled inside, and then our car took off, the microcar following behind. What did he do that I don't know about? I asked Alex.
It's nothing that won't be handled after we fix errors and save our client.
Alex nodded toward my laptop and iPad.
We need your eyes on those building designs. I can't pitch this and make it work without you fixing the errors and making last-minute enhancements. I've researched your talents, so it's time to turn water into wine, Ms. Stone,
he said with a grin before continuing.
The team on this project found errors. While I may be a genius with spreadsheets and such, I will admit that I'm not an AutoCAD person. I need you to translate to me what we're looking at and how I'm to pitch it to Sphere.
Shit, I said, rubbing my forehead. He glanced over his sunglasses that defined the sharp features of his face.
Take a breath. Do what you do best. Let's fix the issues and get ready to land a multi-million-dollar deal, Brienne.
He offered with a smile that comforted my frazzled nerves. Got it, I said. Then I intently focused in silence as the car moved toward the traffic on the freeway. Oh my God. What the hell? Is this a last-minute addition? We didn't go over this in the original plans, I whispered as if I were the only one in the car. No, I slid to the next diagram. How did he slip this in under my nose? Oh my God. The car was quiet and barely moving, still jammed up, while I was finding critical errors that Danny had snuck in. Of all the people who should have been given a severance package, I chewed on the corner of my cheek. That son of a bitch cut corners. His cut sheet is filled with cheap shit. Fuck, I said, my eyes wide in disbelief at how my beautiful vision had been destroyed overnight, and by the jerk driving in the microcar behind us.
Okay. The suspense is killing me.
Alex smoothly cut in.
What have you found? I need to know what we're dealing with here. Do I need to call in the top architects from Brooks to look at this? We may need their eyes if the fixes are that difficult.
Let me think. I kept looking at the unjustifiable inaccuracies that had me sick to my stomach. I can't believe I trusted Danny to supervise my vision and ensure this. I paused in disbelief. All of the sketches that I stayed up until 2 or 3 in the morning drawing up? I can't believe this. My work had to be translated into our programs to make this vision come to life. And now, it's as if Danny didn't use my sketches or design maps at all. I said, pissed and intently studying the shortcuts and flaws. Why weren't these discoverable until now? There's no way I missed this shit. I looked over at Alex's concerned expression. We can't pitch this project. I can't show these building designs to them. We have to cancel this meeting. Holy shit. This is a goddamn joke. This was a huge blow, and I was crushed that Danny had the audacity to destroy this project. Was it done intentionally? Shit. I knew he was an asshole, but I couldn't imagine him wanting to sabotage the one thing that would put our company in a good financial place. I was baffled at how Danny took such a detailed and beautiful vision and ruined it by being cheap, sneaky, and sabotaging this entire project with errors.
We're not canceling the meeting with Sphere,
Alex said.
From what I've learned about you, you're not a woman who quits either. There are plenty of articles out there proving that you are indeed a woman who overcomes obstacles, not a woman who is defined by them.
You think I can overcome this disaster in the next hour or so? It's like he deliberately sabotaged this. Alex casually leaned his arm on the armrest that separated where we sat as I zoomed in on the pillars that would have been disastrous with the way Danny redesigned what I sent him months ago.
You can and will overcome it,
Alex said.
However, I do need to know and understand what you're seeing. Give me something, Brienne. I've seen where your bid is at least $3 million under what should have originally been pitched. With the numbers alone, this is going to put the firm under. When it is all said and done, you'll be paying them to build this. I have seen that no one else has been able to match your bid. And it's in the bag, yes?
Yes, you're right about all of that. I looked over at Alex. And the deal is in the bag because we're going under by shorting ourselves on the bid. Why am I just now seeing this? You and I both know that there's no fixing this without convincing them to give us at least $4 million more. And that's after I tell them we fucked up the designs. That's not even hiring the contractors, purchasing the correct materials, drafting new bids with real estate. I can go on and on.
I can handle the negotiations of all of that,
Alex said, his voice relaxed.
Nevertheless, I need to know exactly what I'm negotiating now that you've noticed the errors.
I could tell he was making an effort not to escalate my panic.
Brienne, I understand that you're frustrated, but if I'm going to nail this down, I need you to show me the flaws that you see through your design programs. What is going through the designer's mind?
I rested my head against the seat. What is going through my mind right now?
Yes,
he answered. Titanic.
Titanic. As in that's how monumental you see this mistake is?
No, the ship that sank. You're a numbers man, correct?
Yes,
he said in a curious voice.
I'm now struggling to figure out if we're building a ship and heading to a shipyard.
He chuckled. Do you find this funny, Mr. Grayson?
I find the creative mind intriguing, and now you have my full attention. Please explain why you've questioned me being a numbers man while bringing up the Titanic. I must know what that has to do with a superlative ocean liner.
Well, that's what this entire project and everything in my vision will turn out to be if it's built, I said. There's no last-minute fix to these flaws in the design. It will look grand and beautiful, yet flawed and built so damn cheap that it won't ever be what it was intended to be. So, this reminds me of the Titanic, of all the things I could compare it to. Titanic sank for the same reasons. Alex readjusted himself, his long legs seeking comfort in the back seat of the car.
I find your mind to be as brilliant as it is somewhat wild, but I'm struggling to follow. Am I to believe that you're expecting us to land this deal and build this magnificent building? Then, after it has been built, it will take the lives of those who spend time there?
So, back to numbers, I said with a sigh. I'm sorry, my mind is all over the place.
Talk it out. We're stuck in traffic, and I'm quite interested in how you're tying this to a ship sinking in 1912.
Okay, I said. The Titanic was the most glorious ship, and first of its kind, in the year it was designed and engineered. It was fashioned to captivate the world with its size, grandeur, and its speed. And it did captivate the world.
With its sinking, of course. It still does captivate most. and I see that it seems to have you especially captivated.
Back to numbers, I went on. With a crew of 900 people, the Titanic's capacity was brought to more than 2,000 souls on board. Some say 3,000. Yet more than 1,500 people lost their lives in that disaster.
And from what I recall, it was deemed the unsinkable ship.
Correct. He was humoring me, but I had a point. They were careless and too confident, so they didn't allow for a proper number of lifeboats to satisfy saving all lives on that ship should it come into trouble.
And now there are laws in place due to that.
My point is that they were rushed. All of them, I said, knowing this was what was happening with my company and this bid. From what I learned growing up, the ship sank because the architects and the company were in fierce competition with others. They rushed everything. They took shortcuts. They were faulty in their designs. On the outside and the inside, that ship would have never felt like it could sink. But it could. In fact, if it wasn't rushed, or if cheap parts hadn't been used in critical areas, the ship would have been able to limp back to... I was going into too much detail. Bottom line, it was rushed and pretty much staged to appear to be unsinkable. How could anyone have known the owner of White Star Line at the time was rushing all of it? Because of that, the Titanic was doomed before passengers ever boarded it. This project is following the same pattern. I looked at him and shrugged. We can't pitch this. It may look as beautiful as Titanic did, but the engineering shortcuts and cheap materials will force Sphere to shut down their new hotel chain for safety reasons alone. The glass walls? They won't stand safely in their frames with weight on them like this. They may last for a good 6 or 7 months, but they could easily explode under pressure. Alex had the most curious look on his face, but there was something else behind it. He probably thought I was a nutcase. That's just one wall in a dining area. I'm not even pointing out all of the other intricate details I designed to help their patrons feel as though they were in a hotel that was virtually on the sea. The illusions are still designed well, but they're more deadly than anything now. This is a hazard zone, and the building, though beautiful, should be condemned if it's ever built in this manner.
All right, I think I may be following you some now,
Alex responded.
So, this project is doomed before we even start it? You might feel that way, but we can make modifications so long as you're finding mistakes. I'm not letting this go. I'm not letting Danny, the lead architect, off that easy.
I felt tears stinging my eyes, and it wasn't due to my lifelong obsession with why such a unique, state-of-the-art ship sank, either. We have to reject this Sphere project, Alex, I said.
Hold up.
Alex draped an arm over the seat behind me and looked at the models I was flipping through.
I admit I love the creative mind and listening to the way you see the world and designs. It's intriguing to see things in a way I have never perceived them before.
We're doing the same thing they did with that ship. Danny led us all to believe it was coming together. But we rushed it. I handed him the iPad and closed my eyes. Danny was in charge of this. He was cheap on the bid and materials. It's not designed to be constructed well. I stopped babbling and shook my head. The bathrooms are even hazards.
Well, shit. That's a damn problem.
He winked at me and took the iPad.
Let me see this.
I should have never trusted him. He always hated me when I was head architect, and my dad ran the business side of things.
Well, that's what Brooks Engineers will help fix. And, of course, the permits and inspections in California will never allow a building of subpar work to be erected.
I watched as he studied the raw numbers instead of the images. He glanced at me and flashed a smile.
They also would never allow us to pass inspections that would lead to the untimely demise of hotel occupants, especially while using the bathroom.
I'm serious, I said, somewhat smiling at him, lightening the mood.
Hey, I am too, especially if this hotel is going down as if it were the great tragedy of losing the Titanic.
He grinned.
I hope you can loosen up a little and understand that we will make the revisions that are needed. It's not all lost. This won't be a repeat of the year 1912. I promise you that.
Funny. I rolled my eyes. I wouldn't even know where to start fixing this. We're coming in with a bid that is undercutting everyone. We will get the deal and then end up delivering subpar work and cheap materials. I won't allow my dad's company to put its name on that, and I won't allow the late John Brooks to have his company's name put on this either.
That's why you have me as your partner, because I'll ensure that won't happen.
So you'll walk away from this multi-million-dollar deal?
No, he answered resolutely. I'll inform Sphere that we have their best interest in mind and that we have noted that such a highly acclaimed company would want nothing but the best for their newest hotel chain. Then, if I feel like we're losing them, I'll bring up the Titanic sinking. I'll have the number of lost souls, and after I relate their hotel's future to that, they'll be writing us another check and keeping our design.
Really? I said dryly as I eyed his handsome and dazzling smile. Do you even comprehend why I even brought the Titanic into this?
Not really, but I will accept you've seen the comparison. I'm not questioning your upset with this. Well, perhaps I'm humoring you a little bit.
I don't need humoring, Mr. Grayson, I said. I need you to understand that we're acting like desperate fools. We're rushing the finish date. We're delivering on a project that will fall apart within a year. It's a joke.
Well, I did notice that you were utilizing cheap materials for an extremely luxurious company, and nothing that would compare to the models I've seen once it was built. I read through the multiple bids that were pitched aside from yours, and noted that stone was well under the $3 million it's worth to see this particular vision come to life.
Well, I've noted it's all dog shit. It's a disaster. And I think I hate Danny for being a prick and even considering shortcuts, cheap materials, and rushed dates of completion. We don't deserve their business if we believe we're worth nothing more than cheap bids to get them or anyone else for that matter.
Well, you're certainly thinking along the same lines as I am. It only took a dipshit screwing up to help you realize I'm not the devil in a suit. He smirked at me. We will meet with Sphere, and we will ensure Danny will explain why he did a subpar mock-up to our clients.
I don't want him there. I spoke. I'll face this myself. Good, bad, and ugly.
Speaking of cheap and shortcuts, I believe you're taking your own.
What is that supposed to mean?
Well, first of all, you're letting Danny off easy by facing this alone. Make that asshole face the people he tried to fuck over. Fire his ass and quit taking the shortcuts. It's business, Brienne. It's not personal. You have to make this man accountable for costing this firm time, energy, money, and possibly our reputation.
I just want this over with.
Then let's fix this shit and go over the flaws you're finding together while we still have time. I need to make a few phone calls to some contractors while you point out the errors as I speak to them on the phone. When we meet with Sphere, I'll inflate the bids to give us some room for error and possibly earn back money already lost. Your job is to sell your creation and vision. Then, if you nail this down, he smiled at me, I'll gladly fire that asshole myself for making you give me a history lesson on the Titanic's demise.
I grinned. Probably dumb, but the point was there. That ship sank for the same reasons that I have no faith in this horribly planned-out model.
The project is rushed. We're in a competitive market, and using subpar materials, yes? Titanic all over again,
he said with a silly and fun expression. I grinned. So funny how you can sum that up so quickly. I leaned my elbow on the window. I can't think or easily explain things like that sometimes. Actually, it takes someone telling me to get to the point when I talk out my thoughts.
You're painting an image.
He smiled, looking ahead.
And to get some people to visualize what your artistic mind sees, I would imagine that, occasionally, it takes some elaborating on the matter. It also helped keep my mind off traffic.
He softly laughed. So, what are you visualizing after this crazy revelation and me trying to relate it to the Titanic's flaws?
That if I were a man on that ship, I'd be pretty pissed off that I was dying because some asshole like Danny took a shortcut. And then, when it was too late, and I found that ship had flaws after I was told it wouldn't sink.
He looked at me with a raised eyebrow.
Frankly, it would just suck. The worst of it all would be if I had a beauty on my arm, such as you, and I had to put you into the lifeboat. never to see you again. Hell, now that this has all been brought up, I'd be fucking livid at the designers of that ship."
I shook my head. "You question what goes on in my mind, and yet I do wonder what goes on in yours."
"Numbers, of course."
He winked.
"That and the fact that we need to handle this error, fire the asshole who made it happen, and then to enjoy that I get to watch you bring it together and win Sphere over today. More than all of that, I believe you're due for a solid and resounding compliment and a win. When they accept our amendments and new bid, which they will, you and I will celebrate over dinner tonight. You still owe me for that night when I assisted you running off your ex."
"I already have a date with Theo. He's coming over and we'll be talking about what the hell is going on with him, too." I arched an eyebrow at Alex. "God, I can't think about Theo right now." Alex nodded.
"One thing at a time,"
he said with a slight grin.
"Then dinner tomorrow night? You and me to celebrate you winning this bid?"
"Wow," I laughed. "You're that confident about all of this? That we'll get this deal after putting them in a position to think we lied to them?"
"Of course I am."
"Well, at least one of us is. I feel like I'm going to barf. This is like bringing in a project only to watch the model fall apart when you touch it."
"How about this? Let's leave the Titanic analogy out altogether, and we'll be on point. In fact, bring that analogy up to Danny after he asks why the asshole in a suit fired him. You can also let him know I got the last lifeboat because we needed my muscles for rowing, and he was a worthless and self-centered man who tried to steal a seat from a lady."
"In other words, you'll fire him, and I'll explain our reasons as—"
"He sunk your luxurious ship, of course. I have to admit, in watching you speak and study the errors in that project, I don't believe I ever wished to see you this upset over your vision being destroyed by an ass that you trusted again. That's straight-up fucking bullshit."
"I'm shocked you're not firing both of us."
"See? I'm not the devil after all, am I?"
"No, but you're not to be trusted either."
"That I can agree with you on, Ms. Stone." He grinned. "Perhaps at a later date, you'll learn you can trust me. I would hope my undivided attention during history class today would be good enough to gain your trust after I deceived you at the gala. I certainly did not think I'd wake up this morning, go out to this project, and become educated on the Titanic as it relates to signing papers on a multi-million-dollar deal."
"God, stop." I smiled. "You sound like my dad. Funny story about me? I always brought up that ship when I saw design flaws in any of our projects. I laughed at how I drove Dad insane with my obsession with that ship."
"Why is that? Are you a woman who loves ships?"
"I just think of it because it sank due to greed."
"That's a conspiracy, you know."
"That's my take on it, and I'm sticking to it." I grinned. "And yes, I love taking cruises and being out at sea."
"I'll take note of that."
It was the way he said that last part that made me stare at him as if he'd build a ship and let me set sail. I couldn't figure this guy out, but I liked that he was a fun, mysterious, and, from what I'd expected thus far, a kind but firm businessman. He could have ripped into me for not overseeing this project better, but instead, he offered help. He listened to me, crazy assumptions or not. He actually heard and added some input. Perhaps we'd work well as partners. In the drive down here, he'd humored my creative mind, and he also found a way through my confusing analogies, something that I used to bore my dad to sleep with at night. Now, time would tell if we could truly work as partners with our talents and save this deal.
Chapter 4. Alex. My phone was blowing up with details about this project, but I ignored the incoming calls. Instead, I got my construction engineer, Adam, on the phone and started relaying information to him as Brienne walked me through the different aspects of this project. I'd worked with the man on various projects after Brooks' architectural firm became my responsibility. He was a master of his trade, and he would put this shit together as fast as I spouted off numbers to him. I had no time to think, just to give information, as I watched Brienne work magic with her adjustments to the joke of a project Danny had messed up on every level. If I hadn't had a taste of the woman's fiery side, her vulnerable side, and learned about her true passion for designing, I would have called in for the lead architects at Brooks to salvage this chaos. Before taking ownership of Brooks' architectural firm, acquiring businesses from Mitchell and Associates was my expertise. I lived and breathed to land million-dollar projects like it was nothing. It was all second nature to me. Never once, though, had I been put in a situation where it seemed my company had lied to entice a client. This was an entirely different level of dirty business, and it was why I had to have Brienne in the car with me. I had to see her reactions to what I'd learned an hour before Sphere unexpectedly moved up our appointment. My conclusion? She had nothing to do with this shady shit. I felt for the woman, but I wasn't going to let her cave under pressure. Brienne Stone was known for her creative skills, and she'd helped Stone Company make a solid name under her father's guidance. Sadly, she sat in the business department for too long, and now we had an underhanded snake trying to destroy both businesses' reputations as they were merging. Hell no. Not on my watch. No way would I allow anything to go sideways on this. This shit didn't fly with me, nor was it excused. Danny was about to wish he could travel back in time to undo the shit show he'd orchestrated. The bottom line was that I wasn't losing this client. Even though I witnessed my business partner, Brienne, deflated, I could also see that something had come alive in her just now. Once she got past her wild idea of comparing this to a 1912 disaster for a ship, she refocused, and I watched magic move through her fingertips as she started to create an even better blueprint of this hotel. It was intriguing to watch her design, and what she was tweaking and creating was badass. This 3-story hotel would be built on the oceanfront, spanning for at least a block, and then it would follow regulations to allow for a private, exclusive pier. This was something you'd find in some tropical resort location, not Malibu Beach. Honestly, I was shocked this had made it past city regulations, but it was easy to see it would bring fantastic revenue to the city and increase home values. This would be the first of its kind if we could manage to keep this deal. If not, I'd find a way to salvage Brienne's project, and we'd move this innovative design to a location in another state or some tropical area. I was never one to leave a good deal sitting on the table, though. We would salvage this with Brienne's work and my sales pitches. They'd be fools to walk away, even with our bid increase, and I would ensure they recognized that. My phone kept blowing up, and Brienne's phone started in next. Mr. Nazari, I answered a call from one of the business owners of Sphere. We're almost to your site, and Mr. Grayson, he interrupted me in a pissed-off tone. The deal is off. We just spoke with Danny, the man who is in charge. Excuse me? Danny is merely a contracted architect. He's hardly in charge, sir, I said, while Brienne's face was black with anger after she ended her phone call. Then that is yet another lie that your company has communicated to us, Mr. Grayson. Another lie? My voice became firm. Allow me to explain something, Mr. Nazari, I said, hoping I'd keep this upset client on the phone. We understand your grievance with Danny, and God only knows what else that man has said to you. Allow me a chance to rectify all of this. I assure you that you will not only approve of our alterations to your astounding project, but you will also accept our deepest apologies for any issues that may have forced you to believe that we have lied to you. I rolled my eyes at the garbage coming out of my mouth. Lied to them? What the fuck did that asshole do? What do you plan on doing to help restore our faith in your company? I'm changing the meeting location. I instantly went into another gear. Time to bust ass, think, and save this shit. We'll be meeting at Esprit in Marina del Rey. I'll send for a driver to pick up you and your team so we can meet. Suppose you are not impressed with us after we've clarified things and made accommodations to express our apologies for your inconveniences. In that case, I will arrange for Mitchell & Associates' luxury jet to fly you home. We have our own private jet. Not like ours, chump, but okay. Very well, then. Allow me to gain your trust by insisting that we buy your property site in good faith that we will deliver on our designs. We're not selling our beachfront property. We will be moving forward with another architectural firm. Is this other firm willing to purchase that property and then sign the deed over to you? Brienne looked at me as if I were more insane than comparing this to the Titanic. I smiled to reassure her I knew what I was doing to salvage this part of the deal. I'm sorry, but did you say you would sign over the deed? Paid in full. All yours. Now you're just fronting the investment and capital on our project to give you the grandest hotel on the Malibu shoreline. So you're willing to front the money for our property? Correct. Paid in full, as I just stated. Silence on the line made me glance at Brienne's panicked expression. We'll wait for your driver, he finally came back. We are pressed for time, Mr. Grayson. Is there another arrangement or business dealing you are required to be at? Or can I make this right by providing at least 2 days of relaxation after we agree on this project? Silence again. I needed these guys to myself until this was a signed deal. Just the mention of his interest in another firm told me I couldn't let him jet set off to meet with someone else. What the hell are you doing? It's over. Danny's going home, Brienne whispered. The fuck he is, I mouthed as I winked to help settle her down. I put the call on speakerphone. It was time to find out the name of the Uber driver for the chicken shit who'd fucked us in the ass and bounced. Give us a moment, Mr. Nazari said. Take your time, I answered, while taking down the license plate of the Uber behind us. While our friends, who currently hated us, deliberated on the other end of the phone, I began doing a data lookup on the Uber driver behind us. This Danny character was about to see a different side of me. Brienne was about to see a different side of me, too. The poor woman would probably never come to a healthy assessment of who I really was. And maybe that was for the best. I was her partner, and she needed to understand I knew how to run global empires and business deals. Shit like that. I wasn't just a devil in a suit. I was a bastard in a suit. For that reason alone, I handled business dealings as if I were playing cards with kids. It was second nature to me. We would get this deal, and the price of the property I just agreed to purchase would be inflated and placed in the final bid. First, it was time I used my methods of persuasion to finesse Sphere with words, money, lavish lifestyles, and the temptations that I knew greedy elites loved. They wouldn't be going anywhere when I was finished with them. Even Jim would be outraged that we were losing this company. There was a lot on the table with them in future dealings. Mitchell and Associates were waiting patiently to invest in Sphere, and the new vice president, Spencer Monroe, was also awaiting my call to inform him that we'd sealed this first deal, and Mitchell had the green light to invest. We wanted more from Sphere on the architectural side, and Mitchell wanted in on their holdings, shares, and the potential of new money coming to Southern California. Sphere wasn't going anywhere so long as I was on the phone with them. I would charm them, and they would be the happiest sons of bitches on the planet when they signed on the dotted fucking line. There will be 5 of us, Nazari said when he finally came back on the line. How many days of apology do you plan on giving us to relax? As long as you desire. If you have significant others, bring them along too. Don't get too far ahead of yourself. We'll await the driver. This better be worth our time, Mr. Grayson. I assure you it will be. Where am I to send the driver to pick you up? After I worked out the details of picking up the 5 brothers from Sphere's headquarters in Laguna Beach, I dialed the number I'd found for the Uber that was no longer following us. Henry, change of plans. Take us to Esprit, please, I said to my driver. Sure thing, Mr. Grayson. We'll be there in about an hour. We have to reroute. Doesn't matter, I interjected. I need that time to pull some things together anyway. What the hell is going on? Brienne asked with a growl I never imagined her to have in her voice. I held a finger up when Sam, Danny's Uber transport, answered. Sam? Yes, who's this? Mr. Grayson, the superior of the man you're currently driving. Oh, yes, he answered. Would you like to speak with him? I'd rather not, I said. I'd like to let you know that we lost you driving behind us, and your passenger is unaware of our new destination. I inhaled. Listen, it's the poor man's birthday, and we've got a surprise for him. So whatever or wherever he's told you to take him, go ahead and cancel that. We'll be at a spree in Marina del Rey awaiting you. I'll ensure your tip is healthy for the last-minute change of plans. Not a problem, sir. So not a word. Not a word. I'm sure he won't even ask, but if he does, inform him that Mr. Grayson has quite the surprise for him. If he becomes obnoxious, please call me back, and then I will speak with him. He's staring at a computer and a phone, sir. The driver's voice lowered. Good. He won't have a clue then. Thank you, and see you there. I hung up and opened my texts. Can you keep Danny on the phone and busy? He's not getting out of this as easily as he thinks, I said to Brienne. Yes, but I have no idea what the heck is going on. We're salvaging what Danny did after he called Sphere and chased them off for one reason or another, I said. Just keep him busy with emails or texts. I need his eyes off the road. Fight with him or something. I grinned at her. I needed to text Jake, one of my best friends, to get this ball rolling and fast. Alex. I need a favor, Jakey. What company did you use to print that name on your yacht? Come on, Jake. Fuck. I was texting him during work hours, and since he was a cardiovascular doctor, that meant he could be in surgery, with a patient, or busy as hell. Thank God, I thought, when the 3 dots popped up on my phone. Jake. I can't remember. I have them in my contacts. Why do you need their number? Alex. Business. Send it over to me. Jake forwarded the number to me, and I dialed out. Time to name a fucking yacht I hadn't seen since Jim and I bought the thing, and it arrived last week. Jim said it was great when he and Avery took it out for the weekend, but they didn't bother to name it. So here I was, and naming a 400-foot super yacht wasn't something I would typically do. I wasn't that freaking creative. This is Falcon, a woman said. Falcon, I answered. You come highly recommended by Dr. Jacob Mitchell. He's a good friend of mine, and I need your talents. Can you be in Marina del Rey in 5 minutes to get a name on a yacht? I'm out here printing a yacht name now. What slip? The one I need you on is too large for a slip. Can you reach the A location? There will be an individual in a small boat who will bring you to my yacht. You can name the price, and I'll have you covered before I arrive. I need this done and finished in 30 minutes. Fucking executives, I heard her sigh. Are you willing to do the job or not? I won't listen to your insults if I'm letting you name whatever price you wish. Sorry. Fine. $1,000, and I'll have it done in 30. The man in the boat will cover your generous deal. Thank you. I hung up with Falcon and heard Brienne going off on Danny over the phone. I was handling a lot of business and fast, so I was grateful they were both busy. Now it was time to call the main man. Jim, I said, when the CEO of Mitchell & Associates, and my best friend, answered my call. I heard we're losing Sphere, he said, unamused. Unless you hear it from me, don't believe it. I'd suggest you stay away from the gossip that's coming from Stone Company. Jim laughed. What's up, and how are you salvaging it? Since you're somehow up to speed, I need you to call in our catering team, the one that we used for conducting business on Jake's yacht. What are you doing? I thought you were... Can you please have your secretary handle this for me? I'm saving a goddamn project for you, so your VP, Monroe, won't have an aneurysm if we lose Sphere altogether. What happened? Jim asked. I'll tell you later tonight. Now I need shit pulled together fast. I need that yacht up and running as if we'd planned for a week trip on the coast. Can we make that happen? I'm on it, Jim said. Alex, don't fuck us over. Have I ever? No, Jim chuckled. I'll handle all of it. Thanks. Oh, call the marina as well. I have Jake's yacht lady who needs to be picked up. I'm naming the damn boat. What? Jim laughed. Hope you and Avery like it. You better hope Addie likes it. She thinks it is her boat. Let's hope the client likes it. It ran well, though, right? Avery and I couldn't have been more impressed. Great. Talk to you later. Ding! My phone alerted a new text just when I thought all was settled and I could finally talk to Brienne. I wanted to try and catch her up with the whirlwind of changed events, major ass-kissing in our future, and Danny being my only target for all of this as I worked to save this deal. I checked the phone. Falcon. I need the name for this badass boat. I smiled at her changed tone and swiftly accepted my phone's prompt to add her name to my contacts. Funny how money made magic happen with moods and loyalty. I hated seeing shit this way, but in my line of work and with the people I dealt with, it was money and luxuries that kept the large and small fish taking my bait. Alex. Give me a second to think. Shit. What do people name yachts? Falcon. You can always use the first name Jake used for his yacht. Sexy? I smirked at the picture that came through with this chick's contact info, showing a young, hot blonde. It was a pity that I was on a mission for business, not pleasure. I could use a drink and a lady in bed after this day. Think, Alex. I looked over at Brienne. Her Titanic history lesson made my mind jump to using the luxurious yacht to keep these men as clients in the first place. She studied the drawings, and her auburn hair hid her face from me. Just as well. I had no business going there with my new partner. I couldn't even allow my mind to go back to the gala when I observed her in such a desperate state, not knowing who I was. I didn't want to think about the kiss that was so damn difficult to resist after seeing her plump lips and emerald eyes begging me for it. Shit, stop, I ordered myself. I had to come up with a name, or I would be stuck with the name Jake used to name his yacht when he was drunk. Stone? Bree? Sea Stone? Stone Sea? Stoned? What in the hell do I name a goddamn super yacht? Alex. Maiden Stone? Falcon. Heavy, but it needs to be creative. Like Lady Stone? Lady Maiden? Iron Maiden? Maiden... Fuck. Stone Maiden? Alex. What about Maiden Stone? Falcon. Sweet. That's what's up. Alex. Thanks. Handle it quickly, please. Fantastic. I'd officially named the business and family yacht after Brienne. She had no idea we were about to do a sales pitch and wine and dine a deal on it, and I had to hope all of this looked and felt natural to our clients. I couldn't have them questioning my last-minute idea, wondering why I'd bring them out on a multi-million-dollar yacht. I needed to land the deal, fire Danny after making him look like the jackass he was, and then explain all of this to Brienne. I had to prep her that more was on the line than her vision of this one hotel. There was a reason I was about to go full-blown businessman on this woman, and I wasn't sure she'd enjoy this side of me. It seemed slimy, greedy, and disgusting, but I had to inform her that you met fire with fire when it came to these sorts of people. These weren't victims. These people took you as their victim if you let them. I'd met with worse, though. If I could survive my childhood, living with the most wretched man alive until my grandfather rescued me, then no man could intimidate me. And no man ever did. Not anymore. Brienne might have her Satan-in-a-suit opinion of me return after everything was said and done today, and maybe she'd be right. Strangely enough, though, I didn't want her to see me as just another dick in a suit. Who knew? Maybe she'd like that I'd named Mitchell & Associates super yacht after her. That might help keep that lovely smile of hers present while she boarded a yacht instead of sitting at a table in a conference room with Sphere. Why was I thinking about any of these things? I needed to leave the nightmares of my past in the past and stop worrying about Brienne's feelings about me. It was time to get her on the same page with me in business, and that was it. I needed her game tight, not falling apart after Danny screwed multiple deals with Sphere. This sorry idiot was about to wish he'd never tried to end this without talking to Brienne first. What a colossal asshole. I had a good feeling that a deep dive into Stone would uncover the fact that this jerk was the reason the company was upside down financially, and we were scrambling to climb out of this hole fast. I was calling bullshit on Danny. Too many strange events had happened in too short a time. Sphere was our answer, and my game to seal this deal was just getting started.
Chapter 5. Bree. If I'd walked into work today naked, I would have probably felt less humiliated than I did at this moment. On top of the final specs that were engineered having unforgivable flaws, the pitch meeting with Sphere getting bumped up, and Danny trying to ditch us in the process, I'd reached my absolute limit. Then there was Alexander. This man wasn't letting it go, and we were officially boarding a goddamn super yacht to save this deal. Maybe this was Alex's cocky way of bringing this disaster of a proposal full circle on me. I wouldn't know. I hadn't talked to the man since one of the Nazari brothers who owned Sphere called Alex instead of me. Alex slipped his phone in his suit pocket and lent a hand to help me out of the boat we'd taken to get to the yacht.
"Follow my lead, and we'll save the deal. Easy as that,"
he said, releasing my hand and turning back to tip the people who'd brought us to the vessel. I eyed the name of the boat. Maiden Stone?
"The clock's ticking, and the Nazaris don't seem as though they like to be kept waiting,"
Alex insisted when I glanced over at him, climbing the spiral staircase. I followed him, hugging my iPad and laptop to my chest. What is all of this, and why are we on a luxury yacht? I asked as the man took 2 flutes of champagne from a hostess and turned back with a smile.
"Cheers,"
he said as he continued walking ahead. I could tell the man was in business mode, but my brain hadn't entirely caught up with him yet. I took the champagne and glanced up to where I heard music playing on one of the top decks of this insanely elaborate yacht. I reached for his elbow, stopping the tall man who was taking long strides toward the interior of this floating hotel. "I'm not sure this will work. Danny tried to ditch out, and I have no idea where he is. The final designs have been redesigned to the point that I can't fix the fucking things, and—" Alex's light green eyes leveled me.
"Excuses, Ms. Stone?"
he asked, as if I were the architect and engineer who'd screwed up all of this.
"Is that what we're going to talk about while we keep our clients waiting? Clients who are trying to fire our asses, I might add."
I glared at him. "I don't plan on keeping them waiting. I don't plan on keeping them at all. I can't fix this shit," I growled. "Danny sabotaged this." I eyed his impatient expression. "There's something more. You know more, and you're not telling me."
"All you need to know is how you're going to use your creative mind to build a vision on the Nazari's real estate that we are going to see from the yacht in about an hour. I need your brain working, and I'll close the deal that Danny sabotaged."
"If it's obvious to you that Danny did this, then it should be obvious to the brothers who own Sphere." Alex sighed.
"If it were obvious that we had an architect who was planning on stealing Stone Group's design while he decided to jumpstart a new business in the architectural field, we'd be having a different discussion. I wouldn't have gone through the trouble of securing this yacht and bringing Sphere out to sea as a way of kissing their ass and giving us one last chance to keep them as our clients."
"Danny wouldn't steal my vision and my work."
Newsflash.
Alex's eyes widened.
"That motherfucker was already in the process of doing precisely that while you were enjoying a latte this morning."
"I can't do this," I said in full honesty. "Danny has always hated me as head of the engineering department while Dad was running the company." I was speaking my thoughts, and I didn't care who heard them. Why would he do this? We pay him well above what architects and engineers would ever make. He was always compensated nicely. I ran my now sweaty hand over my forehead. fighting back tears of anger and disbelief. Alex was brutally honest about something I should easily have known Daniel Kyle would do to me. It was a matter of time.
Forgive me if I am not one to waste time on this episode of Coworkers Behaving Badly.
He interrupted me with some humor and a cocky way of mocking my current situation.
But let us be the ones who nail this bastard in the end. We certainly can't do that here on the helipad of the yacht. We need to be up there.
He pointed toward the upper decks.
Charming the shit out of the Nazaris, who decided they'd call me up and try to fire my ass.
None of this makes sense, I said, feeling like my blood pressure spike was either going to make me pass out or jump ship. Literally. Why would they call you? Alex ran a hand impatiently through his hair.
The simple answer is that they don't trust you, he said. Now's the time to regain that trust.
I don't want their business. Not like this. I spun away from Alex's intimidating businessman expression. God damn it. I can't believe this.
What can't you believe, Ms. Stone?
Alex questioned, stepping around to make me face him again.
You can't believe that someone who's never liked you would sabotage you and steal your business and designs?
Precisely that, I said, annoyed as hell that this man was so fucking sarcastic when I could hardly contain my anger as it was.
Well, get used to it. It sort of happens in a cutthroat business. Even I could tell that prick was a piece of shit the first time he shook my hand. Let's move forward and save this as partners. You understand I know very well that Stone needs Sphere, correct?
How would you know that? Alex's eyes narrowed.
Because after you bounced on my ass all week, allowing me to run this fucking business and complete this merge, I found out rather quickly that Stone is upside down in just about every fucking aspect. If it weren't for this merge with my firm, you'd be filing bankruptcy within the year.
It felt like my blood was boiling beneath my skin. I was so pissed that I didn't know where to direct my anger anymore. Who was I angry with? Was it Danny for fucking me over? Alex for speaking to me this way? Or myself because none of the above would be happening if it weren't for me?
While we're on the topic, he continued, you've yet to prove to me that you're even interested in working as my damn partner at all. All I've witnessed so far is a woman who has her head buried in the sand, allowing the financial directors of Stone to mismanage funds. Financial directors who I fired, by the way. You're welcome for that. And what about your vice president, Theo?
Don't you dare.
I will fucking dare, he said. You're falling apart on me. And if I can't get you to step up and own this shit like the badass businesswoman I've heard so much about, then I'll kindly ask you to step down while I save Sphere, and you can work for me instead of pretending to work with me.
All of the feelings of humiliation and betrayal that Danny had caused today dissipated that second. As pissed as I was at Alex for speaking to me like a condescending bastard, he was 100% right. I left him to run this company alone, as if I were playing some silly game. I knew I needed Sphere because our debts were burying us, and I chose to trust my financial department and directors to ensure we stayed afloat. Hell, I'd sacrificed numerous personal paychecks and donated them back into the company to keep the lights on. I avoided difficult decisions like the plague. That was Dad's specialty, not mine. Theo is quitting on me, isn't he? I asked, jumping straight to the only question that mattered to me.
No one likes to work for free, Ms. Stone,
Alex said, seemingly loving to drive the point home that I sucked at running a business.
I tried to keep him, letting him know that he would actually have a boss to work for.
Enough! I seethed. We stay here until Danny boards this fucking yacht. I unlocked my phone and called Danny's phone. How do I get Danny brought out to the ship? He's going to explain everything to you and me and the Nazaris for putting us in this situation. Alex smirked.
Wow.
He took a sip of champagne.
It looks like we finally have someone who wants to run the company.
I've had enough of you and your bullshit for one lifetime, Alex, I said. Again, how do I get Danny on this boat?
3 steps ahead of you, Brienne.
He tipped his glass toward the stern of the boat.
The engines aren't firing up until after that snake boards the yacht.
I saw nothing but red. and I was ready to bury Danny for stealing Sphere. Or trying to, anyway. In reality, I was angriest at myself. I'd acted childish about this merge ever since I found out about it. I was so smug about wanting my rightful seat at the table, but I'd shirked all of my responsibilities and let so many other things slide, and Alexander wasn't about to baby my ass. He should have been firing me after I let Stone Company go to hell by not holding my employees accountable since Dad died. What hurt the worst was knowing what I'd put Theo through. Theo had offered advice on handling everything. He even told me to fire Danny, but I was too stubborn to listen. He'd been my right-hand guy for so long, and I'd been so wrapped up in my self-pity that I hadn't bothered to make sure he was okay. Obviously, he wasn't. It was no wonder Theo had been so grateful for the merge and Alex joining me as a partner. I'd overwhelmed my dear friend and burnt him out while I pretended to be some incredible businesswoman. It was all biting me in the ass at this very moment. Alex was officially seeing me at a low point for the second time, but this time wouldn't be like the last. This time, I was going to do what was expected of me. I was about to save Sphere and own up to everything I'd created while playing the avoidance game after taking on this company. Instead of cowering, I knew I had a fire in my spirit. I hadn't been acting like it, but I knew I deserved to remain as Alex's partner. I just needed a little nudge. The nudge of Alex being a complete jerk and enjoying it a little too much, if you ask me. He wasn't wrong, though. Nothing he'd had to say about me or my actions was wrong, and I needed him to say it all. Dwelling on the past and my mistakes would not save Sphere for me. I had to save it by accepting full responsibility for what I'd allowed to happen. That would be my starting point.
Looks like your personal Judas is about to board. Suit up, Brienne. It's time to save Sphere,
Alex said. Good. I nodded at Alex. We're going to use that son of a bitch to make our case to the Nazari brothers.
Now we're thinking like partners.
He clinked his glass to mine.
Nice to have you with me, Ms. Stone.
Chapter 6. Bree. When Danny appeared through the luxurious entrance at the back of the yacht, I could only stare in disgust that he'd deliberately put me in a position to fail. While Danny walked over to join us, Alex called up to the captain to get the yacht moving.
Mr. Kyle,
Alex said, ending his call and using his sharp features to level the man.
I do hope you gave Bradley a fat tip for chartering you out to our yacht. Why would I do that?
He waved his hand around the opulent deck we stood on.
I would imagine that Mitchell and Associates would take care of my expenses for me.
You're a creep, you know that? I said, unable to keep my mouth shut.
I think he knows that well enough,
Alex said dismissively.
But no, Mitchell will not be paying for former employees to be collected from the ship once we are done saving Sphere in an hour or so.
Danny laughed off Alex as we turned to walk into the yacht. Marble floors greeted us, and my eyes were drawn to a grand staircase with polished wooden rails. It was as glorious as a magnificent hotel or resort. From where we walked, it was evident that this yacht had been designed with a taste of elegance that weaved itself around you and filled you with a sense of grandeur and importance. I had to keep reminding myself this was a yacht and not some trillionaire's toy.
You realize that the Nazaris no longer want Stone Company's bid, correct? You're out, Bree. They're moving on,
Danny said smugly. It's just a matter of who they're moving on to, isn't it, Daniel? I said.
Daniel?
Alex quipped in a way that snapped my attention over to him after we walked into an area where the elevators were hidden.
Damn.
Alex hit the button to open the elevator doors, and he looked back at Danny.
Ms. Stone seems to have moved on from the friendly nicknames to the "your ass is mine" names. Bree,
Danny started. That's enough, I interrupted. Both of you. I've met with the Nazaris on multiple occasions. I can easily say that when our tardiness adds their reasons for trying to fire us, This magnificent yacht is only going to prove we're desperate to keep them."
"But we sort of are, aren't we?"
Alex leaned down and whispered in my ear, taunting me. I glanced up at him and back to Danny as soon as the doors opened to reveal the insanely awesome party deck at the top of this boat. Desperate or not, I tugged on Danny's arm. "We're going to be honest and do what's right, since all we've done is waste their time and insult them." "You'll be speaking up first," I told Danny, then looked at Alex, who had a shit-eating grin on his face. "The games are over, Mr. Grayson. Please show us to where the Nazaris are, and pray to God that the staff on this boat has kept them—"
"They've been taken care of,"
Alex assured me.
"Ms. Stone. Daniel."
He mocked Danny's name.
"If you'll both follow me."
I sucked in a breath, keeping my heart rate down as we moved past a sparkling pool, rounded a corner to see a fully staffed bar, hosts and hostesses, and, at long last, the 5 extremely wealthy brothers from Dubai, the Nazaris. I took the lead once the men rose from the posh lounging sofas, and I smiled at the one brother who always seemed flirtier and more agreeable than the other 4 men. "Xavier," I smiled, locking eyes with his stunning amber ones. "Damien? Latif?" I nodded at the 2 always stiff brothers after Xavier met me with a smile. "Malik and Cyrus?" I sighed when the last 2 brothers smiled and greeted me with a "Ms. Stone" in return.
"Who are the gentlemen with you?"
Xavier questioned, sizing up Alex's 6'4" frame. Part of me was shocked that he'd already forgotten what Danny looked like. "This is my partner, Mr. Alexander Grayson." I introduced Alex, who practically hopped with a smile to shake each of the men's hands firmly. "This is the head architect and engineer, Mr. Daniel Kyle, or Danny." I watched as all 5 brothers smirked along with Danny. "I'm surprised you've forgotten him already," I questioned, feeling like these dickwads were in on whatever Danny had done behind my back.
"Jesus, don't insult the Nazaris, Ms. Stone,"
Alex said in a cocky voice as he raised his eyebrows at me, then leered at Danny.
"It's effortless to forget a man like Daniel. I almost left his sorry ass on the shore when I was taking a call from—"
He stopped himself as he pointed around at the men.
"Well, you'll all have to forgive me."
He was using some assertive yet condescending tone.
"Which one of you called to fire me again? And behind Ms. Stone's back?" "That was me,"
Damien said indignantly.
"And for good reason, too. I would imagine. Let's have a seat. I believe that we all need to clear the air,"
Alex said, nodding toward a woman who held a tray of food.
"Please, after all of you."
Alex sat next to me, and I looked across at the other bastards, who were smirking in some knowing game. It wasn't hard to pick up on the idea that no matter what Alex did for the Nazaris, Danny would walk away smelling like roses, and we would be left to look like lying shitheads. I glanced at Alex as he casually crossed one ankle behind the other and saw that this man wouldn't be made out to be a fool. His Italian leather shoes, his bespoke Brioni suit, his fancy-smelling cologne being blown around by the sea breeze, and his unshakable confidence. All of it assured me that I sat next to a powerful man. I glanced at the smirk on his face. I could instantly tell that this man lived for shit to go south so that he could come out on top in the end. As intimidating as Alex Grayson could be, I was his partner, and we were both going to bury Danny here and now, just as Alex said when we boarded the yacht. "Gentlemen," I spoke after everyone settled into their seat, "I will admit that there are errors in your final specs and the drafts of the hotel resort you entrusted us with at Stone Company."
"To say the very least, Ms. Stone,"
Latif said.
"It seems as though all of Stone Company has fallen apart. If what I've heard is true," he looked at Danny, "Stone Company will be going under soon enough. It will be our company that saves you."
"Excuse me?" I looked over at Danny.
"You heard my brother," Cyrus said. "Loud and clear," Danny smirked. Sorry, Brienne, but you and I both know that underbidding this job to save Stone's ass will only put you under that much more."
Everyone snickered as fire surged through my veins. Well, everyone but Alex, who remained attentive and unexpectedly quiet.
"In the end,"
Xavier said with a kind smile,
"you'd be paying us to build our dream hotel. I'm sorry, but we'll be taking Danny's bid instead."
"Danny's bid?" I looked over at that Judas-ass motherfucker. "Well, this is news, isn't it?"
"Bree, it's not what you think,"
Danny said, seemingly shocked that Xavier admitted that Danny was stealing my clients. "Please explain then, because what I'm thinking is that you're in violation of Stone Company's—"
"Violation my ass,"
Danny interrupted.
"Stone Company is gone, Bree. Accept it so we can be done here." "Yeah, can I get a bourbon sour?"
Alex said to a host who stood next to the bar, utterly off topic from what was going on. He looked at me.
"You look like you could use a stiff drink, too. The bartender is phenomenal here. In fact, I'd hire him as my personal bartender if James Mitchell wouldn't kick my ass for stealing him away."
"I'm good, thanks," I stammered, caught off guard by his question. "Can we focus on—"
"How about you, gentlemen?"
Alex ignored me and looked at the arrogant Nazari brothers.
"Beers all the way around?"
He wound his finger through the air, then looked at Danny.
"Sorry, that was rude of me to interrupt your thought as if we're not going to sue your ass for stealing our clients."
He took the bourbon that was quickly brought to him and sipped it.
"Go on. This is fascinating."
Danny leaned his arms on his knees.
"It's no secret that Stone is going under. We've talked about how Brienne allowed the engineers to cut corners, the contractors who are known to ghost on projects." "Mr. Valance,"
Alex interrupted, calling over a steward.
"I'm going to need another bourbon. It seems I'm thirstier than I realized."
He blew out a breath and reclined against the cushion of the sofa.
"Tell Anthony we're thrilled he's behind the bar again,"
he continued in some damn world of his own.
"Just keep the booze coming."
He looked over at Danny.
"It seems like it's going to be a while of listening to your lies." "Wait,"
Malik spoke up.
"Who exactly are you?"
Alex licked his lips and smirked at me.
"No wonder you're all being duped into doing business with a fool. Everyone in this business knows who I am."
He eyed each of the Nazari brothers.
"I'm sorry you men haven't done your research on the most influential and powerful men in business. It's a shame, because if you had, you'd already know that my company has merged with Stone, and the financial concerns Danny has brought to your attention are no longer valid." "Stone merging with another firm? That is a lie. No company would merge with a firm that is going under."
Xavier looked at me.
"Danny sent the numbers to us to prove Brienne's firm is not to be trusted." "Wow,"
Alex said.
"You're full of surprise betrayals today, aren't you?" "The merge is not official."
Danny blatantly lied. "Bullshit," I snapped. "You know goddamn well it is. Now tell me why you believe it's okay to go behind our backs and lie to our clients to secure them as your own."
"We're keeping the original design,"
Latif said,
"and we'll be entrusting Daniel Kyle to deliver on his promises."
I wanted to punch Danny in his face, but my angered reaction was stopped when Alex used the back of his hand to stop himself from spitting out the bourbon he'd sipped. I pursed my lips and refocused on the shit that had just rolled off Latif's tongue. I glared at him. "Unfortunately for you, Daniel Kyle does not own the designs for the hotel," I confirmed. "The designs you wish to keep are the property of Stone Company, whether you believe we're going under or not." I sat up. "You gentlemen appear to be intelligent. Why else would you be firing a group that you believe is going under? Am I correct?"
"Correct,"
Malik answered. "If that is correct, I cannot help but wonder why you would trust an employee of that company," I said. "Regardless of where you believe Stone is, you will need to decide for the vision you have with your grand hotel. With that said, you need to choose here and now if you want my design that encompasses your dreams for the resort in Malibu, Or if you want a knockoff from a startup company. I glared at Danny. A company ran by someone who's using Stone's reputation and numerous awards of recognition in concept and architectural designs to build a company of his own. I will tell you, I eyed each of the 5 men's dark expressions. If I find that Daniel, Kyle, and Sphere has taken so much as a millimeter of my design detail for your hotel in Malibu, there will be legal action to follow.
You can't afford to retain the lawyer,
Danny sneered.
No, but the man who owns the Stone firm, this yacht, Mitchell and Associates, and everything that goes along with that company, can afford it, and he will procure a legal team with fervor.
Alex chimed in.
I struggle to imagine what your corrupt little self will do once the big guys step in.
He looked over at the Nazari brothers, who were no longer amused.
I also wonder how you'll fare when you see us building your hotel's vision on Malibu's shore for ourselves, and then kicking your asses right out of my house when we're taking a hell of a lot of business from whatever Daniel Kyle designs for you. That's our vision, our hotel, and our agreement,
Xavier snapped.
Not if you go with this twisted chump.
Alex sipped his bourbon and pointed toward Danny.
It's Brienne Stone's concept and vision. In fact,
he sat up and moved his glass between his palms.
It's the only reason Mitchell and Associates merged my company with Stone. You see, gentlemen, Mr. Monroe and Mr. Mitchell are enormous fans of Brienne Stone's ideas, so much so that they'll gladly keep her as my lifelong partner, even after they both willfully accepted the debts of Stone Group.
He looked at Danny.
Debts you must know that Brienne's dishonest employees caused. But that's office drama, gentlemen. The yacht is stopping here, and a charter boat is on its way to retrieve the 6 of you if you decide to continue on this foolhardy path.
He casually took a sip of his bourbon.
Or you can choose Stone to bring your vision to life and let the charter collect Danny's deceitful ass. You've got 5 minutes to make the right call. The right call?
Cyrus spoke up.
How are we to be assured that if we go with Stone and not Daniel Kyle, that our vision will be put on the shore in Malibu?
Lateef questioned.
You're Alex Grayson, the former executive at Mitchell, aren't you?
Xavier asked, as if he'd had a revelation.
The one and only. Now, are you going to play with the executives who have the financial backing to see your vision through, or are you going to go dream under stars with Danny?
Dream under stars? I softly said to Alex.
4 minutes and we've got transportation arriving to bring you back to the docks, gentlemen.
Alex said, ignoring me.
We want the best.
You obviously can't afford the best, I said to Malik. If you could, you wouldn't have accepted Danny's bid, knowing he was burying my company with it. I exhaled. And you sure as hell wouldn't be going with some lying piece of shit employee who works for a company that was going under. If you want our business, the bid increases by 10 million, I said, going for broke. Fuck it and fuck them. I didn't care. This meeting was insulting enough.
Jesus Christ,
Alex whispered under his breath, sitting up and looking at me in humor and shock.
We were told you'd buy our real estate, and it would only cost half the original amount due to errors.
That's before I found out that you were leaving my firm for Danny's offer, I said. If you want my design and my vision, you will trust that I will re-engineer a bigger and better hotel, and you will pay the 10 million extra. I know very well as I sit here and quote you on this higher bid that James Mitchell will snatch up the designs in a hot second if you pass on them.
What are you doing?
Danny seethed, stating a fact. I smiled at him and the 5 brothers who were now at the mercy of paying for my design and work.
What makes you so sure that Mr. Mitchell or Mr. Monroe will buy your design?
Xavier asked, more agitated than I'd ever seen him. Because they bought a company that was going under for my design and engineering talents alone. I looked at Alex. Isn't that what you mentioned?
I'll call Jim Mitchell right now and tell him the offer is officially on the table.
Alex licked his lips in humor.
I'm confident he'd gladly pay an extra $10 million to build a new resort on California's coast. Well done. He mused. No, this is our hotel, and the blueprints are what we want. There are no other designs that have captured what we wanted as this one has.
Alex stared at his phone and clicked his tongue, feigning horror or whatever he was doing to increase the dramatics on this.
I'd hate for my best friend to miss out. He sighed. How about a good faith deposit, and we keep Mr. Mitchell's grubby little hands off your design? We'll give a 50% down payment now to secure you as the firm we'll be working with,
Malik said, looking at Danny.
You will hear from us on a better day, Mr. Kyle. For now, I hope that boat is here to bring you off this one and back to shore. Boat's certainly here,
Alex said.
Unlock this for me.
He reached for the iPad that I didn't realize I was holding with white knuckles.
I need that 50% deposit on the Nazaris.
He looked at Xavier.
I trust you can have it wired to Stone Company by the time we remove an unwanted rat from the yacht. Then Brienne can use her talents and help you see your innovative hotel come to life. You're all damn fools,
Danny said as he rose. Alex waved over security.
Get this idiot off the yacht and stay with him on the charter until he's seen to shore. Yes, Mr. Grayson.
I watched in shock as Danny tried to walk with his head up and disappeared through the private area that hid the elevators in the lavish yacht. Did I just upsell myself by $10 million and seal the deal without ever addressing or fixing the errors? What the hell just happened? I questioned Alex after the men picked up their phones to make contact with their bankers.
You just blew my fucking mind.
Alex grinned.
10 million additional dollars?
I should have gone for 20, I said with a smile.
Jesus, woman.
Alex chuckled.
Now I know why Brooks lost out on a couple of projects. It turns out you know your worth. That's highly admirable.
I don't need your approval, I said.
No shit.
He nodded with a coy smile.
Let's go grab a quick drink, settle the Nazaris in to enjoy this yacht for a few days, and I'll call for the chopper to pick us up and get us the hell out of here. It looks like I didn't need the yacht after all.
Talking about getting burned and then rising out of the ashes, I was prouder of myself than I'd ever been, and I couldn't wait to tell Theo, Cass, and Nicole about this.
Chapter 7. Alex. Brienne Stone had proven to me that it wasn't wise to piss her off, especially regarding personal matters. The Nazari brothers put the ass in asshole, but Brienne put an abrupt end to their scheming smiles when she highlighted her value as a talented woman. The confidence I observed from her rose far above their petty deceit. So instead of us begging to keep them as clients, Brienne kept their lips firmly planted on her ass, and with the healthy perk of paying her an additional $10 million to do so. Impressive. Once the Nazaris were tucked in for a 4-day cruise, which they were lucky I allowed after the shit they pulled by trying to fire us and hire Danny, Brienne and I left them in the care of the yacht's personnel. After boarding the chopper, I studied Brienne as she gazed intently out her window. I handed Brie a flute of freshly poured champagne and sat down across from her. From the moment we'd left the Nazaris and yacht staff, Brienne's demeanor had changed entirely. The woman who'd worn a smile that was more fake than Daniel Kyle's Rolex now sat rigidly with an intimidating expression. Being one to never waver in the company of pissed-off individuals, I didn't let her current disposition faze me. You handed everyone their balls on a platter today, and I'll gladly drink to that. Nice work. I raised my glass. It's just a shame that you didn't make all those pricks sit through a history lesson about the Titanic to sell them on your designs. Brienne turned to me, and her jade eyes narrowed. You mentioned that my finance department heads were all fired? Yes. I figured that you and I would talk about that on Monday, but if we're going to talk shop instead of celebrating, I sipped my champagne, then let's talk. Why were they fired? They worked with your architects, engineers, and marketing groups to steal from your company. Brienne closed her eyes and rubbed her forehead. As an individual who read body language like poetry, I knew this reaction was because Brienne had reached her mental limit with bullshit. Perhaps this is a conversation for Monday, I advised. I need to know what you found while I spent the entire week with my head in the sand, she said, bringing up my accusations from earlier. Her left eyebrow rose. I want to know how you discovered my employees were stealing from me while I didn't have a clue about it. You didn't have a clue because they worked the system and did a damn fine job of it. But how? I could sense Brienne was feeling me out. She was too protective of her company and seemingly blinded by the idea that the only person who would fuck her over was Daniel Kyle. No, she held a finger up. Why don't we start with who worked the system? Your architect, financial, and marketing teams. And with smiles on their faces, I might add. They worked together with subcontractors who were giving them kickbacks to underbid the hell out of legitimate companies and ensure you never saw the losses. But you did? I nodded, keenly aware that she was apprehensive to believe that I'd caught it, but she didn't. It helps to have a sixth sense for sniffing out hyenas who like to steal from companies. If you must know, these dicks were sloppy and gave themselves away almost immediately. She smiled, and it was the fake Rolex smile from earlier. Thank God for you and your sixth sense. I'm sure that will hold up when lawyers are involved after I fire employees for you sniffing them out like a dog. After I sniffed the bastards out like dogs, I eyed her challenging gaze with a smirk. I gained hard evidence about why your company was in the red with nearly all of your clients. With the right digging and prodding, one of the lower-level employees came clean and basically handed me the whole scheme. The documents that came to you and Theo had been manipulated to show profits instead of loss. Falsified documents, forged signatures. I took another sip of my champagne. It all appeared to be profitable when it crossed your desk, so you signed off on it. But in actuality, every contract that crossed your desk was costing you hundreds of thousands in kickbacks and subpar bids. I watched her lethal expression die. Who came forward? She questioned meekly. Ryan Miller. Wow. He was extremely loyal to my father and this company. Her eyes were brimming with tears when she directed her gaze out of the chopper window. You're sure Mr. Miller's statement is true? Beyond a shadow of a doubt. The man showed me how they worked the process and offered up documented proof. He will face the consequences for being involved, she said, wiping a tear away as swiftly as it rolled down her cheek. Why would he come forward? Why would he do this? He came forward to save you and Theo from facing legal action with Mitchell and Associates. He wanted to ensure that you and your VP weren't implicated in the embezzlement. Her bottom lip quivered. Why would he even think to steal from my company? Greed has a way of making people become the worst versions of themselves. Brienne, I said, taking the champagne from her trembling hand. I'm sorry this has happened. However, we can work together and get Stone Company financially topside again. I'm just in shock that I never knew this was the reason I couldn't get Stone's numbers in the black. I had no idea that while I was working myself to the bone, sacrificing my paycheck, these grifters were eating steak and lobster. And buying designer handbags. I hoped the levity would let her know I had her back personally and professionally. Sadly for them, they'll be trading their tailored Tom Ford suits for a county jumpsuit. Those soft hands and toned asses should be a big hit on the convict catwalk. Her lips tightened, so I went on. To get you up to speed, legal action is being taken, and Mr. Mitchell already has investigative teams and lawyers involved. Daniel Kyle's little ship-to-shore excursion will likely be the last of his adventures in crime. Fucking unbelievable, she hissed. Do you know how hard I've worked to run this company only to look like a bag of dicks as a CEO? Well, if you think employees using shady tactics to steal from you makes you look like a dick, then James Mitchell is the biggest mushroom tip of us all, I teased. This kind of thing can happen in big business. Take a breath. Now that you're up to speed, what I need from you is to get over being pissed off so we can start working together to fix the last of the merge. Forgive me, but I can't just get over shit like this, she seethed. Oh my God! Everything I've busted my ass to do to keep my dad's company going after he died, and now you have greedy employees taking advantage of that and trying to bury you and your dad's company with him. Precisely, she answered. I need to know if this is the reason Theo is leaving. No, it's not the reason he's leaving. I would let you in on his situation, but I promise to take a back seat and let him fill you in. This helicopter can't land fast enough. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. I'm sorry if I'm not one for conversation at the moment. Not only did Daniel Kyle succeed in destroying my day, but it seems I can't trust any of my employees anymore either. Let's summarize. Your workers are thieves, your clients believe their lines of bullshit, and your company is under investigation for embezzlement. Though, I held up my hand to keep her from losing her shit, if you're up for it, we can fix these matters with our legal teams and keep Stone and Brooks out of the media. What do you have in mind? You up for playing the devil's mistress? I smirked. She smiled in return. Role-playing? Why not? We did it so well to ward off your douche of an ex, didn't we? For the first time since boarding the chopper, Brienne's posture relaxed. If only this situation were as serious as that, she mocked. I don't think you and I will ever be involved in matters more serious than getting rid of a bastard of an ex while you're buzzed at the bar. She chuckled as her cheeks turned a healthy shade of red. How mortifying! Her eyes widened, and the most charming, dimpled smile appeared on her face. Do you realize that since first meeting you, I've encountered nothing but humiliating situations? Now that you bring that up, I'm totally fucked. Exactly. She was finally lightening up. How are you ever supposed to find me undeniably attractive? She asked coyly. Sucks for me. After all this, I'm still stuck with you as my lifelong partner. Dreadful, she smiled and rolled her eyes. Now back to dodging the press. What's your plan? The fun and games were over, but at least she didn't collapse into a puddle of tears after finding out her employees had completely screwed her over. She was ready to take action on the thieves, and that's where I needed my new business partner. Now that I've got you in the game, this is how we'll do it, I said. It's rather simple. The company is restructuring, right? Your architects, engineers, and marketing team already know I'm hot on their asses, so we're going to move into the Brooks Firm building on Monday. No wonder they were all uptight when I walked in today, she exhaled. So move our entire business? As in Stone Company will have its front doors locked, building vacated, and a bunch of confused employees will be left to wonder what happened to the company they tried to bury. They'll soon learn they didn't get the exclusive invite to the new business address. I'll have my VP send out the memo for the employees who are moving with us as soon as we land, and they'll have their offices ready for them on their respective floors at Brooks on Monday. For the others, they'll get an exclusive invite to meet with our legal teams at Mitchell & Associates. You honestly think we can move everything over to Brooks by Monday? That's 3 days from now, and tomorrow is Saturday. That super yacht isn't the only perk of having Mitchell & Associates as our parent company. I'll hire a moving company to bring everything over, and I'll even give you a lovely office with a corner view. I paused. A corner view of the alleys, of course. God, I was such a bitch to you. I'm sorry for that. I've dealt with worse, I teased. Though it was obvious you weren't thrilled about the family business merging with another firm. I wasn't. I had my reasons. I'd like to say they were all valid, but with you doing some investigative work, it looks like I have to accept that this was the best thing for my company. Personal question before the chopper lands, and we part ways until Monday. No, I will not date you. I smiled. She was back. She took the news better than I'd imagined, and I saw determination dominating her expression. She'd been fucked over by the people she trusted, and it was apparent she wasn't going to allow them to have the last laugh. What started as an interrogation from her was ending with her flirtatious grin. "You won't date me?" I laughed. "But you're thinking about it. I can see it in your smile." Her cheeks tinted red again, and I crossed an ankle over my knee. "Back to my personal question. I'm curious if you enjoyed being the one to fill your father's seat after he passed." Her expression darkened after I brought up her late father. "Brienne, I need to know. Do you enjoy this part of the job, dealing with the bullshit?" "I hate it more than anything. I went to college to become an architect, not to major in business management." I grinned. "We need to restructure the company during this merger accordingly, then. I'll handle the dirty side of the business, and you can return to doing what you enjoyed before your father left his company to you." "Trying to steal my company, Mr. Grayson?" "Perhaps I'm trying to steal its owner, Ms. Stone." I arched an eyebrow and watched her eyes widen at my response. In the end, it was good to know that a bomb like this being dropped in Brienne's lap did little more than draw a misty-eyed rant and a few four-letter words. She was tougher than she realized, and it was fucking impressive. The helicopter landed, and I knew Brienne and I would have a lot of shitty details to tackle in a short period. Monday couldn't come fast enough, but for now, I would fill in Jim on everything from randomly naming his yacht to saving Sphere and getting Brienne ready to face the thieves in her company head-on. Being the CEO of our parent company and my best friend, Jim would undoubtedly be interested in this day's events. Events which nearly cost him $10 million in a bidding war sparked by Brienne to checkmate the Nazaris.
Chapter 8. Bree. Once the helicopter reached the landing pad on the top of Mitchell & Associates' Howard Building, Alex confirmed that his driver was waiting to take us to Stone Company's offices. As much as I appreciated the offer, I was in desperate need of fresh air and alone time before I met with Theo. With Stone's building being only a block away, I chose to take the short walk to stabilize my thoughts about today's disastrous revelations and events. Instead of feeling weak, mortified, and broken, I felt a wave of confidence overrule all of that. I'd love to say my change of attitude was fueled by the cocky poise that Alex displayed from the moment we stepped on the yacht and up until we landed, but I knew that wasn't it. At first, I didn't believe the man when he started throwing out accusations about my employees, but as much as I appreciated Ryan Miller, I'd noticed the man's attitude toward me change a while back. He went from being a fun, friendly, and admirable architect to a cocky bastard who spoke to me like I were an ignorant child. I was never overly familiar with the man, but he was a respectable employee, which made me question what I'd done to piss him off. The only time I'd ever asked him why he'd talked down to me, he quickly apologized and blamed his uncouth behavior on personal issues. I should have kept my eye on him then, and that's why it all clicked into place when Alex laid the truth bare. I owed Alex a debt of gratitude for not judging my character after all of the embarrassing shit he'd witnessed since we first met. Instead, he asked the one question that only Theo cared to know. Was I happy running this company that I inherited after Dad's passing? If I hadn't known that Alex was on my side after seeing the Nazaris and Danny exchanging their smug glances at my expense, I probably wouldn't have trusted the man with my answer. Instead, Alex ran significant interference by obnoxiously ordering drinks and cutting off Danny's lies about my company and me. That slimy bastard had intentionally underbid, and then he underhandedly placed flaws in all of my final concepts so that Sphere wouldn't trust me. What a fucking unbelievable son of a bitch to have the audacity to pull that shit off in front of my clients and me. I had no idea, nor did I give a damn at this point, why Danny had the nerve to do what he'd done. The man would answer to my lawyers for his actions. I had to wash my hands of all of this and move forward with Alex. God only knew what the man's genuine opinion of me was, but after I loosened up and began to appreciate my new partner, it seemed we were on the right path. In the presence of the ridiculously handsome man all day, I held my own against his sexy appearance and the enticing tone of his voice. Not once had I gawked or lost myself in Alex's deep green eyes. Not until his tone changed and he grew sincere about the one thing Theo knew too well about me. He understood that I wasn't programmed to run the company while dealing with bullshit, but I was primed to immerse myself in designing concepts that blew our clients' minds when I captured their visions. When Alex said that he'd handle the administrative stuff and allow me to do what I do best, my love for being an architect came rushing back to me. And this time, it was without the threat of a merger stealing my company away. I didn't know what Theo was about to tell me, but thank God I had the renewed hope of wholeheartedly appreciating my job again. I rolled up to Theo's place around 7 in the evening and walked into his pristine Beverly Hills home. The only thing that was different about his and Stanton's mansion was the for sale sign that had been planted near their curb.
Honey,
Theo used his usual nickname for me.
Get your ass in here and tell me everything.
I walked through the open foyer and into the den, where Theo had candles lit and my favorite lavender tea was steeping in a glass pot. He poured me a cup and sat in the bend of his sectional, eyeing me for all the dirty details. Without hesitation, I offered up all the specifics from the minute I left the office this morning until I parted ways with Alex. So, that's everything from Daniel Kyle openly revealing how he'd undermined us to Alex delivering the behind-the-scenes dirt on half of our employees stealing from us, I said, finishing off my second cup of tea and dropping my head back against the leather sofa. I turned my head to him. All right, you've kept me talking about this for at least an hour. It's your turn to tell me what is going on with you. His lips turned down, and he glanced over at his unique black and white cat sculpture.
I want to say I would have gone to you before Alex on this matter.
He looked back at me.
But your head hasn't been in the right place since the merge was announced.
For that, I'm so damn sorry. I felt tears stinging my eyes for behaving like such a selfish bitch about the merge. I don't have the right words to apologize, but I love you, Theo. So much it hurts. Theo rose and walked over to me. It took the familiar fragrance of one of my best pals' cologne and his firm embrace for me to finally come to reality. I'd been too absorbed by my issues to check in with those who mattered most. Poor Theo never had a chance to talk to me about what was going on with him, because I'd been dodging just about everyone. I pulled up and brushed my hand over his soft, cotton shirt. Damn it, the shirt must have cost you $100, and I've ruined it. He smiled, offering me some tissue from a box.
And from what Alex has uncovered, it seems you can't afford to replace it either.
I chuckled. That's the damn truth. I dried my wet cheeks and sniffed. All right, spill it. You have to tell me what's going on.
Stanton was offered an amazing opportunity to model in France for a huge agency.
My eyes widened, knowing this was a profound dream come true for Stanton. Oh my God, how long have you known?
He's been working with agents, the agency, and numerous others to secure a 6-figure deal per shoot on this. They wanted him, and Stanton made them pay for it.
He grinned proudly. Well, with a body like that man has combined with his good looks? I poked Theo in his chest. You're lucky he'd rather have you instead of me. He chuckled, and I nestled securely in his side. So that's why the house is up for sale, I'm guessing? I paused, unprepared to say the next words. You're moving?
To Paris, my darling. The city of love and fashion.
And what will you do while your man is posing for all the camera peeps to drool over? A smile spread on his face.
I spoke with Alex about resigning my position, knowing Alex already had an amazing VP, and there was no need for a company with 2 VPs. Alex came back the next day with an offer I couldn't refuse, whether or not Stanton had gotten the job in Paris.
What? I asked with a bashful smile, thinking that maybe Alex Grayson was starting to shed the devil horns, and a halo was about to replace them. An offer? Was this before or after he found out that everyone we've ever known has been stealing from Stone?
It was after he and I discussed things, and I sat in on that snake, Ryan Miller, as he confessed.
He held a finger to my lips when I went to speak.
You weren't going to learn about any of this until after you finalized Sphere, and I told you I was moving. The last thing Alex and his sexy self needed was you blowing up like a volcano over nonsense.
I was in a bad place.
And it took you finally behaving like Alex's partner for you to appreciate him in this merge?
Pretty much, I said. He shook his head and smiled.
Well, after I declined Alex's offer in the Brooks architectural firm London office, Alex nearly grilled my ass and raked it over hot coals.
He smirked.
In a good way. He wanted to know all of my history with Stone, your dad, and you.
He gave me a playful wink.
And I gave him my credentials. So, now, it looks like I'll be replacing the VP of Brooks' firm in London while they prep to merge the London offices with Stone down the road.
They're merging us with Brooks in London? I said with shock. That's quite the commute from Paris. How will you manage that?
Stanton and I have kicked it around, and it'll be easiest if we live in Paris. I can spend a few days per week in London for work. It'll be long hours and one hell of a commute. But we both adore Paris, and...
Won't that put a strain on your relationship? Only seeing each other on the weekends?
The perk of having a top model as my boyfriend is that Stanton can travel to London and stay with me there if he only has a couple of days of shooting. And there are sister agencies he can book shoots for in London anyway. We're both pretty flexible, not to mention there are plenty of things I can do remotely on a swing day here and there.
Alex understands that you'll live in Paris and not London.
Alex wants Brooks and Stone to get their hands dirty in Paris, too,
he said.
I'll be heavily involved in opening doors for us to begin designing in France. It's something Alex said that John Brooks was throwing around before he passed. Brooks lost their fire after that, and Alex saw something in me to help reignite those passions while he busies himself with you out here.
This has to be a dream come true for both of you. I hugged him and held back my tears, feeling that this was worse than Theo leaving the company. He was moving out of the damn country. I'm going to miss the hell out of you, I said. As Alex's partner, I playfully crossed my arms and smiled at his beaming expression. I'm going to insist that I visit you to make sure you're not, embezzling company funds and things of that nature. It's going to be imperative that I keep a close eye on you.
God, I will miss you and your adorable Jen Aniston style, girl.
He chuckled, referencing the celebrity he always compared me to. You better quit comparing me to her. What will the people of Paris and London think when I show up to visit, and I'm nothing like that lovable actress?
My darling, you've got nothing but lovable energy surrounding you. You get emotional if I swat a fly, and your heart is always overjoyed for others' happiness as if it were your own.
You think you have me all figured out?
I've known you for 20 years now. You're practically my sister. I know I have you figured out. Though, I have to say, it's nice to have you back. This bitchy Brie business was hardly tolerable for the last month.
More like over-dramatic Brie, I teased. Gosh, so you're really going to leave me, huh? He started humming Somewhere Out There, as if we were in the cartoon An American Tale, with the two mice living under the same sky, but still being worlds apart. The man always knew how to get an unexpected laugh out of me at the drop of a hat. I continued to smile at Theo's humming, and I determined that any crying I might do for the remarkable life change that awaited Theo and Stanton would be here and now. It would be reasonable tears of happiness, and not me losing it again. Sure, I'd let the tears rip when I saw them both off at the airport, but I wasn't going to allow this to deflate me. It was time for all of us to turn a corner in the right direction, and I planned to do just that. Tomorrow night was Cass's birthday, and we were going to spend it at the exclusive club Tobias, where all the little socialites loved to come out to play. Life moved forward, and I understood that well. It was time to move forward with open sails and welcomed breezes. Chapter 9. Bree. I probably looked like any one of the wealthy socialites who sat around me in this bar. However, I was far from that. I couldn't even afford to eat from a value menu at a fast food restaurant thanks to the pricks who'd been stealing from my company. Because of my bullheaded determination to keep my dad's business afloat, I'd sacrificed my paychecks to pay the bills at Stone Company instead of my own. Every last dime I had saved was gone, and I'd been a complete fool to allow things to go on in this way for so long. I'd been running with some blind mentality that if I didn't cut myself a paycheck, we would lock in a promising deal to get Stone back in the game. Sphere was that deal, and thank God that we landed it because my bank account desperately needed to see some money again. Now, all I had to do was pay off all the debt I'd accrued since I went flat-ass broke. Hopefully, I'd be back on track in a month or 10. I was in a pretty shitty, delinquent situation. I wanted to stay home and wallow in my pity after surrendering my leased car to the dealership. But I'd made a promise to Cass that we'd celebrate her 30th birthday as if we were all turning 21 again. And goddammit, that's what we were going to do. Turning a new corner and having the wind in my sails was what I was working with tonight. I had to remind myself of the positive thoughts I'd left Theo with last night. And even if I'd gotten a brutal slap in the face from the dealership wanting their car back, I had to remind myself that shit happens. Life fucking happens. To the best of us. I should have never allowed myself to get sucked into the personal side of the company and sacrifice my paychecks. But I did. Why? Because I couldn't bear to see any of my hard-working employees do what I did today. Turn in their car and pray to God they could scrounge up enough cash to get their utility bills paid to current. It was so damn hard not to bring my anger with me tonight. All I could think about was that after all the monetary sacrifices I'd made for my employees, they'd been stealing from me. I'd been worried sick about their welfare, and they were the reason we could never pull off a profitable job. So, from here on out, lesson learned. Time to adopt the saying that I'd always felt was so cold. It's not personal. It's business. It was business. It had to be only that. Bree, Natalia, one of my 3 very close girlfriends, said. I looked to my right, where the beautiful blonde raised her cosmopolitan toward me. I know you had a couple of shitty days. She smiled as she used her usual sultry voice on me. But tonight is Cass's night. Smile, babe. I raised my martini glass to her and grinned. Sorry, I was mentally working on that before you interrupted me. I took a sip and then spooned a bit of caviar on a cracker and took a bite. We'll talk it out later. We gals are all here for you, and you know that. I'm just pissed you never told us this shit was happening too. I softly laughed and rolled my eyes. The one day my best friend shows up to buy a Mercedes, and I'm there turning mine in. She gave me a fun, challenging expression. Well, thank God you've merged with Brooks, cleaned out the garbage who tried to bankrupt you, and have that fucking hot. She leaned over and purred those last words in my ear. Alexander Grayson as your new partner. I smiled at the patrons who were starting to filter into the place. The entire area was set up beautifully. Pink roses placed in beautiful glass vases were the centerpieces and theme for each table at Tobias tonight. Cass worked with the owners and somehow enforced that anyone who went to the lavish hotspot tonight would enjoy the splendid decor of Cass's choosing. The candle-lit table was a great finishing touch, and our table, positioned next to the large window overlooking the ocean below, couldn't have been more perfect if I helped design the layout myself. This was the restaurant portion of Tobias, and the next building over was where their club was, a club that everyone stood outside in line for hours with the hope that they'd be lucky enough to get inside. I'd never visited the nightclub here before, mainly because the nightlife seemed to be a thing of the past for me once I noticed Stone Company was going under. Tonight, I would have to put on a brave face when we migrated to that section for the second part of Cass's birthday celebration. God only knew how that would work out. I was rusty and in no frame of mind to mingle with the single elites of Southern California. I was 31 years old, for Christ's sake. You'd think my friends and me would have been over this lifestyle by now. But, alas, we were diving into it while we celebrated the last of our group turning 30. The night was for Cass, and I wasn't going to argue with how she wanted to spend her birthday, even if it meant acting like we were 21 again while screwing off in a club. So, I wore my best smile and my best strapless dress to match. A new chapter might as well start with a bang. "Ladies," Sammy, a best friend I hadn't seen in too long, announced. "Well, well." She looked at me with her radiant smile as she sat. "Look at you finally out of leggings and hoodies and joining us with a smile. I've missed the hell out of you, Bree. I've missed you all more. Let's just say this last month took its toll on me in more ways than one." "Well, you've heard it from Theo, Stanton, and all three of us a million times," Cass said, joining us as she sat across from Nat and me with a cheeky grin. "The merge was a good thing, and from what we're all aware, thank God it happened." Cass arched her eyebrow at me at the same time as Sammy and Nat peered at me knowingly as she sipped her Cosmopolitan, making it evident that my friends had learned that not only was Stone going under, but they knew I was in financial trouble for the time being as well. Yes, thank God. I tried to ignore all the expressions. "You are dead meat for not telling me that you're completely broke," Cass said, ordering another round of drinks for the table. She sat perfectly erect in her chair and folded her arms. "Spill it." "Spill what?" "How about this? Happy birthday, Cass." I smiled at her authoritative look. "We're all here to celebrate your big day, and I'm feeling more like myself again and hoping to add some cheer to the festivities." "More like yourself, eh?" Sammy sipped her cocktail. "Were you feeling more like yourself when you handed that dealership the keys to your car today?" I sighed. "Thanks, Nat." I looked at my no-nonsense friend. "What would I do without you helping me to get that out in the open for me?" No, babe," she said as she took a bite of her caviar cracker. "That's not how this shit works between all of us, and you know it. We're all as close as sisters here." She gave me her warning look with a smile. "You also know we confide in each other when things go wrong. No one here is ever on her own." When I exhaled and looked at Cass, she looked at me with a guilty frown. "We could have done pajama night, like when we were in college instead of doing all this. You know, staying in and hanging out. That would have been fun too." I laughed. Pajama night in college was like a lingerie show for Nat to bring frat boys back to our place. I glanced over at Nat's glossy and proud lips as she nodded shamelessly. And so what?" Natalia covered her full cleavage. "We were in college, and there were gorgeous men on campus. How else were we supposed to survive USC?" I shook my head and instinctively fixed a loose curl on her shoulder-length blonde hair. "Natalia, you got us in trouble more times than we could count. We're lucky we didn't get thrown out of college." "I say I did all of us a favor. All those raging hormones needed to be released somehow. I was just doing my part to keep everyone balanced," Nat said with a devilish grin and a laugh. "And as much fun as lingerie and men in a dorm room sound, we're all finally out together after Bree has come up for air from that suffocating company. So yes, we're celebrating Cass, good friends, and great conversation tonight." She gracefully lifted her chin and then raised her glass to Cass. "Cheers to that." I held my glass up for Cass. "Shall we kick off the celebration with the fact that you're the last of us four to leave the roaring 20s behind?" "We shall." Cass raised the martini she'd just ordered. "All of us together, and Bree finally dolled up for a great night out, too." She eyed me. "After learning about what happened with that fucker, Daniel Kyle, and that big heart of yours bankrupting you, I'd like to thank you for coming out. But know this, we'll all be here to help you get through." "I know. It's why I love you three." I tipped my glass. "To new days ahead as we pull Cass across the line into her dirty 30s. Toasts went up, and we enjoyed laughter, silly talk, and a few drinks to loosen up. Being out with my friends felt renewing to my soul. Even if I was in a pitiful place in my life at the moment, I knew it would pass. "That one there," Natalia started sizing up someone behind me. "That man is a good prize for Bree." She sipped her drink as if she were tasting the dark-haired man herself. My girlfriends were daring and full of nonsense once the booze kicked their brains into another gear. Nat undoubtedly trailblazed into flirty and frivolous behavior, which always led to a good laugh. She seemed to oddly balance out the four of us, in her own crazy, horny way, of course. "No, not him," Cass laughed along with the rest of us at the table. "He's too proper with that polo shirt tucked into his khakis." She winked at me. "Our Bree is looking for someone a little more put together. Maybe someone in a nice button-down shirt and black slacks?" "True," I teased. "I'm officially a gold digger tonight, so sniff that one out with your constant wondering eyes, will you, Nat? I'm sure he'll join us when we head over to the club after dinner." "Ask and it shall be given," Sammy teased, knowing Nat would take this as an open invite to find the man for me. "Probably shouldn't take that leash off Nat while we're still in the restaurant, though, Bree." She played along. Then her eyes widened, and she gulped down a sip of her cocktail. "Dear God in heaven." Sammy paused like a deer caught in headlights, and then it felt like the entire room paused with her. The whole area except for the 6 men who'd just moved through it like they were the owners. It was James Mitchell and Company, so they probably did own this place in one way or another. All 6 men grabbed the attention of the room, like A-list celebrities, and, mother of God, they were all agonizingly gorgeous. Smiles were flashed around from a blonde man and a dark-haired man, the dark-haired man being Dr. Jake Mitchell. We all knew his face and story too well after the paparazzi had taken an interest in the hot chief heart surgeon at St. John's Hospital. The others, aside from Alexander Grayson and James Mitchell, were unknown to me. "Well, Jesus, Mary, and Joseph," Natalia said. "Your new partner is hotter in person than in those business magazines." She leaned into me. "And you're telling me that you despised him being your partner?" "It was personal." I smiled, enjoying that Alex was oblivious to the fact that I was sitting a few tables away from him. "Yeah, we all officially know now what personal gets you, don't we?" Cass raised that damn eyebrow at me. "Thank God for those men at the table. They're saving your dad's company." She reached for my shoulder. "And your adorable, perfectly plump ass." "Cheers to that," Sammy nodded as she sipped her martini. "Now, who's going over there to thank them?" Nat asked. "No one," I interrupted with a smile, holding on to Nat's arm with a death grip. "And if you so much as move a muscle to get up and go over there, I will break both of your kneecaps. Shattered bone, do you hear me?" "Relax," Nat countered with an eye roll. "As a matter of fact, excuse me," she called for the server. "We need to kick this off with a round of shots." She slid her arm out from my grip and placed it on my shoulder. "Make them all blowjobs." She winked at the young man and then carefully sipped her drink. "Oh, Christ, you're going to get us all in trouble," I answered. "You'll all thank me in the morning." "While nursing hangovers?" Sammy laughed. "Or maybe waking up in some stranger's bed?" Cass chuckled. "That will never happen again," Nat said, referencing the worst experience she'd ever had during a weekend in Vegas. I still have nightmares about that pitiful situation. We all broke our promise of never going to another club again after that happened to you, and here we all are. I chuckled. "Well, we did mature, I think," Sammy said with a laugh. "So we are safe tonight." "Yes, and how are we supposed to accept our maturity while we have blowjobs for shots in a fine restaurant?" I couldn't help but look at Nat and laugh. "Just like this," Nat answered me when she took her shot glass, knocked it back, then slowly used her tongue to lick her upper lip seductively. We all laughed while I raised my shot towards Sammy and Cass. To maturity and Nat insisting we're still the girls gone wild in college. "Cheers," Cass and Sammy said in unison while we downed our shots. I couldn't help but smile when Alex Grayson's eyes met mine at the very moment I set my shot glass on the table. He raised his bourbon, winked, and then flashed a smile that made my insides warm before he brought his attention back to his group. I noticed how strangely beautiful the man suddenly became to me at the current moment. It wasn't the booze either. I'd already encountered the strikingly good-looking man with enough alcohol in my system to understand this was different from that. "Brienne!" I heard the girls laughing, their voices ringing through my head, while my brain misfired because of that charming smile of Alex's. "What?" I asked, our delicious dinner plates being placed in front of us. Sammy's lips were tight with humor. Nat had her head down to prevent bursting into laughter, and Cass wore a sympathetic grin while she raised her cloth napkin to her upper lip. "You have whipped cream all over your lip." She covered her smile with her napkin. "And if I were going to point out a fact, I'd say that Alexander Grayson was certainly appreciative of the white-lipped smile you just gave him," Nat said with a soft laugh while pushing the tomatoes around in her salad with her fork. "Too bad you missed the opportune moment to lick that off your lip for him." I shook my head with embarrassment. "I seriously can't win with that guy. Swear to God," I said while briskly wiping the cream off my face. Now, not only did the man find my employees stealing from the company, but he's also watching his business partner act like she's a hot piece of ass who most likely gave him a stiffy that he has to hide under that table. Sammy chuckled. "I saw that smile on that devilish face of his." Nat nudged me. "Nice work, Bree." Change of subject. I handed Cass a tiny jewelry box. "I had this made for you," I said as I pushed my dinner plate to the side, folded my arms, and leaned on the table. "Bree?" She grinned. "You know I love gifts, but I was serious when I said that coming out and being with you girls was all I wanted." "Open it," I smiled. She did, and gently pulled out the delicate charm of the sun I'd designed and had a jeweler create. The engraved lines were meant to reflect light, as if the charm itself were shining. It was simple yet unique in how the jeweler had fashioned it. I was quite blown away when he held it up, and rays shone as if I were looking into the splendor of a diamond under bright lighting. I always referred to Cass as our beam of light, and I couldn't help but design and have the jeweler create something symbolic that represented our Cass. "That's positively stunning," Nat said, she and I being on the receiving ends of the light hitting the charm. "I love this," Cass said, holding it out, all of us impressed by the prisms beaming from the dainty charm. "How in the world—" She stopped and looked at me. "You are amazing, Brienne Stone. You designed this yourself, didn't you?" "Bree, how do you come up with this stuff?" Sammy asked, touching her fingertip to it. "Well, it was your 30th, and I got a little sentimental with ideas this year." "Better than a gift card, eh?" "It's the most beautiful gift ever, sweet Bree." She blew me an air kiss, and then we all returned to our meals before moving the party to the club in the next building. While we went straight to dancing, laughing, and forgetting the world around us, I found my spirit again. I was sparked with energy and filled with revitalization. I loved it, and I'd missed this. The girls and I must have spent an hour on the dance floor between drinks and laughs before I needed a break to catch my breath. "Damn, I'm out of shape," I laughed when Cass joined me at the bar. "What do you say we go back to my place, do pajama night, and—" "Hang on." Cass stopped and took a sip of the Cosmopolitan she'd ordered. "We can do pajama night and use that brand new lingerie to do the catwalk as we did in college." Cass danced where she stood while I ordered water, seriously in need of hydration and catching my breath. "Why don't you take your tipsy self back out to the dance floor? The catwalk will have to wait for another time." "We're doing it, Stone." She arched an eyebrow at me. "Even if we have to take a few cuties home with us tonight to be our judges." "You're drunk," I laughed.
"You're proposing a damn good idea,"
the low, scratchy voice of Alex said from behind me. "Right?" Drunk Cass answered Alex. "You can be Bree's judge." She laughed, then chewed her lip after my eyes widened to what she'd said and the fact that Alex was actually in this club. "Off to dance." I turned on my stool to face Alex as he sat next to me with his drink. "You and I are not having this conversation," I said. "I'm drinking. Have been drinking for a while. We're not doing this again."
I figured I'd use this opportunity to get my kiss from you finally.
He sipped his drink, then looked back at the dance floor.
I was also quite tempted to steal you away from a few men out there.
Right. I nodded. "So, what brings Mr. Suit into a club?" His expression succeeded in reviving all of the once dead sexual parts of my body.
"Well, after you teased me with that shot at dinner tonight, I figured I'd stalk you like a crazy man into the club."
My body wanted to believe he was serious, and the liquor in my system would have helped my brain believe it if I hadn't been cautious about not getting wasted tonight. But the man was enjoying teasing me, so why not play back? "I don't do one-night stands, sorry." I shrugged and drank my water. "Might have to keep a wandering eye on that dance floor, though."
"That's good to know," he said. "Now I won't have to worry about taking you back to my place, because it wouldn't be for just one night."
"Ah," I answered. "Sounds like you want to cross some serious ethical work boundaries, eh?"
"Nah."
He shrugged that sentiment off.
"You're my partner. Lifelong, as I recall. And therefore, ethics go out of the fucking window when you own the company with me and don't work for me."
"God damn," I said. "You've done a little research. It seems you have it all figured out with our lifelong partnership, don't you?"
"Well, there was no way I wasn't going into a relationship for life with a beautiful woman and not having sex with her."
"You're insane." I finally laughed. "Seriously, what brings you in here?"
"Just finishing up dinner and thought I'd congratulate you on a job well done again. Also, it appears you're doing well with the news of Theo moving."
I nodded and smiled at him. "What you did for him was a very kind thing. He's a great man and deserves nothing less than the offer you gave him."
"So, you're handling the move well?"
Suddenly, Alex and I transitioned into a more casual and friendly conversation, and I sensed his concern about my mental state more than anything else. I couldn't blame the guy. He'd seen me stupid drunk, crying, and insecure, and he'd also seen the bitch side of me. He was probably wondering if Theo leaving was going to be what made me finally break. "I'm looking forward to better days for all of us," I admitted, "and for you and me as partners. Tonight is my best friend's birthday, and what better way to turn the page in one's life than to celebrate the happiness of another?" He licked his lips. His eyes seemed to swirl in their emerald color, and he let out a breath that made me believe he wasn't expecting to hear that from me.
"You're a unique woman, Brienne Stone," he said before he finished the last of his drink. "I believe my car is awaiting me, and I'm glad you're doing well."
Turning the page, I smiled at him.
"That's an ideal way to look at it. Enjoy the rest of your evening. And you have my number if some douche wants to try anything stupid with my girl."
"Your girl, huh?"
"Lady? Lifelong partner? It's all the same."
He arched a friendly eyebrow at me.
"And in all of those things, you're most certainly mine."
"For life," I softly said, my brain trying to process his expression, tone, and gentle nod.
"Absolutely,"
he affirmed. As quickly as Alex Grayson appeared from out of nowhere, he disappeared in the same manner, walking through the crowd in the massive club area, and I was left to wonder what the hell had just happened.
Chapter 10. Alex. I had watched each of my close friends have life-changing occurrences which led them down a path of finding love in the most peculiar ways. As a bystander who'd watched everything my friends had gone through, I decided long ago to take what I deemed was a more straightforward route, not allowing a woman in at all. Quite frankly, I enjoyed the less problematic method of happiness by not bringing a complicated woman into my life. I could never become that man, the one I'd watched all of my buddies transform into. The man who was blindsided by love and all of the complications that waited on the other side of that word. Don't get me wrong, what my friends found with their ladies was priceless and worth it for them. I was a pragmatist, however, and there was no way the lucky lightning could strike all four of us. I suppose they had what I don't, though, which is a willingness for love to find me in the first place. My childhood was made up of horrors I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy. so the idea that I might have to share those experiences with another was a reason for me to avoid relationships like the plague. The pieces of the trauma I hadn't blocked out were enough to make me suffer from night terrors for as long as I can remember. Night terrors that made me jolt awake, drenched in sweat, and feeling like I'd been trying to outrun the hellhounds that tormented me endlessly. I didn't want to have to explain the occurrence to anyone. Weird things like night terrors lead to questions, and questions led to the truth. And the truth was something my family didn't talk about. I tried to make things work with Summer, but ultimately my attempt at that confirmed what I've always known. I don't have it in me. In the end, I looked like the asshole I was because she desperately tried to change the game on me. We were supposed to be having casual fun, but it didn't take her long to sink her claws into me and try to transform me into the perfect boyfriend material. That's when it all went south. What started as fun with an uncomplicated woman ended up being a suffocating relationship driven by her insecurities and desire to fix me and make me into the man of her dreams. I moved on from that for her and myself. If she wanted a man to share forever with, she should have easily known I could have never been that man. Now, I was dealing with Bree. From everything I'd come to know about her, she was my definition of a complicated woman. She'd had a messy wedding day breakup, she was a mess at work half of the time, and I'd seen her on the verge of falling apart more times than I'm sure she'd have liked. And even though she's everything I usually steered clear of when it came to women and my so-called version of a relationship, I'll be damned if she wasn't drawing my sorry ass in despite the walls I'd built to keep myself guarded. I wasn't entirely her victim, though. Well, perhaps I was, because Monday morning couldn't have come fast enough after I saw her out with her friends. I'd seen many different faces of Brianne Stone and was either annoyed or amused by her shifting moods. After seeing the veil of the woman's business side dropped and catching a glimpse of the lovely demeanor she displayed with her friends, I knew I was headed down a road I swore never to travel, taking an interest in a woman who I could never make happy. Why was I fascinated by her so suddenly, the most complicated woman I'd encountered in far too long? She's your fucking partner, that's why, I reassured myself before shaking this wild tangent of thought from my head. This was the last possible thing I needed to be thinking about. Ring, ring, ring. I glanced down at my phone after stepping out of my car and seeing that Brianne's new parking space was empty. Hey, Theo, I answered. Everything good on your end? I'm going through the proposals and wanted to thank you again for this. Should I drop it by Stone or Mitchell? Fax it to Mr. Monroe at Mitchell. He's handling the restructure in the London office while I deal with the shit that went south with Stone. I glanced at my watch and then back to Bree's empty parking space. Quick question, I said to Theo while shouldering my leather briefcase. Anything. Is everything okay? Bree told me you guys are opening up in the Brooks Architectural Building today. Yeah, I answered, still confused as to why the hell she wasn't yet here. I'm curious about whether or not she's a creature of habit, and maybe she showed up at the wrong building this morning. She's not here. I heard a sigh on the other end of the line. Complicated women. And this is who you thought about for your entire commute to work this morning? I thought with a roll of my eyes. What's up, Theo? I became more direct. If something is going on with her, I need to know. I'm getting ready to head up to my office, and I wasn't expecting her to be late on a day when her faithful employees are here to report for work. I shouldn't say anything, but... He paused. I'm a man who doesn't beat around the bush. Tell me what is going on with Brianne. She's at work. She's already there and said she loves her office. She's been there since 6 this morning. Ah, I answered, listening to the man stammer, holding something back. Why isn't her car here, then? Is she so humble that she parks on the second floor in the garage with the rest of our employees? She'll kill me if I told you, but after the way you've taken care of me, I know you'll understand her unfortunate situation. I stopped from entering the front doors of my building and walked toward one of the pillars that faced the valet stand. I'll kill you if you don't tell me, I teased. Seriously, I need to know what I'm walking into. What kind of unfortunate situation is Brienne facing? She's broke as hell, Theo sighed, while my eyes widened in shock. Broke as hell? I repeated. As in living on the streets? I saw her at a ridiculously expensive restaurant on Saturday night. What'd she do, gamble her life away in Vegas on Sunday? Alex, I can hear the humor in your voice, and this is why she would kill me for letting you in on this. It's not humor, it's more like disbelief, I answered. What are we looking at? The woman is an executive for a large architectural firm. On top of that, Mitchell & Associates pay rather well as our parent company. Well, after her girlfriends told me she surrendered her car to the dealership on Saturday, I wanted to chew her out. Her best friends are very close and will help her financially until she can fix this. I need direct answers, Theo, not gossip column BS. How broke is she, and how did this happen? Does she not understand the meaning of investing money? Paying bills? What? I was becoming firm, because this was the most insane thing I'd ever heard in my entire life. At this age, and with all of these opportunities that had been made available to her, how the fuck could she be flat broke? Bree has a huge heart. All of the money she had to her name, down to every last penny of her father's inheritance, she invested into her father's company. She was determined to keep Stone afloat and save her father's legacy. This is why I hope you bury every last son of a bitch who stole from her. While they pillaged, she was donating her paychecks, life savings, and selling off stocks so they wouldn't lose their homes or cars. I could hear the man choking up. Jesus Christ, I finally said. Don't you dare be an asshole to her. Theo's voice sharpened. I don't need that job in London, and I will risk losing it to tell you that I will kick your ass if you tell her you know and if you're a condescending dick to her about this. I smiled. Someone threatening to kick my ass while talking business was normal, but a CEO being flat broke after donating their assets? That was not fucking normal. My lips are sealed, I assured him. I am in shock that she considered doing that shit, but my new partner never ceases to amaze me. Don't worry about Brienne. I'll manage to get her to tell me, and we'll ensure the woman isn't auctioning off her belongings at high noon today. This isn't a joke, Alex, Theo said. Brienne may have a huge heart, but the woman is as stubborn as a mule. Got it, I responded. Maybe over a few Moscow mules this afternoon she'll confide in me, and we'll get the bills paid and a company car offered in her new bonus package. She'll see right through that, Theo warned. She won't drink during business hours either. She stated that after her run-in with you while she was drunk at the gala. She vowed never again to let liquor interfere with her thoughts while in your presence. I'll find a way. I always do. I smiled, knowing there hasn't been one woman or business transaction that I couldn't have my way with. Take care, Theo, and fax over the details. Spencer Monroe will be working on your transfer and ensuring you're taken care of. Not a word to Bree, he warned again. Her dark secret is safe with me, I teased. I don't like that tone. And I don't like keeping secrets, I answered. However, I'll get the news directly from the woman. Rest easy, friend. With that, I hung up. Brienne Stone may be a complicated woman, but she wasn't complicated enough that I couldn't manage to sneak this out of her. I was her partner, and I would do anything to help her rise from the dust pile her employees threw her in. For the love of God, who in their right mind would allow themselves to go bankrupt with their company? That shit would have to be explained to me because I would never figure it out on my own. Failing businesses either close up shop or get sold to the highest bidder, eager to take them on. I'd never heard of a CEO going bankrupt along with the company. Executives could usually see a bad thing coming, and they'd jump ship long before they went down with the damn thing. This woman was dangerously attached to her father's company, but to the point of bankruptcy? What the living fuck? My new mission today. on top of shaking the last of the rotten apples out of the tree from Stone, and the joys of sitting with HR and legal at Mitchell this afternoon, was to crack Brienne Stone. The woman had done the most mind-blowing thing I could imagine, and I was going to get it out of her. I knew trust was something she needed to find in me, so I'd start there. I sure as shit hoped the friends she was out with on Saturday were helping the woman, because I couldn't lend a hand unless I confessed that Theo had sold her ass out. With a new smile of determination on my face, I walked into the magnificent entrance of Brooks, happy to be back in the intricately designed building, designed by John Brooks himself, and eager to get some coffee and meet with my destitute business partner. Strangely, I welcomed this because I had a feeling the woman was going to lie at every angle to save herself embarrassment, and I wasn't going to let up on her. It's how I was programmed, to find answers and seal deals at any cost. My vice president, J.C. Grant, was the first to greet me after slamming into me with a pile of papers, which exploded all around us, falling like feathers to the ground. I laughed, as I always did when J.C.'s mind was spinning, and she was trying to handle shit behind the scenes. "I thought we were going green, Jace," I teased her, seeing her hair falling out of its once intricately styled bun, her cheeks heated, and her eyes pleading with me to leave her to the day that was trying to go to hell on her. "This is bullshit," she said. She was never one to cuss, around me anyway. I knelt and started to gather the papers that were scattered in the hallway. "What's bullshit? What happened?" "I'm getting calls from Stone Company employees asking why their place of business has locked them out." "Why haven't you directed them to Brienne or me?" "Bree jumped my ass for it earlier." She smirked and raised her brows. "She certainly has fire in her spirit." "Jumped your ass?" I frowned, off-put at the idea of Brienne being a bitch to the women we shared as a vice president. "In a good way. She wasn't mean," she said, looking over her glasses at me. "She told me to block their numbers from my cell and that they were her problem, not mine." "Here's the deal." I handed her the last of the papers and stood with her. "They're neither yours nor her problem. Unfortunately, these fuckers who robbed Stone blind didn't get the memo that Lexi sent out on Friday night." "You're playing it too nice, if you ask me," J.C. eyed me. She was unbelievably gorgeous, albeit a bit neurotic for my taste. She was also completely off-limits if I wanted to keep a good vice president running this place. "Well, you're a big, bad New Yorker," I said. She'd come from a badass firm in Manhattan, and she proudly graduated top of her class at NYC, and being a native East Coaster, she didn't mince words. "Sometimes we Californians don't operate as boldly as you." "You take the easy route," she chuckled. "We tend to play the long game and give you enough rope to hang yourself," I countered. "While you blast people with truth bombs, I'm more inclined to put someone in the hot seat and watch them squirm and suffer a little bit." "Whatever. Because you love watching people squirm, I'm left to deal with their BS in the meantime. I say cut and run." I grinned, then nodded toward the papers she held. "What's with all the papers? Did our marketing team start printing flyers?" I pinched my lips, trying not to laugh at her rising frustration. "They're the last of the papers we're inputting from Stone," Brienne said, walking up to us. "Here, J.C., I'll take those." I eyed Brienne, and though I loved her Michelle Pfeiffer-esque mysterious eyes and lips, my primal male instincts begged me to see if the cleavage that was alive and well in her cocktail dress was still pronounced to perfection. This woman hid a body underneath that business attire that I wanted to discover in more ways than one. She wore her usual pencil skirt, and I could tell her matching suit jacket was draped elsewhere, while she and J.C. were up here busting their asses, making me feel like I was the schmuck who was late for work. With her business jacket abandoned, my eyes were grateful she wore a fashionable pink silk blouse with a loose V-shaped neckline. I could tear this woman up if I wanted to destroy my business relationship, and part of me was starting to believe it would be worth it. "You look pissed off," JC said, eyeing Brienne, then me. I'm sort of feeling like I'm late to the party. I looked at Brienne. In fact, I was about to jump your ass for being late on your first day here when I noted your car wasn't parked next to mine in executive parking. Oh. Her eyes widened, cheeks turned pink. Then she looked at JC for help. My car is in the shop. I slid my hands into my suit pockets, realizing that JC and Brienne had already formed a little womanly bond, and most likely about Bree being broke. Their body language and eye contact, Brienne thanking JC and JC giving a quick nod in response, confirmed it. Your car is in the shop. I interrupted the women's telepathic glancing. Oil change? Nah, it broke down. She blew out a breath. I refrained from smiling. That sucks. Where did you leave it broke down at? I toyed with the word broke, seeing her eyes narrow at me. Does it matter? JC shot off, jumping on Bree's bandwagon. How about we talk about the fact that we're moving Brienne out of the Dark Ages and teaching her to go green for the environment by inputting all of this into the computer? How about that? I smiled at the two. Let's spend the entire day inputting jobs into a computer instead of allowing our PAs to earn their paychecks. Confidential paperwork, JC said. So we'll see you later. Hold up, both of you. I turned to face where they were headed. Let me see the papers. What the hell were they all secretive and girlfriendish about? Who knew, maybe JC and Bree both preferred women, each other, and in the end, I'd be the damn joke. JC shoved the papers into my hands, and I started to fan through the pages. Most were outdated projects, bids that needed approval, and some were mock-ups that the architects had fucked us on that would require the legal team. I eyed Brienne. First of all, you'll have to ignore JC and her love for the environment at times, especially when it comes to us needing this hard evidence in the hands of legal for this afternoon when we meet with them. I looked at JC. I'm hoping this is why you're acting out of character and suddenly so skittish. We're trying to handle the last of the business. You're slowing us down, JC said, with an arch of her eyebrow. Brienne and I have a meeting with some new department heads today. I smiled at Brienne. Well, one head, anyway. I think they're all mostly losing their heads with those papers as proof that they robbed you of virtually everything. True, Brienne said. All right, get the papers secure and in my office, I said to JC. You're in this meeting too. It seems that you and Brienne have become close enough for you to learn how we will be handling the merge moving forward. You're too nice by allowing them to step foot in the Howard building and giving them a chance to defend themselves in front of James Mitchell and Spencer Monroe, JC said. I told you that I like to put people in the hot seat earlier, and Mr. Monroe prefers to sit their asses on hot coals. The man has a way with words that will make the litigators take notes on how to improve their interrogation skills. I heard he's an absolute son of a bitch, Brienne said. I'm not in the mood for assholes today. I noticed her demeanor change when her eyes moved toward the wall I stood next to. Well, with your car being broke and leaving you stranded, I can imagine. You say the word broke as if it's supposed to mean something else, Brienne snapped. I'm bringing these to your secretary, JC said. I'll let Spencer know we have more documentation heading his way, too. If he gives you shit, give him Bree's number, I said with a grin. He needs to be checked by the woman who's not in the mood for assholes today. She smiled, while Brienne laughed. Yeah, if Spencer Monroe wants to be bitchy about this, I can certainly handle him, Bree said. Have you met my buddy Spencer? Or are these rumors that Brooks' employees have delivered to your itching ears today? I was told that he's a no-bullshit man. He's James Mitchell's VP, so I can guarantee he's a hard ass. I'm all those things as well. Does that guarantee me a seat at the table where you prematurely judge people? Her lips twitched. I'm sorry. I'm being rude. This whole day has been hell from the minute I woke up and realized I didn't have my A smile spread across my face when she stopped herself from telling the truth about not having her car. I'm sorry, are you from Boston all of a sudden? You didn't have a car when you woke up this morning? I teased.
Alex,
she tucked her hair behind her ear, ignoring my question.
Our meeting is in 15 minutes. We should probably go over notes and how we're going to roll out all of this.
I'm more curious as to how you went from having a car in the shop to waking up without one altogether.
Long weekend.
She threw up that excuse next.
I'm not getting into it. I need to get my head into the game so that we can kick off this meeting properly.
It was bugging me that she wouldn't come out and tell me that the sons of bitches who'd been stealing from her were the reason she was fucking broke. Time for the trust game. I'm hoping your weekend wasn't long because some dick ruined it for you. You never called the one man who promised he'd take care of what was his. Her eyes diverted from mine.
You can think that all day long, but no man owns me.
So you didn't go home with some dick who promised you what only I could give? Her eyes did that sexy, wide-eye look.
Good God, Alex. We're at work, not at the bar.
We're on the executive floors, I smiled, leaning my shoulder against the wall. And I want to know the truth about your car. You're covering something up, and I'm not one for secrets.
Well, instead of you believing I'm holding a deep, dark secret,
which you are, I thought, while I nodded along to her proclamation,
it boils down to one thing.
She arched a cocky eyebrow at me.
It's personal, and none of your business.
Now you've got my full attention, and I won't be able to focus in that meeting until I know the truth about why you and JC seem to be having a day from hell, and we're only 30 minutes into shop time.
There's a lot ahead of both of us. My car not being parked next to yours should be the last thing on your mind.
Just trying to make sure we're all merging, trusting each other, and two business partners are helping each other get through it all. She inhaled and put on the smile that shut my ass right up. The goddamn dimples that popped in her cheeks would certainly fuck me over if I allowed them to latch on to me.
Well, if you need any help, she said, I'll be right at your side as you announce the new changes to our department heads and tell them why we're all moving into their building.
When you smile like that, I stopped myself immediately and simply nodded in agreement with her, ending the conversation. Shit. That one smile was enough to make me have to fight to ignore my impulses. She was smiling at me as she had her friends at dinner the other night. She was goddamn beautiful, and I was the most dangerous creature she could ever meet. I was so fucked because I knew I wasn't wired to keep that smile on her face. I was a heartless bastard because, as my father always loved to remind me, I wasn't capable of love. Still, that had never stopped me from pretending I could be Mr. Right for all the wrong girls. But now, my voice was nearly cracking as I let her know that her smile does something to me, and the baffled, bashful look on her face, probably the knowledge that she knew I was smitten by her and she liked it, sucked me in even more. For someone who didn't let anything stand in his way, business or pleasure, I sure was having a hell of a time with this woman today.
Chapter 11. Bree. My morning was a disaster so far, starting with me walking out to my car only to be reminded I didn't have the damn thing anymore. After spending all day Sunday, half hungover, going over the jacked-up paperwork from my embezzling employees, I could safely say that the last few days had been less than ideal. Regardless, I had all my paperwork ready for Mitchell & Associates' legal teams, and that's all that mattered. I secured an Uber to take me to the office, and instead of feeling sorry for myself that I'd lost my car because of my dickhead employees, I used it as fuel to ignite a fire under my ass to handle business with those thieves. I was doing great until JC overheard Theo on my speakerphone, asking me about the car. With perfect timing, she walked in as he mentioned my unfortunate financial situation. She was an angel when I ended the call right then and there with Theo and explained in vague detail how managing shitty employees had bitten me in the ass. With some resistance, and I'm sure confusion, she agreed to keep it between her and me. She tried to urge me to inform Alex, but when I explained that my new business partner didn't need to know about my crappy financial problems while dealing with my sleazeball employees, she backed off. We left it at that. I wasn't used to being broke or accepting charity of any kind, so when Natalia offered to let me use her BMW, one of her extra cars, to say I was humbled was an understatement. Maybe a bit of my pride was bruised, but that was no one's fault but my own. I was wholeheartedly grateful to have such understanding friends in my life. My only problem was that I wouldn't get the keys until today, and it wouldn't have been a problem if good old Alex hadn't been prying into the whereabouts of my car all fucking morning. He was the last person on earth I wanted to know about this. Learning my company was upside down because I'd been a spineless leader was more than he needed to know about me. My financial situation, however, was probably enough for him to walk away entirely. Someone like Alexander Grayson would never understand why I put everything back into the company because I was determined to keep my dad's legacy alive. Shit, I can't even imagine trying to explain that to Mr. Business in a suit. After pushing his nose out of my business, ignoring the dark three-piece suit that served to enhance his fine figure and beautiful face, I was prepped for our first meeting of the day with our heads of marketing and sales. While Alex talked and 7 other men and women sat around the conference table, I watched their reactions to his words. Some seemed annoyed at the changes that were taking place in the company, and some seemed confused. They listened to Alex as he explained the finalization of the merge. After rounding everything out with my company moving into this building, the only thing left to do was to continue to shake things up, push out complacent employees, and perhaps find some dirty ones working for Brooks' firm, too. As he spoke, I studied the real estate company Brooks had been using, the agents, and the land they scoped out for their customers, and I found a potential issue that could be a problem. "Mr. Grayson?" I spoke after he asked for input before moving forward. "I know we're going over in time here, but I've found something that's bothering me." Alex smiled and nodded.
"Take all the time you need."
He took his seat at the head of the long glass table while I stood and walked toward the middle of it with my iPad.
"Would you like to share what you have on our big screen?"
he asked, trying not to laugh at my lack of technology savviness, coming from a company that didn't hold meetings in such a way. "Go ahead." I handed it to him. After he ran his fingers over the touchscreen, the corner screen in the room projected the real estate that one of our team members was working on for a project. It was a horrible plot, not at all acceptable for this project, and I was shocked marketing and sales had allowed it to move forward.
"What are we looking at here?"
a man named Greg asked. "We're looking at a project site for a brand new outdoor mall," I answered, walking over to the screen that displayed the images of the land. "This isn't good real estate, and I wonder if the architect who's working with this client understands that." "That site was the best in the valley, according to the agent. Our clients want an outdoor mall on a larger scale, and this was the biggest piece of land. It came at a great price," a woman named Tish answered. I didn't ask why it was purchased. I asked if the architect who's designing an outdoor mall with a water park included in this unique design knows about this site. "No, we purchased it and the client agreed." "Why didn't you work with the client's architect?" I asked in confusion. "Shouldn't they have a say in where their design will be?"
"What's wrong with the site?"
Alex asked. "For starters, it's next to a sewage treatment facility, not to mention the tangle of freeways intersecting around it. Would you shop anywhere outdoors near that?" I looked at the expressions of realization popping up on everyone's faces except for Tish, who defended the site location. "Perhaps the agent left that part out?" Tish said.
"Perhaps that is why you got such a fantastic deal as well, Tish."
Alex eyed the woman.
"Find out which sales member on your team approved the purchase of this shitty site. Pun intended. And then we'll discuss why we've encouraged our clients to build a fantastic outdoor mall next to a goddamn toilet."
"We need to make sure that we're visiting the sites we purchase. This shows me that no one went to the site with their client. I know we're all living in a digital age, but visiting sites that we're to build on isn't just good client business. It's also necessary for us to see the grand scale and do the best job possible. It's got to stay in the... Excuse me? The door cracked open, and my secretary Nicole had a look of horror on her face that forced me to pause in the same manner. Natalia is here with a car? Oh, for fuck's sake, I thought, remembering Nat was dropping the car and keys off at noon so we could grab lunch. Unfortunately, this meeting had run right into the lunch hour, and my stunning blonde best friend was waiting behind where Nicole stood, dangling keys as if she were my transportation fairy godmother.
Show her in,
Alex said with that sly smile of his. Natalia walked in. Being a real estate agent for a top broker in Beverly Hills, she was dressed and coiffed immaculately, and I watched her air of confidence fill the room along with her rich perfume. Sorry to interrupt. I hadn't a clue Bree was still in a meeting, she said in her usual commanding voice. I just need to hand off these keys. She stopped when she saw the look on my face, a look that would have turned her to stone if it could have. Nat was caught in the crossfire of Alex's smirk and me looking at her with a death stare at the same time as she locked eyes on the sewer property.
Keys for Ms. Stone's car? The one that's broke down and in the shop?
Alex pressed. Yes, Nat smoothly said. I had no idea where to park the thing. Forgive me, but I can't help but notice the construction site next to that wretched sewage treatment plant. She smiled at the room. The men sitting around the table were damn near drooling over her, and the 4 women sat there with challenging expressions. I'm in real estate, and I know this site well. I would never allow any of my clients to purchase it. Please, God, she looked at me. Tell me this isn't another situation that occurred at Stone? Alex smiled.
This is a lapse in judgment that occurred within the Brooks architectural firm that Brienne spotted with her eagle eyes. Tell me, Mrs. Hoover, or is it Miss?
He inquired, as Nat relaxed into her usual real estate agent pose. It's Ms. Hoover. She glanced at one of the young, hot guys in the room. And I plan for it to be Ms. Hoover until the day I die, she added while my mouth dropped. Call me Nat, though. I prefer that method when I'm in a conversation.
God, Natalia, I will kill you. Good to know,
Alex answered while everyone around the table watched this theatrical event playing out.
I won't look for a wedding invite anytime soon.
He smiled while Nat eyed me with a look that said, if you don't fuck this man, I gladly will.
Now, you mentioned you wouldn't allow your clients to purchase this real estate?
I'm with J&R Brokerage. I'm sure you've heard about us?
My friend, Spencer Monroe, had a great experience with your firm with the purchase of his 2 homes.
Alex said. Nat nodded and smiled in her sultry way. Mr. Monroe was one of my most enjoyable clients, she added. We had a brilliant... Nat? I interrupted my best friend, who was likely about to announce that she'd screwed mine and Alex's boss to a room full of employees. Perhaps you would like to meet me downstairs? I'll only be a moment. Of course, Nat smiled. I do hope no one signed on the dotted line for that property.
It's for an outdoor mall,
Alex said, keeping Nat in the room. Is he trying to give me a fucking heart attack? The smile on his face told me he loved every ounce of this shit.
I would like to offer you an exclusive opportunity to work as our sole agent for Brooks & Stone. I should hope you specialize in commercial as well as residential properties.
You're talking to the finest real estate agent in Beverly Hills, Alexander Grayson. Fuck. Leave, Nat. Please, God, just go.
I could sense that from the moment you walked into the room,
Alex said.
How about this?
He looked at the department heads around the table.
We'll meet tomorrow in the first-floor conference room. I want each employee on your team present as we introduce Miss Hoover to them. She will be their new contact for properties, so we don't end up building a children's museum next to a nuclear reactor.
I'm the girl for the job. Nat smiled at me.
Would you recommend Miss Hoover's services?
Alex asked me with a shit-eating grin. She's who we used at Stone, and she comes highly recommended. I smiled at my best friend. I should not have been surprised that after spending a handful of minutes in the room, Nat's sass had landed herself a job as our exclusive agent. She was nothing if not charismatic. It was her work that brought us that remarkable piece of beachfront property for Sphere before it even hit the market. She's skilled, she's fast, and she's worth far more than I'm sure we're willing to pay to secure her.
Oh, I think she'll like the package I'm willing to offer.
Alex smiled at me before he looked around the room.
Any questions before we all meet again tomorrow with all teams present?
None, Tish said flatly.
Good.
Alex narrowed his eyes at her.
I expect you'll fix this purchase error, apologize to the clients, and work swiftly with Natalia tomorrow to find a better location for their mall in the valley. I don't settle for shit, and all of you are keenly aware of that. Especially you, Tish.
His dark stare softened her stiff posture.
Fix this by the meeting tomorrow. I want to see that the property is either back on the market or sold by then. This error is egregious, and I hope we don't uncover anything else like this under mine and Ms. Stone's watch again. You may all go and grab some lunch.
I filtered out with the rest of the room and took Nat's elbow in my hand, leading her directly into my office. Nat, I sighed, then hugged her. You know you'll be the end of me, right? Good Lord, this is the end of you? This room is fucking heaven on earth. She raised her hands and walked toward the corner of my office that had floor-to-ceiling windows. She stepped forward, leaning into the way the windows were fashioned to slant outward, giving an optimum view of the garden area, located next to a small boutique mall and cafe. Speaking of Gloria's, she smiled back at me. We're shopping there. I'm sure you can use some leather and lace in your wardrobe. It's expensive, but... She paused, and her coy smile spread on her lips when she looked at my door.
I'm sure that since we caught thieves in Stone and landed the Sphere account,
Alex said, stepping in behind where I stood,
Brienne could afford to purchase some of that fine Italian clothing for all of us.
I pursed my lips and eyed my best friend, then turned around. Not while my car is in the shop. I reinforced my lie.
Right.
Alex slipped his hands into his pockets, a gesture that shouldn't have done anything to me whatsoever, but it served to keep the man as sexy as sin.
Strange.
He looked at Nat.
The keys that you delivered, aren't they for Brienne's car?
Listen, I held a finger up to keep Nat's lips shut and looked at Alex. I have a hefty bill to pay for repairs, so no, I'm not going to be buying you lace underwear for your wardrobe today, Alexander. He playfully smiled at me, and I knew the man wasn't done with his quest to find out I was broke as fuck. Why the hell did he care to find out so much, anyway? Jesus Christ. Turn a blind eye, for God's sake. Something told me that it was probably morbid curiosity, like watching a horrible reality television show, that kept his attention. The constant, shitty drama in my life was like a train wreck he couldn't look away from.
Damn it. Maybe on a better day, then,
he said.
So, Miss Hoover, I must know the details of your friendship with my good friend, Spencer Monroe.
Spicy Spence? She did her sexy yet contagious laugh. Then she caught herself when she realized she'd revealed her sex name for our boss.
Spicy Spence?
Alex laughed a laugh that made this stressful situation fade in that instant.
God in heaven. I thought I would never have anything to hang over that man's head.
I don't plan on seeing him again. Nat's eyes darted to me for help, but she walked into this game I'd been in the middle of since Alex and I first met. I might as well watch her squirm in her confidence a bit. So please do not mention I'm working as your agent.
Was he a dick who dumped you? Don't tell me that because of his lack of good judgment, I'm going to lose my partner's friend and someone who appears to be an excellent real estate agent, too.
Natalia might not be our number one choice here, I interrupted. If she's had a relationship with Mr. Monroe, then that could potentially be a problem, and we can't have any more drama than we already have. I looked at Nat. You'll most likely be seeing him again. Are you up for that? She chewed on her bottom lip. Monroe was a great time, but the man answered a call in the middle of... She paused while Alex softly laughed.
Sex?
Alex said. Yes, she answered. It doesn't get any more humiliating than that. I'm an amazing real estate agent. I finished Nat's sentence, stopping her from treating Alex as if he were Theo or one of the girls. "And I would like to keep you involved. We need to find a way to have you help us secure deals, but not quite working with a man you screwed." "If I weren't allowed to work with men I screwed, I'd never have any work at all," Nat said with a laugh. "And there it is," I added, covering my face with my hand as Alex laughed loudly at my shameless friend.
"Well, I'm starving,"
Alex said, breaking up this conversation.
"Brienne, I would take you to lunch to discuss what Mr. Mitchell and Monroe have planned, but I believe you and your friend here have some job details to work out."
Alex rocked back on his heels as I nodded.
"The lawyers and Monroe are set to finalize the things, and we're just going to be there for the entertainment. Enjoy your lunch, ladies. I'll see you at the Howard Building at 2 o'clock.
Alex nodded, and then he left like he magically floated on air. "Nat, what the living hell?" I said to her. "What? I screwed Monroe, and I thought I was amazing, but the son of a bitch still stopped in the middle and answered a goddamn phone call. That's what you get for screwing wealthy businessmen to close deals." "Brienne Stone," she snapped. "He signed the agreement first, then we had cocktails, and the liquor drove me into his bed. Being in my boss's bed is bad enough." She looked over at my door. "I can tell Alex is still part of Mitchell & Associates, and he's more of a boss to you than Spicy Spence could ever be." "What does that mean?" I asked, closing my door. "It means I have a suspicion that Alex, your partner, not only works here, but he also has his tight connections with your parent company. He's best friends with the owner, for Christ's sake." I'm so done with this day, and I haven't even met with lawyers and ex-employees yet. I rubbed my forehead. I have no appetite, and I probably should go hunt Alex down and figure out exactly what's going to... You're having lunch with me, you're going to relax, and you're going to appreciate that I see how Mr. Alex Grayson looks at you. Your cute little expressions, your horrible poker face, all of it fuels that man to want you, and in delicious ways, I'm sure. I smiled at her. "Everything is sex to you." I grabbed my purse. "And I'm not you. So if Alexander Grayson thinks he and I are going to have sex while he answers his phone, then he is sorely mistaken." Nat chuckled. "I highly doubt he will be answering phones while you're riding him to the extreme heights of ecstasy." "We're walking out of my office now," I warned her. "No more sex talk. And no talking about the loaner car you brought me, which... Thank you again for that." "No problem," she said. "Ronaldo is my partner at the agency. He's the one I'll have rep for us over here if you and Alex still want our real estate services." She was more professional now that we were in public again, mostly because she was on her way to eat. I loved the girl, but God almighty, she had a knack for fucking me over in the worst ways possible. There was never any gray area with Nat, though. Everyone knew exactly where they stood with her, and at times, I felt like I would be wise to learn from her fearless nature.
Chapter 12. Alex. Bree and I sat quietly while Spencer and Jim made these bottom-feeding thieves confess their wrongdoings through tears or out of fear of the police being called. It was quite enjoyable to watch Spence and Jim play good cop, bad cop, but I could see that this shit was taking its toll on Brienne. I tried to empathize with her, but since I was the guy who caught the assholes and not the victim of their maliciousness, I struggled to give a damn about how these sneaky fuckers felt. Brienne was face to face with the people who'd all but bankrupted her, believing that she was to blame for her company not paying its bills. That's the main reason I was enjoying watching Jim and Spencer ream these pathetic losers. The woman who sat stiffly by my side couldn't pay her bills because she thought she needed to protect these sons of bitches, so these people deserved every ounce of karma that was about to crash down on them. Any other day, I would have happily jumped in alongside Jim and Spence to make these dicks suffer more guilt and fear for what they'd done. But oddly, my gut told me to sit this one out. It was more useful in this situation for me to be a bystander with Brienne and offer her smiles of reassurance that Jim, Spencer, and the lawyers were going to fix the problem. After the last jerk-off walked out in tears, offering Brienne one final pathetically guilty nod, I rose and thanked the lawyers for their time. Brienne was behind me, and I could sense the woman was utterly drained after listening to this shit for 4 hours. "You okay?" I quietly asked, after the lawyers left me, Jim, and Spencer with her. She lifted her chin. "I'm good," she said, fake Rolex smile plastered on her face. I glanced at her hands. "Your hands are trembling." I instinctively covered where she folded them together to prevent Jim and Spencer from seeing her at a breaking point. "Tell me this is from nerves of excitement and not guilt." I sucked in a breath when her eyes lifted to mine. Of all the emotions I'd seen in her, I'd never seen this expression. It was as if she were holding back tears, but her eyes seemed to plead with me to hold her, as if the woman were mine to protect. The act of covering her hands with mine brought about a revelation that damn near struck me upside the head. I loved the idea of her being mine to protect from any shady bastard who would dare to hurt this woman in any way. The sentiment was a total shock to me, but it wasn't unwelcome. "Nerves of excitement." She pulled her hands away from mine after we shared some weirdly intimate eye-locking moment. "That's all." "Liar," I teased, resorting to humor, knowing that if Spence and Jim had seen this thoughtful and unbusinesslike situation I'd lost myself in, I'd never hear the fucking end of it. Jim was the first to walk over while I turned to see Spence on his phone, finalizing the details of the pricks we'd spent the last of the workday dealing with. "Jesus Christ," he said with a half-smile. "I can't believe that shit was going on at Stone." He looked at Brienne. "You had no idea this was happening?" "No idea," she answered firmly, holding her own against Jim's usual no-bullshit expression. "And if I'm honest, it was difficult to keep my mouth shut while they made their excuses." "Well, I'm glad you did," Jim answered with a smile. "Sometimes disgruntled and lying employees have a way of turning their former boss's words on them." I grinned. "You're not alone, though," I said, gripping my best friend's shoulder. "Jim has had his fair share of sitting with lawyers while I was the one doing the interrogations of the shady employees." Jim softly laughed. "From the sound of it, it seems like you had difficulty sitting through it and keeping your mouth shut, too." "Nah," I half-lied. "It was quite enjoyable to watch your dick's side surface when those thieves started to use Brienne as their excuse for not understanding why their fuckery got them fired, and some of them facing jail time." I glanced at Brienne, the woman still holding a stiff business posture. The best of it all was watching Monroe blast their asses with facts and making them all feel like the pieces of shit they are. Jim glanced back at our friend from college. "I don't even want to think about the years I wasted with you doing that man's job instead of him." I laughed. "Nice try, fucker." I paused my bantering with Jim when Brienne's demeanor proved she wasn't in the mood for it. Strangely, I gave more of a damn about her current state of mind than I did catching up and throwing jabs back and forth with Jim at the moment. Nailing these bastards to the wall for the last 4 or more hours should have made her relieved it was over so she could move forward. It should have cued that dimpled smile that was sure to be the death of me. Instead, the woman was expressionless and unwavering in this death stare that seemed to be looking at something other than Jim, and I loosened up and in conversation. Who knows? Jim was Mr. Mitchell to her, and she was standing in the largest conference room at the headquarters of the man's global empire. "All good?" I asked her. She blinked. The fake Rolex smile reappeared. Then she turned back and grabbed her purse. "If that's all you need from Alex and me, I have some other pressing issues to finalize for a project," she said to Jim, lying through her teeth. "We're all good here," Jim answered with a smile. "I will say that it's good to see things cleaned up and moving forward. May I inquire as to how you're faring with the idea of closing Stone Company's building?" "It'll take some getting used to, but after what went down today, we certainly needed to make that change." She forced that smile again. "It's a good change," she said, with no emotion. Jim eyed me as if I'd fucked the woman and sent her packing directly after. Being businessmen who dealt with dirtbags daily, both of us were trained to read people. It was vital to make sound business transactions, and Jim knew what I was currently picking up on. The woman didn't want to be in this room another second. "Brienne Stone." Spencer walked up right before Brienne could squeeze in another exit attempt. "It's nice to meet you, finally." He reached his hand to shake hers. Brienne's eyes carried a hint of a sparkle in them, and thank God for that, too. She and I were both given a little insight into Spencer, who had the ladies worshipping at his feet with just a friendly wink. One of his admirers being Brienne's very forward friend, Natalia. How on earth he managed to answer the phone while fucking her, I'd never know. I thought I was a dickbag when I had a fling, but I'd never pull that number on someone, even if they were terrible in bed. One thing was for sure, Spicy Spence was never going to hear the end of it after the guys and I went out for dinner. "What the hell is that look, Alex?" Spencer asked, after Brienne blew his ass off in her business frame of mind. I eyed Brienne, and her eyes flashed a warning that she would hand me my balls later if I dared to bring up her friend, which I would, but not now. It would be best if Brienne knew the man as I did, and that wouldn't have been the best icebreaker. So, using my best effort to shut the hell up about her friend fucking my friend, I remained tight-lipped about Natalia Hoover. "You kicked ass, man." I diverted Spencer's probing eyes. "It's good to watch you in action again." "That was a shitty situation." He looked at Brienne. "I trust you're feeling somewhat better now that your company, along with Brooks, will remain profitable. The bottom feeders are no longer in a position to hurt you or your father's incredible legacy. I have to say, you've done an effective job of running that company, even if there was financial trouble due to the issues we uncovered." "I'm glad it's over, and they're gone." She smiled at him stiffly. "All of you were great today. I'm grateful we have you on our side." "The feeling is mutual, Miss Stone." Jim reverted to a more solemn demeanor. "If you'll all excuse me, I have to attend to a few business matters with Mr. Monroe." He nodded to Brienne and then to Spencer. "We've a few things to go over before we can get out of here." With a glance of concern from Jim to me, the men made their exit. Jim knew Brienne was not fucking around at the moment, and he knew it was up to me as her partner to ensure the woman didn't have ill feelings about the fallout that had taken place. My expression answered him with a look of knowing that I could handle Brienne. At least, I thought I could. If the woman would bust out the truth on me, she'd quickly learn that she was in the presence of 3 powerful and wealthy men who would do anything to help her, especially after listening to all the hell these idiots put her through. All she needed to do was say the word, and she'd be taken care of. I remained quiet as I trailed Brienne to a red BMW. I would have ordinarily walked to my car and allowed her time to cry on her friend's shoulders, but no. One damn sniff, watching her fighting with her key fob, bubbled up some unfamiliar emotions inside me. "The unlock button should be easy to find on a vehicle I assume you own," I said. I was in uncharted waters of actually giving a damn about someone being emotionally affected by business matters, so I didn't know how to be of support, but here I was trying. "I know," she sniffed again. "Thanks." "What the hell is going on with you?" That was probably too harsh, but she was a businesswoman. She could handle the harsh shit. "What the hell is going on with me?" I was now asking myself if I could handle the harsh shit, standing on the other side of a woman's expression who was simultaneously pissed off and hurt. "That is what I asked. You should be walking with a smile on your face and a spring in your step, but instead the tears are back." I was a dick, but I couldn't help but react to her cold bitch behavior. "I'm not going to lose my shit." She glanced toward the expensive cars in executive parking at Mitchell & Associates. "Certainly not in this parking garage, and certainly not in front of you again." She eyed me, and her mysterious glare was sexy as fuck. I'm not a weak person, Mr. Grayson, but I've spent the better part of the morning here listening to those fuckers finally admit that they stole from me. After all the goddamn motherfucking hard work I've done to take my father's seat and all the personal fucking sacrifices I've made for their families, their betrayal cuts deeper than ever. She was officially breaking, and I would be a liar to myself and the rest of the world if I said I wasn't breaking with her. She was a strong woman with a huge heart, and that heart had cost her fucking everything. This shit was real, and it sucked to see a good person go down like this. So if she was going to lose her shit either through profanity or tears, I wasn't leaving until she understood that I was a man who gave a damn about her well-being. "Brienne," I said, reaching for her elbow, her lips tight and eyes fierce. "I was in that room too. I can't imagine how you're feeling, but I need you to know more than anything that I'm here for you if you need to let it all fucking go." "I appreciate the sentiment, Alex. I do." She smiled while a tear slipped out of the corner of her eye. "But I swear to Christ, I've also reached my limit with you seeing me like this." "Like what?" I answered. "Get your ass over here." That's when I did the last thing I should have ever done. I pulled her stiff body against mine as if she were my girl, and I would never let so much as a fly hurt the woman. Brienne was smart in resisting the gesture at first. I was not programmed to act this way. I was the man who was programmed to bring out her tears and exacerbate her feelings of brokenness, as I had with every other woman I'd been with. And God knew I could easily do that. I had nothing to offer but disappointment and a tortured past. I had no business trying to be happy or make anyone else happy. My toxic thoughts were washed away once her rigid body relaxed into mine, and her fresh scent filled my senses. Maybe I was possessed? Who knew what the fuck I was, but this felt good. It felt right. She rested her head against my chest, and her hands held onto my back while she broke down in tears, and my anger toward those snakes who'd caused her pain flared up even more. I ran my hand over the top of her head and managed to resist kissing the woman as if she were mine to protect. Hell, if this was the answer to finally gaining her trust, I was doing it like a fucking champion. I loved holding her, smelling her, and feeling her trust me enough to cling to my back while she let out the last of her shitty week. "We're going to get through this. I promise you that." "I could kill a motherfucker for hurting you like this," I said, without thinking, lost in this trance that had come over me. I felt her laugh. "It looks like we're both going to jail for murder, then." She briskly rubbed my back and pulled away. Fuck. As if I hadn't already fallen into the sap trap, she finished me off with the dimpled smile. "That smile will be the death of me, you know," I grinned. "Great. Then add another dead body to my list of casualties." I chuckled. "I'm serious, though. It's over. They're gone. It's you and me now, and we're going to kick ass together as partners." Her eyes were glassy as she smiled up at me. "You're damn right we are," she said. "Sorry I ruined your expensive suit." "I'll charge it to Jim. He's the one who made sure I had an emotional business partner," I teased. "I swear that I'm not usually an emotional person. You have met a side of me I don't think I've ever let any man see except for Theo or Stanton." "And you've just met a side of me that I didn't think I would ever see." "Well," I answered, moving past the supportive man I'd suddenly transformed into, "I believe you owe me dinner now." I knew she was broke as fuck, and I wasn't going to let up on that until she gave it up and I could find a way to help. Tobias is my restaurant of choice as well. "Bummer for you," she smirked. "I'm in no shape to pay for a dinner that expensive." "I'll take care of the mechanic's charges for the car. You'll take care of my appetite." "Nice try." She flashed a new smile, one that sealed the deal on the fact that I wanted this woman on a personal level, and now. You at least owe me a kiss, I pressed. Or a 10, now that you've destroyed my suit. She pressed her lips together. Oh, God, we'd be in trouble. She then gave me a flirty smile and opened her car door. Because I don't think I could stop at one kiss with you and that gorgeous Johnny Depp look you have. My face fell. I hated that everyone always insisted that I could be the man's doppelganger. It wasn't a bad thing to be compared to the finer-looking Johnny Depp, but Jesus Christ, were there any women out there who could see past it? Maybe it had just gotten old to me by now. Perhaps it was because my stupid friends always suggested I dress up like Jack Sparrow or Edward Scissorhands for Halloween. All I knew was that I despised it. Brienne's laugh was the most beautiful noise to enter my sudden thoughts of frustration. Oh, damn! That does piss you off, doesn't it? She laughed again. Then her hands ran up the side of my cheek. Don't worry. Harrison Ford is my Hollywood crush. Who told you I despise being compared to him? I asked. A little birdie. She gave me a silly look, slipped into the car, and winked at me. Then, the woman I slowly desired now more than ever drove off, leaving me to wonder which one of my idiot friends managed to put that shit in her head. Women talked, and after meeting her friend Natalia, I would guess that if I said something while I was drunk to an ex, then the rumor of me hating being compared to an actor was probably still out there, and she knew about it. That and the goddamn Billionaires Club rumor. That ridiculous tag would never die, no matter how many of my best friends got married, had kids, and went to hell and back to prove we didn't screw women who were wealthy because we were guarding our money.
Chapter 13. Bree. To sit amongst the men who'd bought and saved my company was a humbling yet enlightening experience. I watched with disgust and heartbreak that it had come to this. Seeing the faces of those I trusted as they lied, stating that I'd approved their shady and unprofitable jobs to get my ass fired or put on trial, was overwhelming. I felt like I'd let my father down the most. My dad had built this company from the ground up with my mother's support, but she'd died before I was old enough to know her, so I wasn't sure what she would think of this entire situation. I'm pretty sure they were both looking down on me with the same pity I felt for myself. I'd felt Alex's eyes on me more than once, and no matter how badly my tears wanted to surface, I wouldn't allow it. I could cry about it later. Was I emotional? Fuck yes, I was. And I wasn't ashamed about it. I was a human being who'd been through the ringer, and I also happened to be reasonably in touch with my emotions. Fucking sue me. Unfortunately, women in my position didn't have the luxury of being emotional creatures, and God forbid it happened in the presence of a man, lest we be branded as difficult. In a business setting, an emotional woman was a handful of things: hormonal, unstable, fragile, incapable, or a mess. It was such fucking bullshit. And for whatever reason, the universe had seen fit to make Alex a spectator to every last emotional bomb that was set to blow up in my face. I'd about had enough of that, too. I was an overly capable, well-educated woman. Hopefully, he'd get a glimpse of that side of his new partner at some point. The lawyers were extremely clear that I wasn't at fault for any of Stone's wrongdoings after Mr. Monroe annihilated these thieves. Alex had uncovered the most critical pieces to their lying puzzles. Thank God. And that information saved mine and Theo's asses. Fraudulent paperwork that had slipped right past us. If only I were an extreme businesswoman who micromanaged everyone instead of trusting them not to screw me over. If I hadn't trusted them, perhaps I would have uncovered that they'd hijacked my finance department and paid them under the table to change the job bids so I would approve what I thought was profitable. The more Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Monroe spoke and pulled out the truth from these sons of bitches, the more shocked I was that it could have happened. Thank God it ended with their confessions about how they manipulated things so Theo and I would never find out. It took Daniel Kyle trying to grow a set of balls by stealing Sphere to prove Alex's instincts were correct and catch the bleed in my finances. Stone was saved, but my personal life broke as a joke. So, I wasn't going to stand in that room and high-five the CEO badasses who shoveled the shit out of my company. No way in hell. We handled business, and now I had to move forward while being behind on all my bills. Then there was Alex, a man who seemed to give a shit suddenly. I didn't expect to see that expression on his face, the sympathetic one. It was as if he saw how personal this was for me. It was my dad's company, and no matter how stiff a businesswoman I became to run it, I'd failed my father. Somehow, Alex seemed to care in one way or another. Feeling his empathy made me lose it, and I sobbed in the comfort of his arms as if he were Theo. That cry-fest was not meant to happen around the man who seemed to only witness the worst in me. That was meant for the drive home. The defenses I put up in his presence came down when he pulled me in his arms, and I felt the comfort of the powerful businessman holding me. Alex Grayson may have been flirty and somewhat playful, but there was a reason he wore that $1,000 three-piece suit, like he owned all of Southern California. He held himself with an air of power, unreadable in every way, and he was a man who seemed to ooze domination and business savviness. There was no explaining how attractive he was when he commanded the room as he spoke, his sharp features exploring every employee's face. His mannerisms were that of a man in charge, and he was incredibly gorgeous to complement it all. For all of that, there would be no way I could ever allow him to see I'd gone broke by having a soft heart. I knew he could never understand, even as he held me and spoke in a heartfelt way when he reassured me that we could move forward together now that it was over. It was far from over for me. I had the personal fallout I had to deal with, and next up was the thing I'd pushed farthest from my mind today, which was selling my apartment. The thing would sell fast, I knew that. I also knew it would sell for a shit ton of money so I could start over and get back to a place where I could financially breathe again. My apartment, all $3 million of it, was designed by Dad and me when I was a teenager. He had me help him design the entire building, and together we brought our first joint vision to life there. I would never forget the day he gave me the keys to the penthouse as a college graduation gift. The apartment was more than a home to me. It was every happy memory of my adulthood wrapped inside 4 walls. And now, I had to sell it. I had the real estate listing contract stuffed into the pile of papers JC was carrying when she ran into Alex. Thank God, JC could keep a secret, and she knew I didn't want Alex to know I was selling my home. Only 3 people knew about me listing the apartment. Me, JC, and the broker. I didn't even go through Natalia to sell the place. I didn't want my wealthy friends to jump in and save Brienne. It took time, meditation, and a lot of tears. But I knew what Dad would expect of me at this shitty stage of my life.
Never live in the past, Brienne. You must learn from it, or you will never have the mindset to face life's relentless challenges.
I heard Dad's words in my ear as if he'd whispered them from the grave and into my ear. Selling my home and starting all over again was what needed to be done to get my shit together. So, none of my friends would know about my place going up on the market until it was sold, and I got my finances corrected. Never again would I allow my big heart to put my employees' financial well-being before my own. At least, that's what I told myself. I was still pissed off after 4 hours with thieves, interrogations, and lawyers. What the fuck? I growled when the engine died on Natalia's BMW, and I had to coast the goddamn thing to the side of the road. Come on! I yelled at the car as I tried starting it again. This wasn't happening. Not here. Not on Beverly Drive. Jesus Christ! I just wanted a fucking chocolate cupcake from my favorite fucking bakery before I got home to watch old fucking movies. I hit the steering wheel on the car with enough frustration and force to make my hand tingle. Before I had time to study the check engine light, a matte black, phantom-looking Mercedes-AMG 1 pulled in front of me. In true universe-punishing fashion, Alexander Grayson stepped out to see me in my 27th crisis of the month. All power to the car was gone, much like my will to look Alex in the eye. I couldn't even roll a fucking window down. The car was as dead as my soul at this moment, not to mention my hopes and dreams. "Unfucking believable," I said when Alex walked up to my door.
"Broke down?"
he questioned. Although he chewed on the corner of his mouth in what appeared to be concern, I could sense the man's eyes were glittering with humor behind his square-framed Ray-Bans. "I'm sightseeing. Someone said Jack Nicholson lived around here, so I figured, if not now, then when?" I said sarcastically, stepping out of the car that had betrayed me. When I imagined living in hell, I thought I'd burn, not live like this.
"You've had quite the day, or week, actually."
He whipped out his cell.
"I'll call for a tow and have it brought back to your place. Or Jack Nicholson's, if you prefer."
"It's not my car." I covered my mouth when I admitted that. Alex grinned.
"I had a notion that was the case, especially since your car is in the shop still. Correct?"
"Right. That's the lie." "Exactly." Alex went straight to business, called the tow company, and hung up.
"Now, one of two things is happening here."
He pulled me off to the safety of the shoulder of the road.
"Either you have an incredible streak of horrendous luck following you everywhere, or this car was determined to break down whether you were behind the wheel or not."
He smirked, but I didn't smile in return after he walked around the car and sat in the driver's seat. The car wouldn't start, and all I could do was fold my arms and glance back at his. Mr. Moneybags seemed to flaunt his wealth like a peacock, driving a car that only sold at auction, and whoever bought it needed to be shitting gold bricks regularly to afford it. Instead of being impressed by the man's wealth, I was officially put off. Maybe I was just feeling bitter. I'd lost everything after being a shitty CEO, and the real reason Alexander Grayson could handpick his car was that he wasn't the only owner of Brooks Architectural. After doing some research, I found that he and James Mitchell had busted their asses together to make Mitchell and Associates a global empire. Alex was the man for the job when it came to acquisitions, and his resume spoke the reasons why it was most likely pocket change for him to buy the fresh-off-the-production-line Mercedes AMG 1. Yeah, he wasn't going to understand my sad and pathetic story of losing everything because I had a heart of gold. He couldn't comprehend that if I brainwashed him.
"The alternator is most likely the problem. When's the last time this was serviced?"
"I have no idea. Obviously, my friend has been too busy selling real estate to take it to the shop." "Good God, Natalia. I thought you had someone servicing these goddamn things."
"Right."
Alex chuckled.
"Your friend probably hasn't even brought it in for its first oil change."
"That's a huge statement," I countered.
"She seems like she's a busy woman."
He shrugged and eyed me over the rim of his sunglasses.
"You know, being the fastest and most brilliant woman in real estate. It's why I hired her. A woman who puts business first."
He reached in and grabbed my briefcase.
"It doesn't matter. Let's get you something to eat and get you home, and then I'll loan you a car. That is, if I can trust you not to blow up the poor thing."
"I don't need your charity." I remained firm. "This is a nice neighborhood. I was planning to head to my favorite bakery so I could buy a chocolate cupcake and then round out the day in a hot bath."
"If that's how you plan on ending this day, I insist I join you,"
he said. "I don't share when it comes to chocolate." He chewed on the corner of his mouth.
"I wasn't talking about chocolate."
He planted his hands on his hips.
"After this week of bullshit being flung at you in every direction, and a long-ass day at Mitchell with Jim's lawyers, I'm talking about joining you in that hot bath and hand-feeding you that chocolate muffin myself."
I smiled at his flirtatious behavior. If only the man weren't known for being a player. "Well, your hands don't seem like they have the capabilities that my vibrator does." Oh, fucking hell. I didn't say that. Yes, I did. I fucking said that. And Alex couldn't look more dangerously sexy and yet predatorial than he does at this moment.
"Vibrators, eh?"
"I meant my back massaging thingy." I tried to recover, but now I couldn't think.
"Thingy?"
He softly laughed.
I don't think I've ever...
Stop. I held a hand up and eyed his car. Get back in your multi-million-dollar Playboy toy and go mess around with some chick who's up for it. I'm not doing this with you. And since you mentioned my incredible run of horrendous luck, I'd like to add to that. I'm not finished. I interrupted him, seeing a shit-eating grin. I ignored the honks coming from the pissed-off drivers I'd forced into one lane and maintained my composure while begging for the tow truck to teleport itself here. I have good reason to believe that you, Alex Grayson, are the very reason my life is going to hell at lightning speed. From the moment we've met, all I've come across are embarrassing situations, and it seems as though when I've encountered them all, I've been in your company. He crossed his arms.
That's a profound statement.
It's a fact. It really was.
Perhaps one day you'll see that in all of this bad shit you've encountered since being in my presence, I haven't once judged you for it. Instead, I've tried to help you.
Shit. I'm sorry. God damn it, don't be nice. It makes it harder to blame you for it.
Perhaps that's because you know I'm not the reason for all of this. I'm just a guy who's remained firmly at your side while seeing you going through a rough patch.
I want to believe you actually cared. I do, I said, now that our conversation went from Alex being a flirt to that compassionate man who held me while I cried on his shoulder earlier.
Why can't you? Jesus, Bree. Why won't you at least allow me to help you?
Because I might just fall for you. And then I'm royally fucked. I wasn't raised to have someone else fix my problems. If my dad had raised me like that, I'd be curled up in a ball, still crying in the dark corner office I found at Mitchell after the lawyers were done.
You seriously think that if I help you by offering you a ride home and loaning you one of the cars I never drive, that I'm fixing your problems?
I don't know what I'm thinking, I said. Please, just go. It's Monday, for Christ's sake. Maybe that's why it's a shitty day.
You're a stubborn woman, you know that?
I lifted my chin. My dad said I got it from my mom. I tried to smile because the strange way Alex's voice changed while stating that fact reminded me of the many times Dad had said it to me. Dad lectured me more than once on how to use my stubborn personality for good and not bad. The hard part was trying to decide whether or not refusing Alex's help was me being headstrong in a good way or a bad way. I couldn't allow the man to see me as a weak woman. I absolutely couldn't let that shit happen, or it would validate why my dad's company went under. I smiled. You're a great man to pull over and offer me a hand. You're also dead if you capitalize on this situation and use it against me.
Why would I do that?
Because it seems like you'd be the type.
You have a lot to learn about me, Brienne, and a lot to learn about my intentions with you as well. I don't plan on capitalizing on you going through shit either.
He smiled.
I have no idea where or how you formed such an opinion of me, but perhaps one day you'll trust my motives. From the moment you and I first spoke,
he took his sunglasses off and locked eyes with mine.
That night you needed me to be your fake fiancé?
Yeah. Oh, God. I could hardly think with his beautiful eyes, all filled with concern, staring into the core of my entire being.
I could have easily been my usual asshole self and made you feel like shit for it. I didn't. Instead, I gladly accepted the invitation to help you rid yourself of your ex and whatever else it was you felt you needed to prove to that man.
He turned to walk away, leaving me feeling like the asshole I expected him to be. I rubbed my forehead, and my brain pleaded with me to trust him and tell him my sad story, but I couldn't. I was swimming in confusion as the man offered me my briefcase, allowing me to handle this on my own as I'd insisted. I felt the instinct to protect myself from him more than anything else, whether he offered help or not, and whether I felt like a weak businesswoman in front of him or not. All I knew was that a girl could easily trip and fall head over heels with the man's serious business expression, or his smile, or that way he chewed on the corner of his mouth, and I couldn't trust he wouldn't hurt me if I fell for the man like I knew I could. Why did I have to have one of the world's most attractive men as my business partner? Why couldn't he be ugly or have horrible breath and rotten teeth? Why did he physically have to be a man that any girl would fall for and not regret it the next morning? That's why I was stubborn. It's why he wouldn't get to me on a personal level. It's also the very same reason I could never let him in. I trusted a man with my heart once, only to find out he was fucking some whore the night before our wedding. So, why would I trust the world's most eligible bachelor? This man probably had a woman waiting for him to call if he needed stress relief after a bad day. Why wouldn't he? He was wealthy, gorgeous, and available. Now, he was gentleman enough to give me what I'd insisted upon, and I needed to wait on the side of the road for a tow. Real smart, Bree.
Chapter 14. Alex. It had been a week from hell, trying to shake the last of the rotten apples from the Stone Company's family tree, firing a handful of employees from Brooks who couldn't be trusted to do their jobs efficiently, and dealing with the fact that something was undeniably in Brienne's perfume, because no matter what I did, I couldn't shake her delicious scent. She was hypnotically beautiful, and carried herself well as a businesswoman, especially since she'd been on fire all week after dealing with the last of her scandalous employees. If Brienne's no-nonsense demeanor were the only turn-on for me, I'd probably be safe from her charms. Unfortunately, that damn dimpled smile of hers was going to be my undoing if I wasn't careful. She was entirely off-limits for a man who had no limits, cares, or concerns about a woman's feelings when it came to him achieving what he wanted. Instead of saying that Brienne Stone wasn't my type, it was the other way around. I was not her type. At all. I was a ruthless bastard who was always one step ahead of the hellhounds from my past that haunted me, and I wasn't wired to care for a woman, no matter their mental state. Terminating Tish without caring about her excuses, tears, or pathetic expressions while she begged me to give her another chance was proof of the kind of hard-hearted man I was. The woman had been hired to make sure things were handled properly. She obviously didn't live up to the job description, and her lack of better judgment cost her in the end. Tish had cost this firm money by allowing her sales team to purchase that shitty property. It was negligent, and I didn't bend when it came to handling employees who didn't do their fucking jobs proficiently. Regardless, Tish Dalton and her team were terminated for failing the company in their trusted positions. When they each cried their sad stories, I offered a tissue for their tears in response. That was a fragment of the son of a bitch boss I could be. In my opinion, they could cry on someone else's shoulder, especially Tish, who spilled her sob story to me as if I were her therapist or as if I fucking cared. That was the man I was, and that was merely in business. My personal life with women was even worse. I had always been about me and never about them. No matter how hard I tried, I could never manage to care about a woman's feelings. Until Brienne, and that's why I was lost as fuck at the moment. It was not like me to become enamored with any woman, except the one woman I knew I should never be attracted to, apparently. This was as baffling as something breaking the laws of physics. People like me didn't get the luxury of giving and receiving love. That had been taken from me when I was a child, so what the fuck was happening? All I could conclude was this. My olfactory senses had apparently sent a message to my brain stating that my punishment for being a heartless dick was to be enchanted by my new partner, who was all wrong for me. It's because you keep smelling her goddamn fragrance, I thought. Pissed I'd wasted 5 minutes of my time thinking like this. Easy fix. I took a tissue from the tissue box, and with my best effort, I blew my nose, hoping to clear my head of the lingering fresh scent of ocean breeze and lilac. To no avail. I was fucked. Thank God the day was over. It was time I packed up my shit and prepped to head out and meet the guys. Brant insisted we visit a new club so that Jim and Monroe could see the potential of his buddy's place. Maybe I'd get lucky and it would smell like wings, booze, and other fragrances that were potent at a bar. Mainly strong perfume from single women who outdid themselves to meet dudes. Perhaps that's the way I'd rid myself of these sappy thoughts, Pick up a chick, fuck her, send her on her way, and voila, problem solved. Fat fucking chance, I thought to myself, when Brienne sent me a text, telling me she was doing well after seeing off Theo and his husband at the airport today. I know for a fact she wouldn't have sent the message if I didn't text her 2 hours ago and ask, but part of me hoped that she would have. These were the unfamiliar, shitty emotions I was stuck dealing with. In my former life, I wouldn't have thought twice about her emotional state after her friend moved, but I texted her and asked because it had been on my mind all damn day. I chewed on my bottom lip, mentally willing myself to ignore her text and leave it at that. She was fucking fine, and that's what I was worried about, right? I studied her text, and because I was seemingly a man cursed by her perfume, I immediately texted her back. Alex, see you on Monday. Like a schoolboy, I watched the message get marked as read, and she didn't respond. Instead of letting it go and getting my ass safely around the testosterone of my best friends, I texted again. Alex, everything go okay? When my second message was also ignored, my brain shifted gears, and I got my ass out of the office and walked out to my car. It was nice to take the cover off this bitch and let its horsepower shake off this woman from my mind. Even Zeus, my cat, was starting to eye me like the bitch I was acting like every night when I got home from work. My own cat was starting to judge me, and if I weren't careful, his butt would be running over the top of me next. That's how lame all this shit was. Me, of all goddamn people, was the victim of that chubby little love cherub, and I had an arrow shot directly up my ass. Brienne was likely having great difficulty saying goodbye to Theo. Still, after a week of flirty banter, stressful bullshit, trading in her car, and God knows what else she was up against after being robbed by her employees, I couldn't manage to get her to confide in me. It was annoying as hell to be unexpectedly attracted to what I couldn't have. And that's what all of this boiled down to. I couldn't have her, so my predatorial instincts wanted her. It would be easily fixed with bourbon, and I couldn't get one fast enough. I walked into Ruse after ensuring my name was on the list, and I sat next to the youngest man in our group and the reason we were all meeting up at this place tonight. Cameron Brandt, this place is garbage, I teased, opening my menu. Obviously, Jim and Spence seemed to have come and gone. I glanced over to the empty seats at the table. Too loud for your precious ears? He smirked, sipping vodka on the rocks. You should know more than all of us that sensory overload can cause nervous breakdowns, or something. He's a pediatric neurosurgeon, dipshit, Jake, my good friend and chief cardiosurgeon at St. John's, said as he took a seat next to me. You are a sight for sore eyes. I smiled at my best friend's younger brother, feeling like it had been forever since I'd seen the guy. Well, since Jim made sure Colin and I make improvements on our hospital wards, you're lucky you see my ass at all. He opened his menu and wrinkled his nose. Cam, he called out to the hotshot playboy doc, who casually sat across from Jake and me. What's up with this menu? Don't invite a cardiovascular surgeon to some deep-fried club unless you want to piss me off. He smirked. The menu for the health-conscious bitches such as yourself can be requested, if you'd like. Everything's vegan on that one. Cameron laughed, always able to hold his own. You see, I took the bourbon I ordered before arriving at our reserved table. That's the first thing I recommend your friend fixes, or whoever the fuck begged you to haul Jim and Spence down here to have Mitchell invest in them. Fix the fucking menu, Doc, I advised with a laugh. Vegan menus added? Yeah, I said, having been down the restaurant and club acquisitions road plenty of times. This place needs to diversify if they want to stand out, especially if I'm going to spend $50 to end up going under Jakey's knife anyway because of all this goddamn grease. Good point, Cameron said. You miss it, don't you? The acquisitions and being Jim's VP? I guess I kind of do, I admitted. However, I don't miss getting fucked over by a business that is trying to charm us into investing. Who knows, maybe I do miss working side by side with the big guy. That's bullshit. You hardly miss me, Jim announced, as soon as he and Spencer joined us. I saw the way you were looking at Brienne on Monday. The way I was looking at her? If I had any look on my face, it was because I knew you were thinking that I'm screwing my partner and going to end up sending her packing, Jimbo, I said as the men sat. Tell me you're not fucking her, Spencer said. No, Spicy Spence, I smirked. I'm not. I wish I could say the same for you and your real estate agent, though. How did you hear about Natalia? Spencer asked with a look of confusion. Oh, you know, through pillow talk. It's insane what you learn from a woman while you're fucking and not answering an incoming call while in the act. Hold the hell up right this instant, Cameron interrupted with a laugh. Natalia Hoover is your real estate agent? That he fucked. I sipped my bourbon. How do you know her? I questioned Cameron's amused expression. The woman was hot, and she made it evident that she wasn't ashamed to explore her sexuality with men, so I shouldn't have been surprised that more than one man at this table may have something in common with Natalia. I had to tame this conversation, knowing that Brienne would kill me if I allowed my friends to shame her friend. Natalia is Brienne's best friend, so let's keep the shit talk to a minimum, or my partner will bust my ass for bringing up Spence's sex name. How do you know her, Brant? Spence's voice was filled with annoyance. I met her at the hospital, Spicy Spence, Cameron said with a laugh. Her sister's son was brought into my trauma unit after he got a concussion in a soccer game. He smirked at me. That would be classic, though, Spence and me with the same woman. Speaking of the devil, while Spence and Cam teased each other, I saw Natalia at the bar with another woman. I'd seen the other woman with Brienne the week before when I ran into them at the club. She was the one talking to Brie about trying on lingerie. I couldn't help but smile at the fact that Spence was about to cross paths with Natalia again, the woman he'd made an ass out of himself in front of while fucking. Seriously? I said to myself with a laugh that the woman was here on the same night we were. Fucking hell, I continued as Colin, our neurosurgeon friend and last of our group to join us, sat at the table. Of all the people, Colin laughed. I've missed your sexy ass too, Alex. Thanks for the enthusiastic salutation, though. Natalia is here. I smiled at Spence's wide eyes, then scanned the room for the only woman who I actually gave a damn about seeing. But where is Brienne? I questioned too loudly. Wait. Colin held up a finger. I know Jake and I have been out of the loop for a month or so, but you're actually asking about your business partner's whereabouts? He's obviously fucking her, Jake chimed in. Between Jake, Colin, and Cameron, any of the three witty doctors would cut to the chase and call a spade on my ass here and now. Jim and Spence would be a little more courteous, given their inherently more reserved nature. But then again, I'd just poked the hornet's nest with Spence. I ignored the men when I noticed Brienne's ex, Max, the douche who'd burned Brienne somehow. Why couldn't I just interact with my friends like a normal human being? Instead, I was watching every fucking move this prick made since he decided to join Brienne's friends at the bar. I watched as Brienne's friends became more and more upset. Natalia eyed Brienne's ex-fiancé while she covered her heart, and the once smiling woman's face fell, and she glared at the dick as if he'd said something brutal. The looks on the two women's faces told me this dickbag had likely said something about Brienne, and now my interest was piqued. I was on the fence about looking like a complete jackass by walking over there, but watching the women becoming so deeply disturbed while I sipped my bourbon didn't seem cool either. This fucker had said something, and then he had the audacity to smile smugly at me after leaving Brienne's friends at the bar with their drinks. Isn't that Brienne Stone's ex-fiancé? Max, I think? Cameron questioned, seeing her cocksucker of an ex taunting me with his slimy smile. How do you know that? I asked Cameron. I was a guest at their almost wedding, he responded. Bride or groom's side, Jim teased. My date was with the bride's family. Cameron sipped his drink. Bree mentioned that she fucked him over at their wedding. Is that true? I asked, seeing Max walk over to the marketing executives for Jim's toughest competitor. At least we have the answer as to why the dick crashed the merge gala. He's here with the executives of Bracken. That little fucker is a spy for the competition, Mitch, Spencer said, using the nickname Jim gained while we were in college. It's about goddamn time our conversations move to office gossip and get off our backs for a change, Colin said to Jake and Cam. The hospital drama tended to dominate all of our conversations. Anytime the subject changed to the business sector, Jake, Colin, and Cameron were usually delighted because it meant not having their balls busted as usual. What happened at the wedding? I asked Cameron, knowing I was officially giving away my interest in Brienne, but I didn't give a shit what my friends thought at the moment. His eyebrows shot up, and he smirked into his glass. You wouldn't believe it. I almost can't believe it, and I witnessed it. He leaned forward as if he were about to drop the best story of all time. Check this shit out. This wedding was stacked with upper elites. Super gorgeous venue, designed like the royal fucking wedding, right? You know the kind of wedding I'm talking about. The place looked like a wedding planner's wet dream, and it would have likely made it into a bridal magazine too, were it not for the wreckage that took place when we all were prepped to stand for the bride to enter. What the fuck happened? I asked impatiently, hearing the muffled laughs from the rest of the table. The lights dimmed, then the bridal march song came to a screeching halt. After that, a sex tape played. It was like projected on the wall or whatever. It was of that dirty prick screwing some broad. Everyone was all indignant about it, but I thought the sex tape was the perfect solution for explaining why she wasn't marrying the cheating dick. Total humiliation. She played it for all of the guests? Oh my God, I said with a laugh, oddly proud of her. She started to bring up her wedding day and the way she ditched that prick at the gala once, but I had no idea the woman was that fucking bold. That's so fucking badass of her, Colin laughed, and then he raised the beer he'd ordered. Cheers to your partner, man. That's how you get back at a cheating motherfucker. I'll drink to that. Jake followed his best friend's lead and held up his drink. I'd love to stick around and toast her bold behavior, but something's up with that asshole, and the looks on her friends' faces makes me think that his retaliation may have just come around. Not your business, Alex, Jim warned. She's your partner, not your girl. This will only cause you problems unless she's worth it. Unless she's worth it? Why were those words so eerily haunting? You know, Colin grinned at me. Just like when you asked if Elena was worth my trouble. The difference was I knew what I wanted when I went after my little Cuban goddess. You don't, Spence confirmed. That's written all over your face, my friend. Listen to the bloodhounds sniffing shit out. I swear these two are goddamn mind readers, Jake added with a laugh. I'll see you guys in a few. I looked at Cameron. First issue is the vegan menus. Then, the bar lighting needs a little work. I'll try out the wings to see if they're worth the price, or if it's just a VIP price point. Got it. Spence is getting ready to add his 2 cents next, Cameron smirked. Bottom line is that the chicks are talking about this place, and it's on fire with reservations. They're booking a year out, unless you know someone personally. That's never enough when it comes to sparking my interest, I heard Jim say as I left the table and walked over to Brienne's friends. Natalia Hoover? I smiled, seeing the woman was in tears, looking at her martini. Alex Grayson, right? The other friend asked, roughness in her tone, but set with a determination that I liked. Yes, I'm Brienne's new partner. It looks like the ex she despises has you both a little upset. I just wanted to make sure everything is okay, especially if that prick said something about Brienne. We both just found out that Brienne is selling the loft she designed with her dad. It was a huge deal when he gifted it to her after college graduation. First she loses her car, and now we're finding out from that motherfucker about the apartment. She glared over to where Max stood, watching me talk to the upset ladies. "He put an offer on it. He's only buying it to rub it in her face, and he wants to insist on a short sale to get her out fast." I smiled back at the man as soon as I gained this new information. "Natalia," I said, turning to her, "I'd like a non-disclosure agreement signed, and then I'm offering to buy Brienne's place, all cash." There was no way in hell I would allow that man to buy her home, the home she loved and was being forced to sell. Fuck that noise. I was an investor anyway, and I knew if she and her father had designed that place, it was golden. "She's selling it. I'm not listing it for her. And I didn't even know she was doing this." Natalia was still in shock. Apparently, Brienne had been keeping financial secrets from her friends, too. "And she's selling it to me." "You can't buy it," Natalia said. "That would humiliate her." "It's why I'm demanding an NDA. She will never know who bought her home until the timing is right." I pointed toward the dickhead X, who was sitting with a group from Bracken, Mitchell & Associates' rival corporation. "That son of a bitch isn't buying her home. He's done enough to her. I'm offering $15 million. $15 million cash?" she asked, her eyes wide with shock. "Max said he offered $5 million over her asking price." "Which was?" "He won't say. The house isn't an open listing, or I would have seen it." "Well, it appears that Brienne doesn't want any of us to know she's in financial trouble," I spoke. "Where is she tonight?" "Sick," Natalia said. "Really sick." "That sounds like another line of bullshit," I said. "No, it's not." The other woman held out her hand to mine. "My name is Cass. I'll give you her address so you can go over there and see for yourself. Then you can nurse our best friend back to health." "You just became my new best friend," I teased. "We'll see about that, Mr. Grayson. Brienne has all but had a nervous breakdown since learning her employees have been stealing from her. Then there's the merge, Theo moving, the mortifying events that would lead you to cast some judgment on her as a shitty executive, and now we are finding out the girl has been paying her company's bills instead of her own. She's past her limit, but she's a fool if she thinks I don't know what 1 + 1 equals. She's trying to play the wrong people." I was confused by what Cass was insinuating, but I knew she would tell me. I could quickly tell Cass was pissed about this, and Natalia was broken. "And who is she trying to play?" I asked with a smile. "She's trying to play us, the people who give a damn about her," Cass said. "Do you think she's really sick?" "I think she's ducking out and trying to hide her unfortunate situation from all of us so that she can fix things on her own. As I said, I know what adds up and what doesn't. I know her too well. And while she thinks she's trying to save us the burden of helping our best friend, what she's doing is isolating herself, and I won't fucking stand for that." Isolating herself only to bring the wolves to prey on her, namely Max the dick? "Exactly. Now pull it together, Nat," Cass said as she looked at her upset friend. "Alex is going to help us out a little. Brienne didn't have you list the property because she's stubborn." "I know. She's not letting us help her. I can't blame her, though. The goddamn car I loaned her blew up on her drive home." "That was neglect on your part," Cass said as she rolled her eyes. "Listen, Alex, you're going to go to the store to buy whatever cold and flu remedies they have, just in case she really is sick. God knows the girl's immune system has to be shot after everything that's slammed down on her at once." "Got it. Cold and flu medicine." I reached into my pocket and pulled out my phone. "Here's my contact info. I'm airdropping it to you both so you can accept it. Text me her address." "I'm not done yet," Cass said. I loved the woman's sass and willingness to put Brienne in her place for her pride and stubbornness and for hiding things from the people she knew would gladly help her. "Get stuff to make her a hot toddy and shut up about whatever old movie she may have paused on the television when you enter the room." She smiled knowingly at me. "You can be her prince and save her from Max's shit and from us, kicking her ass for this." "Why me?" I asked. While I was more than on board to do these things, part of me wondered why they were. Nat had pulled it together by this point. "Because, Alex,
She arched an eyebrow at me. "You're the hot piece of ass our friend needs to clear up her year-long dry spell." "You're fucking kidding, Natalia," Cass said with a stare of death. "Not even a little bit," she snapped back at her friend. "She needs a good, strong man in bed. Once she breaks that spell, this curse she keeps mentioning should be lifted." "Ignore Natalia. Sex is her answer for everything." Cass shook her head and smiled at me. "This is why you won't be curing anything for Brienne with sex."
After this devious little plan you've conjured up, it's safe to say I'll be dead before I know what hit me if you find out I hurt your friend.
"Oh no, you would know exactly what hit you and what I hit you with," Cass smirked. "Once you and your gentleman friends are finished with dinner, it would be nice to have you catch sneaky Bree, who's been avoiding us all week, in her little lie."
So long as Natalia ensures that condo is sold to me and no one else.
What the fuck was driving me to do this? I was suddenly inclined to work with Brienne's friends, to call her bluff, and play these games to show Brienne we cared about her, and no one fucks with her. I was going to ride with the latter half of that. No one fucks with my partner. Now I needed to finish this meal so I could leave. I wanted to see Brienne, and I knew I was at the mercy of whatever wrath was on the other side of her door when she opened it. I knew she was trying to do what she thought was right, but Brienne needed to lose the pride. After hearing about how she put her ex on blast on her wedding day, it started to make sense to me as to why I was instinctively drawn to her. Something about Bree was alluring to me, and it was the woman I hadn't truly met yet. It was the woman who'd peeked out at me only a few times, and she held the dimpled smile I was falling for. It was that woman who I was drawn to. A woman who'd been freed from hell, and one who was, at her core, beautifully happy. I was going all in with her friends, risking her punching me in my balls to dig up the real Brienne Stone. The woman I knew was hiding behind this beat-up version of herself, and if this girl's happier and less stressed personality matched that smile, I was fucking done. I left dinner at around 8 and went directly to the store to grab all the cold and flu products I could find, including a vaporizer and ingredients for the ultimate cold and flu remedy, the hot toddy. Brienne's stone would land safely in my arms tonight, and I would have a look at the place I was about to purchase. Until, of course, Brienne repurchased it from me when she was financially able. In a perfect world, I'd have nailed this all down by the end of tonight.
Chapter 15. Bree. I'd just dozed off, buried in mini Snickers wrappers and kettle corn kernels, when my doorbell rang. It had been a nightmare of a week, exacerbated by my lies and half-truths. Even I was finding it hard to keep up with my many deceptions, and now my friends were going to call my bluff. It was only a matter of time before it all caught up with me in one way or the other, I guess. I might as well face the music. I'd created this mess, and keeping secrets from my friends was turning me into the worst version of myself. It was time for them to let me have it. I paused my third comfort movie and rose to get the door. Knowing that only Nat, Sammy, or Cass would show up at my place around 9 in the evening, I opted to get the door in my pajamas, braless. I was years past caring if my friends saw my nipples through my shirt, and they didn't give a shit if my butt was hanging out of my shorts. After they saw me looking like this, my hair thrown up in a knot with no makeup, they'd know that trying to convince me to go out with them was off the table, even if I wasn't sick. I walked up to the door and opened it, covering my eyes, hoping to play up the sick and sleepy act. You guys woke me up.
Jesus Christ, woman!
As soon as I heard his voice, I instinctively slammed the door shut in his face. What the fuck? I said, shocked to hell by the face I saw when I uncovered my eyes. This cannot be fucking happening. There's no fucking way Alexander is at my door.
Are you okay?
Alex asked as he knocked on my door again. I reluctantly reopened the door, feeling like the biggest idiot on the planet, and looking like it, too.
I have 4 bags for you. They're filled with all the remedies I could find for a cold or the flu.
I could hear the humor in his voice. What are you doing here? I eyed the paper bags he held by their handles, veins popping in his muscular arms. And with all of this?
Well, I was invited to check out a club with my friends tonight.
He casually stepped past me as if I'd invited him in.
And there was a rumor circulating the place that you're on your deathbed.
I turned and started to follow him down into my living room when I spied the brochures the real estate agent had set out on my entryway table. I quickly snatched them and dumped them into the coat closet before rushing to meet him in my living room. I tried to seek comfort from the lights of downtown Los Angeles from my wall of windows behind where Alex stood, but nothing in this scenario could ever fix the fact that I answered the door half naked, looking like I'd barely survived a tornado. I tried to cough and sniff, leaning into my fake sickness, but that only made Alex's lips twist up in the sexiest way possible. Was I high on chocolate? This man shouldn't be here, looking this sexy, and I couldn't weasel my way out of the fake illness lie if I tried.
Well, well, Brienne Stone,
he said in a sly voice.
It appears you are quite the sick woman.
Seriously, Alex, why are you, of all the goddamn people in my miserable life, in my home?
I heard my lifelong partner is ill. How could I, in good conscience, have an enjoyable evening out with friends?
His face scrunched up as if he were solving the world's largest mystery.
While you are home, your immune system positively wrecked by the stress you've been under all week.
Ah, so you're here out of the goodness of your heart? I asked.
That and...
He eyed my shirt.
Well, yes, that.
I crossed my arms, hiding my nipples from plain view, knowing he must have run into Cass and Nat at that club. You should go, I said. Thanks for the... I stepped forward and peered into one of the bags. Vaporizer, I guess. And thanks for what seems to be every cold and flu remedy known to man. I prefer to be sick and miserable alone.
I prefer to take care of my business partner.
He smiled.
What will I ever do without you and your eyes on the new blueprints my architects have been working on for St. John's new pediatric wing?
You'll manage. I'm sure that after I ingest all of this... I waved my hand over the bags of cold and flu remedies. I'll be dancing into the office on Monday morning, and this head cold will be a distant memory. I remembered to throw in a pathetic-sounding cough at the end of my statement for good measure.
You are one horrible little liar, you know that?
He grinned at me knowingly. Yeah, you have no idea the lies I've been feeding you since we first met, buddy. I know, I admitted. Listen, I wasn't in the mood to go clubbing tonight. I had a rougher day than I anticipated, sending off Theo and Stanton, and the club scene was not an appropriate cure for that.
I can imagine.
Alex seemed to egg me on.
They certainly didn't have Snickers candy bars, kettle corn, or...
He pivoted back to my flat screen where my television was paused.
The Wizard of Oz.
He said the movie title dramatically and with a hint of surprise, and his eyes were wide and as adorable as a goddamn puppy's. That's why I lied about being sick, I said.
You needed to stay home alone with the poor scarecrow who doesn't have a brain?
And now, I eyed him. It appears the Tin Man who doesn't have a heart won't leave even if I ask him nicely.
Comparing me to a heartless man in a tin suit now?
He laughed.
Now that is one I haven't heard yet.
Alex, please leave, I said. Seriously, I have no idea why you're here. As soon as I said the words, the power went out. Jesus fucking Christ in heaven! Now the electric company is selling me out. God damn it! I seethed. Well, I need to get to bed anyway. I grabbed his hand and dragged him to the front door. The power is probably out in the entire building. I shoved him out the door. It happens all the time. Thanks for the medicine. Good night. I slammed the door behind him and found myself in utter shock that I forgot about the last luxury I was losing by not paying my fucking bills. There was only one knock before my temper flared, and I reopened the door. Go home, Alex. Alex met me with an arched brow.
No, not without you anyway. Pack your stuff. The bras are optional. Because you're coming with me,
he said, using the flashlight on his phone to re-enter the condo.
Funny how the power is only out in the most expensive condo in this luxurious building.
Alex.
Tick-tock, sweetheart.
Alex snapped his fingers.
Time to grab your shit. Don't worry. I'll roleplay with you after we get you to a place where you can plug in this vaporizer for the nasty cold that's got you on your fake deathbed."
"Not in the mood to roleplay with you being my fiancé again," I said.
"Not your fiancé. This time, I'm your priest, and you're going to confess all your dirty little lies to me on the way to my place."
"Hell no," I said.
"You don't have a choice," he insisted. "You're coming with me to my beach house where you're going to cough up the last of your fake cold and all the details of what the fuck is going on with you financially."
"I don't have a choice? I can stay at a friend's house, you know." The night sky that never fully darkened the city cast a glow on his cunning smile as he eyed me.
"Either you come with me, or I allow Max, the cheating ex-dick, sex tape and all, to buy this place."
I felt my stomach tighten into a spasm. "How do you know any of that? Any of it?"
"Because Max was at the club tonight, and it just so happens that my good friend was at your wedding. Well, what was supposed to be your wedding. Anyway, he informed me in explicit detail why he didn't question why you were a runaway bride."
"Fine," I said, more pissed off than my brain could comprehend. "Let's go to the goddamn beach, shall we?"
"Now we're getting somewhere. I'd take you to my place in the hills,"
he said from the other room while I went into my bedroom.
"But I hear salty air is better for a head cold than that vaporizer."
"I think you already know I'm not fucking sick."
"True,"
he answered while I shoved clothes that I could hardly see in my pitch-dark bedroom into my overnight bag.
"The beach is renowned for its therapeutic properties, though."
"I hate the beach."
"Another fucking lie to confess to your priest on the drive there,"
he said smugly. "I'll drive myself."
"You'll ride with me," he said, "or Natalia and Cass will find out all about Max wanting to buy this place that hasn't even hit the market yet."
I stumbled over my bed and landed headfirst into my dresser as I tried to flee my room, needing to get out to where Alex was.
"Jesus,"
I heard him say.
"Don't you have a flashlight or something?"
I felt him at my side while I held my forehead, feeling a bump slowly rising to the surface. "No, I usually pay my electric bills and—"
"And you aren't used to the power company teaching you the harsh lesson of what happens when you don't pay your bills on time?"
"That's why I'm not going with you."
"That is exactly why you're going with me,"
he said, flashing his phone light around my room.
"Pack up the rest of your shit. We're out of here."
"What do you know about Max wanting to buy my place?" I softly asked, continuing to pack as Alex held up his phone's flashlight for me.
"I'm sorry to say it, but the jerk-off seems to have it out for you after finding out that you wanted to marry my sexy ass at our merge gala. He was there to spy on our company."
"He was spying?" I spoke. "I thought he was stalking me."
"Turns out he works for Jim's enemy, Bracken," he continued. "I swear that company has some majorly shady shit going on. This isn't the first time they've sent a spy of some sort to crash one of Jim's company merges."
I went with this conversation. Alex seemed to be more caught up with that, quickly forgetting that I was in the shittiest position of my life. Not only did Alex know I wasn't paying my bills, but he'd also made it clear he was done with my lies. Now, he knew I was selling my place, and that dickweasel Max was trying to buy it to get revenge on me. I was sure of that. Keeping Alex's mind occupied with business seemed to keep him from prying into my personal life, so all I could do was hope he'd rant until he was blue in the face. I guess this is how it ends when you lie yourself into oblivion. The one person you don't want to know about your failures shows up while you're elbow deep in candy wrappers, trying to eat away the shame of living a double life. Then you take a header into a mahogany armoire and nearly give yourself a concussion, so you have a physical reminder that lying isn't good for you. The irony was that all of these lies were started to save what little dignity I had left. If that wasn't the backfire of the decade, I didn't know what to call it. By the time we reached Alex's car, I stopped in my tracks. "Are you serious with this?" I said, trying to turn the tables on him to get out of this situation.
"With what?"
He took my duffel from my hand and tossed it in his trunk.
"The car, or the fact that you're about to cough up your lies about everything while we're driving in it?"
"The Ferrari," I said. He flashed that sly smile that told me I should have let him continue talking about the last thoughts he'd had on his mind. The fact that my ex worked for Mr. Mitchell's competition.
Aside from my cat, this car ranks at the top of things I love most.
He stretched his arms over the top of the sleek, graphite-colored car and eyed me.
So, take it easy on your insults.
A Ferrari 812? I arched an eyebrow at him. I didn't even think these were in America.
It's one of the first to sail the high seas to bring me the horsepower I desire. How do you know anything about the make or model of this vehicle?
Do you think that because I'm broke that I don't know anything about Ferraris? He smirked.
Get in the damn car.
He opened his door.
And for the record, you said that shit about being broke, Brienne. Not me.
I stood there, listening to the low growl of the engine come to life, purring and idling while Alex sat patiently in the car. Fuck, I growled under my breath. The window rolled down.
Come on, Dimples. Let's go.
You have a cat? I asked, climbing into the car. Alex put the car in gear, and when the badass thing roared to life, I understood why my idiot ex had always drooled over this particular Ferrari. Max's stupid ass was the only reason I knew anything about the damn car in the first place.
My cat's name is Zeus, named after the Greek god, because he thinks he is a Greek god.
Alex's voice changed into a more humorous tone, and it was incredibly charming, despite how irritated I was by my current circumstances.
He's as black as the sin in your lying little heart, and he's the only living thing on earth who owns my ass.
He pulled onto the street once the light turned green and allowed for us to merge into the cluster of Friday night party cars on this particular street.
Now, let's talk about more pressing issues.
I rubbed my forehead. Jesus Christ, you're not the person I want to confide in about this. I heard a ding, and my eyes widened when the car spoke to Alex in some British robot voice.
Text from Natalia Hoover. Hey, did you get to Breeze?
Alex hit a button on his steering wheel to silence the car from announcing the rest of the text. What the fuck was that? I asked, knowing exactly what that was. Treachery.
My car talks.
Alex smiled.
It's like Knight Rider. Pretty fucking awesome, right?
Now who's the goddamn liar? I said. Unbelievable. How the hell does Nat have your number? And more importantly, why the fuck is she asking if you got to my place?
Listen, I can lie about the fact that I searched the database at the firm for your address, and after having small talk with your friends, I found you.
Or you can tell me what the fuck is going on, I interrupted, my limit for games rapidly approaching its end.
Right.
He pursed his lips, shifted gears, and flew onto the freeway and over into the fast lane of Interstate 405.
If we're going to get the truth out of you, then I'd better set the example, eh?
Yeah, I mocked. And while we play this game of truth or dare, I want to know everything that happened at the bar.
First of all, I'm thrilled you opted in for a game of truth or dare because I'm about to dare you to
answer the question. I ignored his attempt at flirtation or whatever the hell he was doing to distract me. How did you find out about Max wanting to buy my place?
I thought I was doing the questioning. Interesting how you flipped that around so efficiently.
Please, God, tell me! I sounded whiny, but fuck, who wouldn't be? This was outright annoying.
Your ass clown of an ex taunted your friends tonight. He told them he made an offer on your place, and he's calling for a short sale. Nat was pretty distraught by the news, not only because you are selling your beloved home without confiding in her and your other friends.
He glanced at me while I tried to swallow the lump in my throat.
But that Max was buying it to throw fuel on the fire. I would assume that not trusting her to be your real estate agent, someone who could help navigate these very personal and sticky deals, only adds insult to injury. I can't speak to her feelings, but you might want to have a conversation with her about that. Just my 2 cents.
I had my reasons for keeping this to myself.
Like me, your friend Cass seems more easily able to tune into your reasons for selling the place without telling your friends.
and the reasons you've both seemed to realize are what? I was suddenly feeling overly defensive, but that was because I knew I'd blown it with my friends. And Alex Grayson, of all the people in the fucking world, was the one I had to talk this out with.
We believe that you're keeping everything on the down low because you're stubborn, prideful, and, surprisingly, a pathological liar,
he said with a smirk on his face. I don't need rescuing, I said, setting this record straight. I knew that if they found out, they'd stop the sale and loan me the money to pull my ass out of the pit I fell into by trusting my employees.
That's the prideful part I just mentioned,
he said, shifting gears, navigating this car as if we were on a racetrack.
The stubborn part? Well, that's why all the lying commenced, is it not?
I frowned, willing myself not to cry. This was humiliating. I didn't want to admit any of this to myself, much less Alex. I fucking hated crying, and it seemed that's all I'd done since meeting this man.
Listen.
Alex's voice changed as he took an exit that led us into the hills.
We all get it. It's shit, and your friends give a fuck. That's a damn good thing, Bree.
He called me by my nickname, the one used by my family and friends, and it made me feel instantly at ease for some strange reason. Maybe it was because I needed some sort of comfort after being so vulnerable and exposed. Or perhaps it was because the way he said it made me feel like Alex gave a damn. I appreciate it. I do. But I wasn't raised to have people bail my ass out of shitty situations that I brought on myself.
That's because you had good parents,
he said with a smile.
Did they also tell you never to stare a gift horse in the face? You have people who care about you. People who would never allow your ex to steal the home you and your dad designed together. I will hold your ass hostage at my place until you admit that this is a tremendous thing that we're all doing for you.
That's the big question, though, I answered him. What are you doing except taking me as your hostage?
We're helping.
His face grew solemn as the car hung onto every turn it made, going through the shortcut everyone took when heading to Malibu from L.A.
I'm buying your place unless you pull that listing tonight.
No and no. No way in hell to both of those things.
That's fine,
Alex said.
I have plenty of wealthy friends who will ensure Max the wanker doesn't fuck you over because you made him look like the asshole he is.
Please don't put me in this position, I said with a sigh.
What position? A position to help you because you have a fucking heart of gold and your employees fucked you for it?
Yes, that position. The car slowed and veered off the road and into a Vista Point turnout. Alex shut off the engine and gripped the back of my seat.
What the fuck is your problem with me?
He said, pinning me with his dark eyes. Excuse me? He did that sexy thing where his lips tightened and he chewed on the corner of them.
No lies, remember?
He seemed pissed, and so, who gave a shit what I said at this point? I might as well tell the truth since we were traveling down this fucking road together, literally. From the day I've met you, being in the car and too close to his sexy expression made me choke on my words, needing to fight for some breathing room. I jumped out of the car, and Alex was hot on my heels behind me.
From the day I met you, I've been nothing but supportive,
he insisted. That's the thing, I said, letting the smell of the salty ocean air waft against my face. I didn't want to look like a pathetic idiot who ran my dad's company. I didn't want the merge, either. I wanted to prove I could do it all on my own. Then you came along and found my employees stealing from me. You saw that my company was in the red and I was hiding down with the architects. Maybe I would have eventually been okay with all of that, but from the first second I'd met you, you led me to believe you were some Logan guy. It just feels like you're the one who's enjoying all of this shit going sideways on me.
Really?
I snapped my head over to him at the sound of his lowered, upset tone.
Do you think that's also why I held you while you cried in my fucking arms? I'm an asshole, Brienne, but not that big of an asshole.
Why then? I asked. Why were you there for me? Why are you here for me now instead of allowing my friends to grill me and let me stay with them? We were officially in an awkward stare-off. He chewed on the corner of his mouth while he looked away from me.
You're my partner.
Not good enough, I countered. None of it makes sense unless you're enjoying the fact that your new partner sucks and her company would have gone under without you saving it. Unless you enjoy watching me go through hell.
I would naturally warn you right here.
He turned to me, and I felt my heart rate react to the man's dark, yet sincere expression.
But I won't, because I don't.
Suddenly, I wasn't the one lost for words or lies. Alex was stumped about this shit, too. And it's because he knew I was fucking right. You don't what? I pressed. Just admit it, since we're not lying to each other. The badass CEO and former VP of Mitchell & Associates, Alex Grayson, enjoys Brienne Stone's
companionship,
he said in an exhale, and then looked at me as if he'd just been given a sign from God.
Wow, that's not a word in my vocabulary that's used very often. Here's another one. I love being around you, even if it's all shitty. You intrigue me. And even though we're merely friends and business partners, I will admit that whether you want saving or not, I'm not going to walk away and pretend you don't need help. I'm here for you, and I enjoy that I feel enough compassion, for the first time in my fucking life for anyone other than my friends, that I'm not going to allow you to get crushed.
Crushed? I didn't know how to respond to any of this. And the strange part was that I didn't think Alex knew how to respond to any of it either. It's like we were both up here, on top of the world, confused as hell about why we were here.
I like you a lot, Brienne. I don't think I've ever taken an interest like this in any woman, much less a coworker. So allow me to help and at least be here for you.
All right, I oddly and too quickly conceded. Let's get to your place because after you practically just admitted you're in love with me, I could use a beer or 10. I teased with a smile to kill this awkwardness. Alex laughed loudly.
Jesus Christ, is this what loving someone would be like?
He asked the question in a way that made me suddenly feel sad for him. It was as if he had no idea what that word meant. Love comes in many different fashions, I said, beginning to feel like Alex was even more lost than I was. I wanted to move this conversation to a lighter level, though, because I'd about had it with the revelations of tonight. What you're saying is that you want to marry me and live in a house in the suburbs. I smiled at his expressions as it turned more mischievous and returned to the Alex I was more comfortable with. This was undoubtedly an interesting interaction, though. I couldn't even begin to emotionally unpack everything that had taken place within the last 10 minutes, and I wasn't going to start now.
Let's get to the beach house, because if what you just said is true,
Alex grinned.
I'm going to be needing a much stiffer drink than a beer. House in the fucking suburbs, my ass.
I chuckled at his statement, and I couldn't help but instantly wonder what kind of history he had to make him question what love was like, as if it were an emotion he'd never heard of before. A sadness crossed his features, and it was heartbreaking, to say the very least. One thing I knew for sure was that if Alex was going to be there for me with my sad story, he was going to meet me in the middle, and I was going to find out why he acted like the word love was a foreign concept.
Chapter 16. Alex. I blame Brienne wearing next to nothing when she opened the door to her condo tonight for my brain misfiring when she called me out for helping her. The truth was, I had no good answer for why I suddenly felt more invested in her well-being than I should have been. I tried answering her confusion about me wanting to help her, but I was perplexed by it as well. Beyond perplexed, actually. The brutal truth was that I didn't give a shit about anyone except for my close group of friends. So I don't know when, where, or what the hell happened to make me give half a damn, let alone this fucking much, about Brienne's unfortunate situation. None of that shit mattered at this point, because trying to justify what I was doing would only give me a headache. All of it made perfect sense until she questioned my motivations. Listen, I finally spoke after we got back onto the highway and continued driving. I'm probably as confused about why I'm... And there went my goddamn brain again. Blank. What the fuck was happening to me tonight? Why, you're what? Suddenly switching up from Satan in a suit to my savior in a suit? I grinned. Pretty much, yes, I answered, seeing that the tables had turned. But you did mention that you believed I was doing this because I enjoyed watching you go through shit. There's no other better reason, is there? I understand what you mean. I sighed and rubbed my forehead as I blew out a breath. Now her perfume was fogging up my brain. I needed to floor it and get to the house. Since you and I are on the truth train, I found my bearings in the horsepower of my car. I'll be honest when I say I think your perfume is fucking with my mind or something. Brienne laughed in a way that made me think that maybe I was fucking right about the bewitching fragrance she wore. What the hell is that scent anyway? I had to ask, given the woman's infectious laugh, and the fact that I knew I'd solved the mystery of why I was acting entirely out of character with a woman I hardly knew on a personal level. It's called Sun-Dazed, she laughed again. Byredo is the one you should blame, I guess? Makes sense. I glanced at her. Seriously, I can't fucking think with that fragrance all up in... Spare me, she rolled her eyes. I hardly think my perfume is the reason you can't focus. Really? I questioned. Then explain to me why I'm suddenly at a loss for words for doing any of this. I know that I'm not reveling in your unfortunate situation. I also know for a damn fact that I wouldn't be bringing you to the one house that I've never brought a woman to, aside from my friends. I pinched my lips, knowing I'd admitted to something I should have kept my mouth shut about. Could I make any of this more awkward for either of us? Well, Brienne finally said, when I felt the heat of her gaze on me, it looks like my perfume is going to have you and me well on our way to living in the suburbs together then, huh? She chuckled. I guess I should feel honored that you're bringing me to the one place you don't bring random women, eh? I need a goddamn bourbon, I admitted. Let's just get to the fucking house before I say another word. He's uncomfortable, she taunted. Wow, I'm intrigued now. Intrigued or not, I answered, I need to flush my sinuses and have a drink. Fuck me. Okay, I gave more than just a damn about her. I loved her dimpled smile. I wanted her at my beach house tonight, and the power outage was a blessing from above to make that happen. Yes, I could have called her friends or allowed her to get out of this, but I didn't want that. I wanted her to myself. That was the truth bomb. That was what I'd been too afraid to admit to her or myself. I wanted her. How I went from being merely attracted to Brienne to this was the $1,000,000 question. I'd gone so far as convincing myself there was some love potion mixed into her perfume to rationalize all of this shit. This is why I needed a drink. This is why she should stay away from me, and this is every reason why I didn't want her to. For the first time in my impossible life, I was attracted to a woman beyond wishing to fuck her. I wanted to see her smile at me in a humorous conversation. I desired to watch her green eyes dazzle when she flashed that dimpled smile. Oh, sweet Jesus, I'd even called her Dimples earlier. I was in so far over my head. Thank God she was so angry I was on this rescue mission that she'd missed that part. This is your place? She asked, when the overhead door opened and we pulled into my immaculate garage. Impressive. I pulled in and parked next to my CJ7 Jeep, the vehicle that only left this garage on the rare occasion I strapped my board to it and met my friends to surf. Not really, considering the cars you've seen me drive. I smiled at her. I opened my door faster than I should have, and I stepped out to inhale the masculine scent of my street bike, the open-top Jeep, and whatever else was manly in my garage, trying to shake off these unfamiliar emotions that had sunk their teeth into me. Was I really getting hung up on love? I wasn't in love with anything. I loved my cat, cars, and friends, but women? No. Hell no. I wasn't capable of love in a relationship, and every ex-girlfriend I'd ever had could testify to that. My thoughts had me flustered and confused, and my brain hurt, trying to reconcile everything. Regardless of what I told myself, this stunning woman who just stepped out of my car, messy bun on the top of her head and all, was about to follow my sorry ass into the place I'd never brought a woman before. I glanced over at her, and she leveled me with that goddamn dimpled smile, an arch of her eyebrow, and a giggle to add to this chaos of emotional bullshit I had to deal with. If I was straight up honest at this very moment, I was officially fucked. "Alex." She had the upper hand on my ass, and she knew it. "I love your Jeep." "Me too." I kept it cool. "Now, it's high time you and I get to talking about why you have such a loose relationship with the truth over a stiff drink," I said, leaving the woman to follow me into my house as if I were fleeing a demon. "Hop to it, Dimples." Fuck my life. "That's the second time you've called me that, and unless you're referring to the dimples on my ass, I assume you're calling me that because—" Fucking A. And now I'm thinking about her perfectly round ass and examining it for dimples? God help me. "Your smile," I said, keeping it together after the salty breeze from the open doors in my living area slapped some brain cells back into me. I'd have to tip my cleaners more than usual for leaving the doors open tonight. "Your cheeks have dimples when you smile. I find them quite appealing." I scrambled to my outdoor bar, leaving no room for chit-chat. I rushed to the bar to down a quick shot, and once I'd set my glass down again and then gripped onto the bar counter, I found the woman watching me with a sassy smile. "If you're that much of a chicken shit, perhaps I can call one of my girlfriends and leave you to have your house to yourself tonight." I eyed her, the warmth of the bourbon chilling out my frazzled-ass nerves. "Nah," I smirked. "You're stuck with me." "You're acting weird as hell." She laughed, then boldly walked to where I was and poured herself a finger of bourbon. I watched her down it and smile. "There, now we can talk." I smiled, feeling like kind of a bitch. "What's your flavor? I have my outdoor bar prepped by my housekeepers when I know I'm coming down here to escape for the weekend." Her smile was more mischievous than I'd ever seen it. Or her. Hell, I didn't think Brienne had this side to her, if I were honest about that, too. Since I was getting hit right and left with these blasts of fucking honesty with myself tonight, let's add this one in there also. She looked sexier than fuck with this smile. "Well, you seem to enjoy me and that blowjob." She paused and laughed while I choked on my bourbon. "What now?" I managed. "God dang, man, you're a mess." She snickered pleasantly, watching me behave like an idiot. "This bourbon tastes quite delicious. I'll have what you're having." "Good." I arched an eyebrow at her, taking advantage of me acting like a schoolboy who'd just caught his first glimpse of a pair of tits, and slid her a drink. "Where can we sit to capture the best view on this fabulous patio?" I watched her stroll around my lit-up pool, and her tanned skin appeared to glow under the party lights that were strung throughout the area. She was fascinating, and she was beautiful, so why fight any of this? I was attracted to her. So what? While I watched her follow the path through the garden area that led out to the deck's second level, I was filled with compassion for her situation. My heart was bleeding for this woman and what she'd been through. Her father, Brian, had liquidated his assets, which were many, to set up a trust fund for Brienne when he died. I knew that because he reached out to Mitchell & Associates as soon as he was diagnosed with early-onset Alzheimer's, and he did his best to set up the company for Bree. How could he know those rotten bastards would pillage everything? Her mother had died of breast cancer when Brienne was a little girl, so Brian knew his best chance at helping his daughter was to do what he did. I had the feeling his ghost was haunting the ungrateful motherfuckers who did Bree so dirty. When talks of our merge began, and I saw Stone's financials, I knew something had gone dreadfully wrong with Brian's plans. To think that her vast inheritance was so swiftly depleted, to the point that she'd had her goddamn power cut tonight as a result of the betrayal she'd endured, made me feel angry and sad at the same time.
Strange that I could hardly give a fuck about it all back then. But now, all this knowledge I had about her father and her was hitting me directly in my heart at this very moment. I sipped my bourbon and followed her to my lower deck. It was a well-lit area with palms, a large spa, comfortable seating, and most of all, a railing that I leaned against more than once in thought when the things in my troubled past seeped in and tried to haunt me. Strange how she seemed to find refuge and solitude in that railing herself. To hear the ocean, feel the breezes on a warm spring evening, and just altogether lose yourself in the waves below rolling into the wet sandy beach. It was quite a thing. I had no idea why I was strumming up all of these emotional thoughts about Brienne's father on a night when all hell seemed to be breaking loose inside me. I might not have given 2 fucks about who Brienne Stone was when Mr. Stone spoke highly of his daughter back then, but now I felt it more than ever. I cared deeply about this woman's happiness, and I wouldn't allow her to sell her condo. She'd been dealt a shitty hand, and she deserved a fair shake. "All right," Brienne said as I stood next to her. "What's your story, Alex?" "Nope," I responded as I stretched forward and rested my forearms on the top of the rail. "We're not doing that." I moved my snifter glass between my palms, studying the small ripples it made. "We're here to solve the riddles of why you've been lying." "No," Brienne answered me resolutely. "You don't get shit from me unless you cough up some facts about yourself, too." I looked at her cheeky grin and was lost in the dazzling eyes I wanted to see so desperately before. Now these alluring eyes were working against me, not for me. I couldn't help but smile and nod in compliance. "You know, you've got to be a witch. Or maybe I had an ex-girlfriend start to dabble in the dark arts, and she's using you to break down a side of me that I don't talk about to anyone." "No one?" Her eyes widened in humor. "Wow. It sounds like you are pretty screwed tonight, because unless you get emotionally dirty with me, I'm not confiding jack shit into you. So, spill it." I exhaled and narrowed my eyes at her. I wasn't a man who gave up details of his past to anyone. Hell, Jim was my best friend and closer than a brother to me, and he didn't know half of the shit in my past. "What do you want to know?" I asked the question because I wasn't going to talk out of my ass for the hell of it. She shrugged. "You seemed to spaz out back there after you questioned what love felt like. I'm curious why you were running efficiently on all cylinders, forcing me out of my powerless home, but ever since that word came up, and you've been acting strange." I chewed on the corner of my mouth. This wasn't a question I was going to answer. Period. I was an excellent interrogator and negotiator. I was not the one who sat on the other side of that table. Turning things around is what I did, and I'd never fallen victim to someone flipping shit on me. I didn't plan on starting now, either. Spaz out? She was nothing if not observant. She'd seen right through me earlier. Truth be told, I was a bit surprised that you'd think I would enjoy watching you go through hell. I suppose we don't truly know each other, but you formed a hasty opinion of me, which caught me off guard. So, with that said, I will clear the air. Please do, because I have no other reason to believe you're not an asshole in a suit. I see the way your employees like to have you as their boss, but they are extra careful never to fuck up around you. I'm sorry, but shouldn't every employee behave that way with their boss? If they fuck up, I'll fire them, I answered truthfully. That's no reason to believe I'd enjoy firing them, though. Fair answer, I guess. She took a sip of her bourbon. It's the truth, I returned. If I allowed emotions to run my game, I'd be a goddamn wreck and would suck at my job. And your employees would possibly steal from you? I raised my eyebrows. You're not fair with yourself about that. Jim and Spence have even ordered an audit at Mitchell & Associates because dirty employees come in all shapes and sizes. Jim's always being kept on his toes, and it appears that everyone except you thinks you should have easily known it was happening. You found it the first week in, she answered. That's because the thieves we busted got sloppy about a month before I started auditing shit myself. One confessed, and the other tried to steal your clients right in front of you and me and gave all the dirty secrets away. You're saying you got lucky then? Pretty much. They were sloppy, and I sniffed their asses out, and now they're gone. So if that's what led you to believe I would enjoy you in the shitter financially, then you have a lot more to learn about me as your business partner. It's not just that, I suppose, she said. What else do you suppose would make you form an opinion that I'm a twisted sociopath who would be happy to watch you lose everything? I questioned. I have also heard rumors that when it comes to relationships, or whatever you might call them, you're an unsympathetic asshole. I couldn't help but smile at this fucking truth and wonder who was talking shit about me these days. So much so that Brienne would already know my reputation with women. Yes, I'm an asshole in the romance department and a dick in every sense of the word when it comes to relationships, I admitted. Hence the reason you think you have a nasty witch on your ass? She chuckled. Perhaps with flying monkeys, too? Right. I smiled and nodded at her silly response. I'd let her have another pass on the Wizard of Oz jokes, given the fact that I'd ripped her out of her apartment while she was in the middle of watching the show. I pissed off the Witch of the North, I assume. The fact that she lightened up some with her interrogations, especially in the romance department, had me slightly relieved. I was cool to play along with fictional witches. That would be the good witch. She turned back to look out at the water. You've likely upset the Witch of the West. That's the wicked one with the monkeys. Indeed. Now, about the condo. I'm getting back on track. Why the hell are you getting rid of the last asset you have? Haven't you lost enough in all of this crap you've been wading through? I have lost enough, and as I told you, I don't need rescuing, she said. The sale of my home will pay off every debt I owe, get me into renting a new apartment until I'm financially stable enough to buy a new one, and I'll be able to afford a cheap car that can get me to and from work. You realize your next check. I know exactly what my next paycheck will be. I've been donating most of it to help keep Stone alive. I also know what it feels like to liquidate funds and lose shit for things I think are good. She looked at me as I studied her. But you already knew that, didn't you? I've seen the millions that an anonymous person has donated over the years, and in all of the ledgers I've gone through, I had no idea who that charitable giver was. I pursed my lips. That was, of course, until I learned you were in worse financial trouble than your company. I've learned my lessons. I think you know that. Now, back to you. You're not getting shit out of me, I said. In fact, I feel like I've answered plenty of interrogating questions from you as it is. You walked into those by explaining to me why you're not the jerk I believed you were. The operative word here being believed. As in you don't feel that way anymore? For now. I still have no idea who the hell you are, though, and I'm not going to confide in you when I only know you as Alexander Grayson, she said, with that stubborn streak I was finding oddly appealing about her. Good God, I sighed. I'm not giving you details. Then the truth train stops here, and I'm getting off of it, she said, cutting me off. You're stubborn, for sure, I said. Even though it was frustrating as hell, I had to accept that I loved a woman with fire in her spirit. All the women I'd ever known had allowed me to walk all over them. Not Brienne, though. She would drop-kick my ass right over this ledge and out to sea if I fucked around or even entertained the idea of walking all over her. This made her highly attractive to me, and as hard as I was trying not to, I was starting to fall for the woman. Oh, God, let's make this easy then. Your parents, siblings, do you have any? She questioned, jerking me out of those thoughts. In a perfect world, with a more normal person, I believe that would be an easy answer, but this is me, and it's not, I said. I watched her frown. Sorry. I lost both of my parents, and I'm over here acting like something as difficult couldn't have happened to you.
The concern I felt coming from her was written all over her face, and it softened me up the moment I'd somehow connected to her on this bizarre level. This truth train was about to turn into a runaway train that I may or may not be able to stop, and if there was one thing I didn't want to get to the core of in my life, it was the truth. My lips twitched as my mind told me to shut the fuck up about everything, but the other half of me was feeling as though it wouldn't be a bad thing to open up. A little. Grayson is not my birth name, I admitted. Oh, so just like Logan, you made that one up too? Her smile and the way she teased me kept me steady on this course. It's my maternal grandfather's surname. I left home the summer after my freshman year in high school, and I moved in with him. My grandfather, Logan Grayson, adopted me, and I proudly changed my last name to his. The man was my hero and savior in many ways. Her expression grew sincere. Wow, well, she stammered and looked away. Look who's perplexed with the questioning now, I smiled at her. It's fine. My mother had a stroke a year or so ago. We had a complicated relationship. She made some pretty questionable decisions about keeping my father around. I'm sorry to hear that, she said. I exhaled. Whatever you say, don't apologize for anything I'm dumb enough to reveal about my fucked up family. All right. Were you an only child? Do we have to do the family tree shit? I rolled my eyes when I saw her challenge me with her quit acting like a little bitch look. I have 2 sisters. My younger one is married and lives in Arizona with my mom. The other, my oldest, went into the military to get the hell out as fast as she could and hasn't looked back since. The military? She questioned. She's a badass fighter pilot. Top Gun? She smiled thoughtfully. I'd merely stated basic facts, and Brienne already had that concerned expression on her face that I despised people giving me. One question would lead to 5 more, which inevitably led to all the things that I would do anything to keep buried. Yep. I ignored the pity gesture and continued. Jane is the only thing I can say I'm proud of in my family. She's kicking ass on her aircraft carrier even as we speak. That's awesome. I didn't... Listen, I interrupted before I took a sip of bourbon. That's all you're getting out of my fucked up past and family life. Your turn. I feel like I pissed you off, she said. No, I answered. I just don't give this stuff airtime in my mind or conversation to anyone. In a nutshell, my family is like a goddamn Jackson Pollock painting. She ran her hand along my arm, and I nearly jumped at the soothing gesture. I can see that this is rubbing you the wrong way, and I'm sorry I brought it up. You're a strong man, though. I see it every day I work with you. It's half the reason I didn't want you to know about me fucking up my dad's company. Even the strongest person has a painful past, I said, repeating a quote that rang too true about me. Now that we got the headbutting out of the way, she smiled, and I could tell she was over my sudden shitty mood. I have to say that I admire the way you think. The fact that you've had your feet held to the fire and you're one badass motherfucker in business is impressive, she said, in some funny way that could only make me smile. Well, I'm happy you feel that way, I said. Now, since I've confessed more than I should have, allow me to help you keep your condo and get you back on your feet again. I want you to explain why you care enough to help. I have my reasons, and those will stay with me. I've met your father, and I know it's the right thing to do. Her face grew solemn, and she sighed. I think we've both had our fair share of talking about things that are upsetting. Seriously, I think I'm done for the night. Hey. I touched her chin and brought her sad eyes to meet mine. I brought you out here to take care of you and help you out. Sending you off to bed alone wouldn't be my idea of helping you. Why don't we jump in the pool or something? I'll pour us some more drinks and we can kick back and talk about dolphins or something." She grinned. "Why don't we?" I watched her tap her fingernail to her teeth, and the most daring smile reached her eyes. Whatever she was thinking, I wanted to be a part of it. This was the side of the woman I wanted to meet, the feisty, mischievous woman who seemed to be in there hiding behind the dimples I adored so much. Have sex? Why not take a stab at that one? "My girlfriends and I used to run into the surf late at night. It was exhilarating." "I have wetsuits." "Nah," she grinned. "You've got to do it in your clothes like a thrill seeker." "You've lost your goddamn mind." She chuckled. "Let's do it. If we're going to see if we're compatible with each—" "Bull fucking shit. And I'm serious. I only go in that ocean at night when my friends have begged me to go night surfing or if I'm drunk." "And here I thought we had a connection." "From the flying fucking monkeys? Or the fact that I'm not the dick you thought I was?" "Both," she giggled. "You can be a chicken shit and stay here, but I'm taking a quick dip." "Says the chick who died in Jaws," I smirked. "And he doesn't like scary movies." She pulled off her top, revealing her perfect breasts displayed nicely in her white lace bra. "Another fun fact about my kind business partner." "I never said any of that." "Then get your ass in the water with me, and then we'll relax with a drink in your enticing spa. I need to cut loose, and that ice-cold ocean is calling my name." "I think a goddamn great white shark is hunting the surf, and that thing is calling your name." She grabbed a beach towel from the holder next to the gate that led out to the shoreline. Who the hell was I kidding? This was crazy as hell, yet I craved to be out doing something wild. I was done asking myself what the fuck was happening, and I was ready to start saying, why the fuck not?
Chapter 17. Bree. Last night with Alex was informative, to put it mildly. It took getting him out in the surf to finally see a different side of the man. A side that I felt entirely more comfortable around. The ice-cold water of the Pacific made both of us race out as quickly as we'd run in, as if there really was a shark loose in the shallow water. It was crazy and fun. And if I was honest, I was shocked Alex had followed me out into the surf. I had to be careful with this man, though. I could tell that if I weren't careful, I would fall for the guy. And I wasn't about to have another man stab me in my heart again. The weird part was that I stopped feeling like Alex was an asshole after spending last night with him and speaking candidly. It was quite lovely to be here, and Alex was the perfect gentleman after we were done for the night, showing me to a hot shower so I could clean up and get warm. When I got out, dressed for bed, and walked out to the balcony of the room I was staying in, I saw him standing out where we'd talked earlier, staring thoughtfully out at the surf. Maybe I conjured up some horrible stuff from his past, and that's why he was still outside and alone with his thoughts. I'd gotten to know him a bit better, but I wasn't comfortable enough to walk out there and ask if he was okay. I felt a bit shitty that I might have brought up unpleasant memories, but I'd had no idea where to start when I asked the man about who he was outside of work. He was so damn attractive that part of the time it was challenging to think, but I knew I'd touched on a nerve when his features darkened and his voice lowered when it came to talking about his family. I backed off at that point. Anyone could sense that the pain from his past was the reason he was intense, and it was also the reason he wouldn't talk about it. Being the person I was, I wanted to help him, and now I wanted to know more. God damn it. I had to get off these thoughts, or I'd start in again, and the man would gladly throw me out of his house. It wasn't my business to ask him questions. I wasn't his girlfriend or his wife. I was his business partner, and as far as I could tell, whether he confided in me or not, he did just fine doing his job without my help. I was the one who sucked and had employees robbing her in broad daylight. I was also the one who was down here with Alex because I'd started down a path of lying to protect myself. None of it mattered. Last night was a fun way to get to know Alex a little better, and because of his attempt to help me, I could happily say I wasn't a nervous wreck at the moment. I woke up feeling rested, and that was enough to make me feel grateful. It took the smell of fresh bread coming from outside of my room to get my butt out of the most comfortable bed I could have asked to sleep in, while being on the verge of homelessness. I'd been awake for about an hour, but I was curled up under the soft, goose-down comforter, watching the ocean, so I was in no hurry to move until my stomach growled. A chill filled the room. Unfortunately, because I was flustered by my unexpected power outage, all I'd thrown in my duffel was underwear, bras, leggings, and tank tops. I walked downstairs, briskly rubbing my arms as I followed the scent of freshly baked bread to a display of chocolate muffins, croissants, and a large bowl of freshly cut fruit. "Wow," I said with a smile, seeing Alex wearing jeans and another tight shirt, this one long-sleeved. "This smells delicious."
Chocolate muffins are on the menu for the woman to nurse a hangover from her nightly confessions.
He turned from his French press coffee carafe, and, my God, he was more beautiful than ever with his unstyled, wavy hair.
"You cold?"
he asked, the goosebumps on my arms giving me away. Would I look like an idiot if I said I was? I laughed, especially after demanding to run into the ocean last night.
"You couldn't look like an idiot if you tried."
He winked and rubbed his hands on a kitchen towel.
"Let me go grab you something. You obviously didn't have much light to pack at your house with last evening either."
He teased, and his smile was radiantly sexy. Great. Now everything the man was doing was sending me into a hormonal frenzy. His dark blonde hair with its sexy wave was beyond fuckalicious, as Nat would say. His ass was more pronounced, and with a firmness that only the distressed denim jeans he wore could outline exceptionally well for me. I reached for a white square plate that Alex had set out next to the muffins and other baked goods. I smiled, recalling that Alex was keenly observant about my greatest weakness and most immense love: chocolate anything. The bite of the muffin I took melted in my mouth like butter. Does the man bake, too? I thought with a stupid smile on my face.
"Here you go,"
he said.
"The hoodie might be old and raggedy, but it's warm."
I took the sweatshirt and smiled. "Varsity football?" I arched an eyebrow at him. "Is this yours, or was it left with the house when you bought this place?"
"Believe it or not, I was the starting quarterback for our varsity team when I moved to Beverly Hills to live with my grandfather."
He sipped his coffee while setting a small cup in front of my plate and pushing the cream and sugar closer.
"It pissed off a lot of people, but eventually I was screwing the cheer captain, so—"
He laughed into his coffee when I rolled my eyes. "So he's a jock, and I saw that surfboard on your Jeep, too. You surf a lot?"
"By the look on your face, I'm guessing you can't visualize it. Even after I ran out into the ocean with you last night, too."
"I'm just trying to imagine you doing all of that in your three-piece suits." I smiled.
"Aren't we past making the mistakes of Brienne's judgments of me?"
He arched an eyebrow back at me.
"I may be a little busier with work these days, but in the past, I got out and enjoyed good times."
I studied him, trying not to imagine this man as a quarterback or riding a surfboard because that would probably turn me on and lead to trouble.
"What's that look? It's like the Judgy Brie look or something."
I exhaled. "No Judgy Brie looks. It's just that you don't seem to be the athletic type, that's all." His eyes narrowed.
"That's because you haven't experienced me in bed."
"I've experienced enough of you in those tight shirts that you're trying to tempt me with to know that you at least work out." He laughed.
"And I don't typically bring baked goods into my house, either."
"So you didn't bake for me. Shitty host."
"Hey, I got my ass out to the best bakery in Malibu to make sure you woke up to delicious baked goods. After seeing you drowning in candy last night, I took a wild guess that you like sweets."
"You get points for that." I laughed. "This is delicious, by the way, and thank you very much."
"Give me a sec,"
he said when his phone rang.
"Hey, Lainey."
A curious smile crossed his face as he turned to look out the windows, giving me another treat while I ate my muffin.
"Sure, no problem. Why the fuck isn't Colin on vacation yet? Aren't you like 89 months pregnant by now?
He listened quietly and then nodded.
Sounds good, kid. I'll ask Brienne, but I already know the answer is yes.
I listened to him laugh and then turn back to me with the wide eyes and beaming smile I was quite attracted to.
You up for killing some time with the woman we need to get approval from for the St. John's Children's Wing remodel?
We don't have the blueprints, do we? I asked.
She's down, Lainey,
Alex said, then hung up the phone. Seriously, don't we need the blueprints? I asked, excited to start this project but concerned about not getting it right, never having been to the children's wing of the hospital or having met the parents of the unborn child the ward was going to be dedicated to. The heartbreaking journey that Dr. Colin Brooks and Dr. Elena Alvarez, now Brooks, had been on together ended beautifully with their friends and the hospital board approving the remodel of the pediatric unit in the name of the baby they'd miscarried, baby Joe Brooks. It was an honor to be heading this up for Alex's friends, and that I was trusted to enhance it from what Brooks architects had envisioned. At the moment, I was a bit concerned that not having the blueprints and the visual of the unit would ruin my attempt to create something so sacred.
You don't need them,
Alex said.
Jesus, you look like you've seen a damn ghost.
I just don't want to screw this up. After hearing more about this project, it's quite an honor, but...
Relax,
he smiled.
Elena's heading over, and I'm happy to introduce you to. She'll give you the rundown while we drive to the hospital.
Oh, I said. What a fun idea.
I had plenty of other fun ideas for the day,
he said.
But my very pregnant friend is pretty demanding these days, and I doubt she'll like to be kept waiting.
Very pregnant? I smiled. I didn't hear this part of their story.
Yup,
Alex answered with a laugh.
I'm not sure what you've been made aware of in the few times you've talked to our architects about this, but after the dust settled and Colin got Elena to himself for a month, well, you can fill in the blanks.
They made up for lost time? I smiled.
And the proof that their honeymoon was spent making babies is in her belly.
He took a sip of coffee. Twins? My eyes widened.
No, just the one.
He cocked his head to the side.
If you ask me, her doctor must be reading the ultrasounds wrong because Elena's tiny body looks like she's carrying triplets.
Jesus Christ, man, I said. I hope you don't talk like that around her.
She's a blue-blooded American, but her Cuban streak is always engaged. Do I look like a fool?
One never knows with men. I eyed him. You can be insensitive pricks sometimes.
And your mean streak, it seems, can be just as harsh.
When does Elena get here, or are we heading to her place?
Colin and Elena's beach house is right up the beach from here. She called while she was taking her morning walk, and she asked if I was up for heading to St. John's. She wanted you there.
She's got to be getting close. Is Colin with her?
The dipshit doesn't start his vacation until tomorrow.
Alex rolled his eyes.
Elena had him bring her to their beach house for the weekend since she's getting uncomfortable lately.
Well, let's keep her happy and busy today. I smiled. I've wanted to see that unit anyway, and having Elena give us the tour is ideal.
I feel the same,
he said.
I'll call for the driver and the rolls. It's comfortable, and it keeps me in the back seat so you both can't talk shit about me while I'm up front with the driver.
Funny excuse for calling a driver.
It's either that or head to Beverly Hills to get Elena's Land Rover. Another dumbass move on Colin's part was to bring her here in her favorite sports car. Now we're all in Malibu with a bunch of two-door vehicles.
Sounds like a supportive husband move on his part, I countered.
Or a move the man made because his uncomfortably pregnant wife would have probably beaten the shit out of him for not complying with her crazy pregnancy cravings.
You can be so damn charming one second and such a stupid dick the next.
It's called having a personality.
He winked.
If I were Mr. Perfect all of the time, how would I get you to date me?
I choked as soon as he said it, and his eyes showed me that look of being serious, understanding, and empathetic from last night. Holy shit. Was he fucking with me or baiting me? Either way, I could only smile bashfully like a goof in response.
And you know you want to date me after I behaved last night, too,
he said. I don't date men who have no sympathy for pregnant women. His eyes narrowed.
When you're having my kid.
His features were soft and playful again.
I'll take note of everything I'm doing wrong as a heartless bastard.
Exactly. Quit acting like the Tin Man without a heart. I cringed at that one. Why so goddamn nerdy, Bree?
Losing your witty banter already?
Alex smiled while he focused on his phone.
The Tin Man was only funny last night when we were both caught in the middle of friendly fire from your lies.
His eyes widened and his voice lowered, teasing me. I'm gonna take a quick shower, and then I'll be out in a few.
Bath tonight. Shower this morning.
He smiled.
I'll get you a fresh towel. Follow me.
When I finished drying my hair, the door was damn near busted down by banging on the other side of it. "Fucking A, Alex," I said, startled by his horror movie knock. "I'm out."
"Yeah, we're fucked,"
he said nervously. "Fucked?" The tone of his voice made me jerk open the door to see the man was in a complete panic.
"Elena's in labor," he said. "My driver busted ass to get here. Thank God I called him, and he was on his way before Elena got to the house. Jesus, we're so screwed."
The guy was nearly panting. "Do we need to call an ambulance?" I asked, rushing past him. "Is she in active labor?"
"I don't even know what the fuck that means."
"Alexander!" I heard a wail from downstairs. "I'm leaving with Henry."
"The hell you are, Laney."
Alex sighed in defeat.
"We have to get her to the hospital now."
"Let's get some towels and warm up a heating pad, grab ice chips, and anything else you can for the trip, just in case," I said.
"What? Why do we need all that?"
Alex asked, looking at me like a 3-year-old toddler being given instructions. "Oh my God!" I heard a tearful cry. "My water just broke. This isn't happening." "That's why," I snapped to Alex. "Get your ass downstairs and help her. I'm right behind you. Call a goddamn ambulance and Colin, too." I knew that if Alex and I didn't get our shit together, poor Elena wasn't going to make it to St. John's. I heard her talking more steadily, and Alex kept her calm, while I threw on my clothes as fast as I could. By the time I reached the lower floor, Alex had clean towels, ice chips, a heating pad, and Elena waiting for me as we rushed out together. Everything was perfect, except the fact that we were gingerly helping Elena into a black Rolls-Royce, not the ambulance that should have been here. "Where's the ambulance?" I asked Alex while Elena clung to him, breathing through a contraction as he sat next to her.
"It's Southern California,"
he said as nicely as he could, his expression dark with panic and fear.
$10 says there's an accident, and it's stuck in traffic.
"Oh, no!" Elena's cry started normally and ended in an octave that would have made Mariah Carey envious, sharing her panic and pain with both me and Alex. Time to change the mood. Well, if any pregnant woman was going to head to the hospital in active labor, I smiled when Elena blew out a breath, and I reached up to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. They'd all love the comfort of a luxurious Rolls. "Let's get you to your husband. You're about to meet your sweet little one." With that, we loaded up, and Alex and I looked at each other when Alex's fearful eyes realized that if Elena were to somehow deliver in this car, he was on the receiving end. He eyed me for help after the vehicle sped away from his house, and Elena went from sitting in between us to switching mid-contraction and laying her head in my lap. Her contractions were getting close, and now it was all up to our side of the highway staying clear and the driver busting his balls to get Elena to delivery at St. John's in record time. That's when the car slowed, and I reluctantly looked out the front window to see 2 lanes of highway lit up with brake lights that seemed to go on forever. We were officially jammed in traffic, most likely due to an accident. Holy shit. If there were ever a time that Alex and I needed to perform well as partners, it was right fucking now.
Chapter 18. Alex. This is not fucking happening. That was the phrase that had been on repeat in my head from the moment Elena gripped her stomach and cried through the contraction that had caught her off guard. While Bree was in the shower, time seemed like it had stopped, except for the time between Elena's contractions. I called for the ambulance first, Colin second, then messaged everyone else in the group chat for any clever ideas to figure out what the fuck to do next. Elena was well put together and was calming me down instead of the other way around, but when the contractions became unbearable, I darted up the stairs to beat down the door and interrupt Bree's shower. Colin was in surgery. No one was responding to my goddamn texts, so it was up to Brienne and me to safely get Elena to the hospital to deliver her baby. We had to focus, so staring at my phone, willing some fucking body on my side of the fence to get back to me, was the only thing I had left.
"I swear to God, Alex!"
Elena's voice reached a diabolical tone that was probably the only thing that could pull my eyes away from my phone.
"I will shove that phone up your ass!"
She paused and positioned her feet, pressing one into my ribs and the other damn near pinning my face against the car window.
"Sideways!"
she continued with agony in her voice. "Alex, put the phone down," Bree said dangerously, with some lunatic smile on her face to show that she would kill me if I didn't stop looking to the phone for help. Shit, that's right. Jim, Avery, and Ash are on the yacht. They're most likely in a dead.
"You're going to be dead,"
Elena said through pants.
"I'm serious as fuck when I say that."
"Laney, you're going to have to hold it in until we get to the hospital. The traffic will ease up, or the ambulance—" I was cut off when my face was pinned against the window again.
"Alex," Brienne said, "shut up and give me your stupid phone before I shove it up your ass sideways. Right now, we're helping Elena, and we aren't worrying about anything but her. A phone conversation is certainly not going to ease the contractions and stop this baby if it wants to come."
She looked at Henry, my driver.
"Can you pull the car off the road as soon as a shoulder becomes available, please?"
"Yes, Ms. Stone," he said. "At the moment, we're not moving." Elena wailed a sound that told me we could likely welcome baby Brooks in the back seat of this car. Here I was, a man who fixed shitty situations, and there wasn't a damn thing I could do to fix this less-than-ideal way of giving birth. "We're so fucked," I said, without thinking how unsupportive that statement was. "Elena, you seriously have to wait and hold it in." Did I just fucking say that to a woman in labor, for God's sake? I don't know what I was thinking, much less speaking, in this situation.
"Elena can't hold in a baby," Brienne growled. "It's in her uterus, not her bladder, you idiot." "Oh, shit!"
Elena sounded off like a siren, silencing my comeback to Brienne, trying to defend my stupid statement. Brienne arched an eyebrow at me to make sure my lips remained sealed. "All right, Elena." She smiled sweetly at her, running a cloth over Elena's forehead, while the woman's grip on Brienne's arms was turning white. "We're either going to make it to the hospital, or we're going to work as a team to bring this precious baby into the world." She looked down into Elena's wide eyes. "Breathe with me," she smiled. "I heard the hee-hee-hoo-hoo breathing method works. Let's try it when the next contraction comes."
"Okay,"
Elena agreed, tears streaming down her face. "Elena, I'm here," I said, finally getting my head somewhat in the game. "Bree, she's cutting off the blood supply to your arms. Why don't we trade places?" Elena's feet went back into my cheek and into my ribs again.
"Wait until after the contraction,"
Brienne advised, breathing with Elena.
"Her contractions are getting closer, and we don't need you passing out at the sight of blood if Elena suddenly feels the urge to push."
We worked the first miracle of this backseat labor and delivery situation pretty damn good. Careful with her movements and with flawless ease, Bree set Elena's head on a folded towel that she'd placed on my lap. "This works perfectly," I said the first words that came to my mind.
"Wonderful. As long as this is comfortable for you, Alex."
Elena laughed as she collapsed back, enjoying the short break before another contraction hit.
"Oh, God!" she wailed. "Where's Colin?"
"Elena," I said, as I instinctively worked to move to the other side of the back seat without hurting her, finding a better position to hold my best friend's wife. "He's in surgery, and he's going to be one happy—" I was cut off when her fingernails dug into my forearms.
"Motherfuck!"
I winced.
"Breathe, Elena. Let's all breathe together,"
Brienne said, as if she were a broke businesswoman by day and a delivery nurse by night. The breathing seemed to work to get traffic moving outside of the car and inside the birth canal.
"Oh, Lord!"
Elena's eyes were fearful as she looked up into mine.
"I think I have to push."
"You think?" I questioned her, Elena, I don't think that you think... Do you really think you want to do that right now? In the car? God damn it. I was a heartless, confused as hell son of a bitch at the moment, and I knew it with every foolish word that came out of my mouth. I couldn't think straight, though. I was a man who was geared to handle everything with a phone call or an HR rep. I was by no means the kind of guy who was down to deliver a child in a car. It was a Saturday, for fuck's sake. Why the hell was there traffic? Where the fuck were any of my friends? Brienne's eyes were lit with fire when they met mine, obviously because I was making everything worse, and none of my medical professional friends were calling our sorry asses back. "Grow a pair," she mouthed, as she worked to bust ass and keep Elena calm. I was falling apart too. Here I was, doing the breathing with Brienne and Elena as if it would help me as well. Brienne rolled her eyes at my dramatics and then looked back at a panting Elena. "Sweetie, the baby is coming whether Alex thinks it should or not." She smiled at Elena, who was nodding briskly with her as she gave Elena a serene look that even calmed me down. "So let's breathe through the contractions, and when you feel like you need to push, we'll go nice and easy." "I can't hurt our baby," Elena started crying. I rubbed the cool washcloth we'd snagged from the house over her forehead, only to see her frightened expression. This was the look I needed to help me fall into place where I was needed. I was instantly reminded of the look on Colin's face when he found out Elena had miscarried baby Joe, and now I saw the look in Elena's eyes, needing me to be here for her when Colin couldn't. I wouldn't let my best friend's wife go through this alone. If he couldn't be here for her, then it was my responsibility to do it for him. Whether I knew what I was doing or not, I was damn sure going to bring this baby into the world safely. "You're doing good, little mama," I managed with a smile. "If the little tyke comes before we get to the hospital, you have the best team players working with you to make sure it all goes smoothly." I glanced up, and Brienne smiled at me, the dimpled one. Finally, I was doing something right while being thrown into the craziest situation of my fucking life. "Ring, ring, ring." "That's Colin's ringtone," I said, while Elena caught a break between contractions again. "Dude looks like a lady?" Brienne eyed me as I answered with a smile. "Where's Laney?" Colin demanded. "Your ass better be kidding." Elena screamed, moaned, and then scrunched her butt down in what I assumed was the fact she was ready to push. "The baby is coming!" Elena shouted to Brienne. "Oh God, this isn't happening!" "It is happening, sweetie. It's all okay." Brienne reached for the towels she had me get before we left the house. "Alex, we're going to need some help to push through contractions, and we need to know what to do when this baby has been delivered. I need you to either—" "No, no, 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 no!" Elena practically crossed her legs in protest. "Hold on, Col." I looked at Elena. "Colin's on the phone, so everything will be fine. If the baby is coming, neither hell nor high water is going to stop it." "Breathe," Brienne said. "Loosen up. I need you to focus, or you will hurt the baby." "Jesus Christ," Colin said. "Laney!" "Yeah, she's in the middle of having your child right now. She can't talk," I said. Then Colin rang my phone on FaceTime. "Bree, can you take my phone for—" "Shut the fuck up and listen to me, Alex," Colin said, stripping the surgical cap from his head. "Dr. Allen is in surgery, but I have been to every last Lamaze class and medical school for situations like this." He was rightfully in his medical professional frame of mind. "Laney, baby, listen to me, okay?" "I hate you for this," she answered in a high-pitched squeal. Brienne's lips pinched together while I shrugged at Colin, who was suddenly the asshole in this equation. "I love you." Colin remained unaffected. "Now, when you feel the urge to push, I need you to bear down as we learned. Remember that?" "I remember not wanting to do this without pain meds." "That's not an option, baby," Colin said. "Wrong choice of words, dick," I said, when Elena's hands went way too close to my own dick while riding out her next painful contraction. In the process of Colin realizing he was as fucking stupid as I was for trying to coach his wife, who was about to pop out a baby in a car, Elena ripped the phone from being held in front of her face for Colin to see her. "I'm sorry. I love you. It hurts so bad." "I'll breathe with you, baby," Colin said. "We've got this. Alex, is traffic moving at all? I heard the ambulance is stuck in it."
"We're moving some," Brienne said, as Elena dropped the phone and dug her nails into the upholstery of the car. As Henry parked in a turnout area, it became painfully clear that we were delivering this baby now. No ambulance, no hospital, just us misfits in a Rolls-Royce birthing wagon.
"That's it,"
Brienne said, pulling Elena's dress back and arranging towels across Elena's stomach, as if she'd done this before.
"On the next contraction, I need you to push, okay? I see a dark head of hair, and that's a great sign that your baby is in the right position."
Holy shit. I heard Colin's muffled voice coming from my phone, which was lost somewhere between Elena delivering a baby and the seat she was lying on. "You're doing great, kid," I said, trying to cheer Elena on while I felt around for the phone.
"There we are,"
Bree said, with a beautiful smile, as she stared at my friend's wife's vagina. Not exactly a fantasy of mine, but here we were.
"Okay, push with this next one. We're almost to baby."
A scream erupted from the car, which should have shattered the windows.
"Just a little more," Brienne said. "Next one, and then push hard." "Jesus, this baby doesn't want to be born."
Elena collapsed back into my chest.
"I don't give up easily, but I think I'm done."
"The hell you are, champ," I said. "You're going to breathe and push out that baby. It's probably stuck because it's got its father's big head, that's all."
"You're right, it's stuck. Oh shit, my baby is stuck."
"Elena Brooks!" I heard Colin's firm voice coming from the phone, which was either wedged between the crack of the seat or the crack of Elena's ass, for all I knew. "Baby, you can do this."
"I think—" "Elena, you're doing great. That's it," Brienne said, in a cool, calm, and collected voice. "Keep pushing, sweetie."
Elena gripped the headrest of the seat, her other hand drawing blood from clenching my leg, and the next thing I knew, I heard a soft cry come from the other side of the back seat. I looked up to see Brienne was intently focused, and in the towel that she draped in her arms was the tiny baby that Elena had just busted her ass to bring into this world on the side of the Pacific Coast Highway.
"Here, Mama,"
Brienne said, instantly laying the baby on Elena's stomach, and Elena laughed and cried while rubbing the newborn on its back.
"Here's the warmer towel,"
Bree said, as she draped it over the baby.
"Thanks to that heating pad, little baby Brooks will be nice and toasty until we get to the hospital."
Brienne was fully attentive to everything, while I collapsed against the car door. I watched in awe as two blue eyes peered up at Elena, her head leaning against my chest as she talked to the little man. While I witnessed Elena and her baby bonding for the first time, Brienne found the phone. "Damn, I forgot about Colin," I said. Without a word to my patiently waiting friend, Bree turned the phone for him to see the visual that had to be the most beautiful sight Colin had ever seen. Elena massaged their son's back, motherhood kicking right in, as she kept their son breathing and healthy.
"Daddy, say hi to our baby boy."
She looked at the phone as if she'd planned this all out herself. "Boy?" Colin's eyes filled with tears as he covered his mouth and nearly brought the nurse who was waiting at his side into a chokehold. "Lainey, he's beautiful." I sat in awe, watching it all unfold. For the first time in my life, I could say with certainty that I'd witnessed a miracle. "You're both so beautiful," Colin continued, and the baby's bright blue eyes moved from Elena while she continued to urge the baby to cry to help it clear out its lungs. "Alex, dispatch just said the freeway is open and the ambulance is close to you guys. Brienne, I can't thank you enough. From the bottom of my heart, thank you," Colin said. "You're thanking Brienne," I countered, knowing we could joke now that no one's life was on the line. "I almost lost my balls in this fiasco, and you're thanking Brienne? Who are you kidding? You didn't have balls to lose from the moment we got into the car," Bree teased. I ignored her, Elena and Colin laughing in unison. "You do realize you'll be naming your son after me for this, correct?" Colin smiled. "If Brienne is right." I could hear the joy in Colin's voice as he continued to be enamored by his beautiful son. "We'll be naming him Alexandria," Colin teased. "The ambulance is here, buddy." I opened my door as the paramedic approached and looked inside. "We just delivered—" Shit. What time did we— 8:33, Colin said through the phone. "We've got the time of birth on our end, medic." "Got it," the guy responded, taking my place, and then both paramedics worked to put Elena and little baby Brooks on a gurney so they could haul ass to the hospital. I ran toward the back of the ambulance and jumped inside. "Hey, sweetheart," I said, smiling at Elena. "Take the phone or Colin will kick my ass. The paramedics can hang up if he distracts them." I winked as she reached for my face. "Marry Brienne, please." "I think you're on a baby high," I smiled. "We'll be behind you. Now get your butt to the hospital before Colin loses his shit." The ambulance hit its lights and sirens as it blasted down the highway, leaving me standing there in total shock that this had happened. I glanced at the open interstate and wondered why the fucking thing didn't open up before poor Elena went through the pain of laboring in the back seat of my stupid Rolls. I looked over at the car, and because I was in my distracted, selfish bastard mode, I saw that I'd left Brienne and Henry to clean out whatever mess was in the back seat. I met Henry at the trunk where he'd loaded the soiled towels, and the very last thing I expected was for Brienne to squeal, take my face in her hands, and kiss my lips. She was filled with utter excitement, and she'd instantly shifted my excitement about a precious baby boy to her planting an unexpected kiss on my lips. That came out of nowhere, and I planned to jump on the back of this immediately. Then my phone rang. Incoming call from Jim. Fuck.
Chapter 19. Bree. By the time we reached the hospital, Alex had ended one of the many calls that came in after the ambulance took off with Elena and her newborn son. While I was texting my friends about the insane yet remarkable incident we'd been through, Alex discussed the details with his friends. Amid fielding phone calls, he received word that Elena and baby were healthy, fine, and in the hospital's care. Thank God. I'd never been to St. John's Hospital before, so to see this place in person for the first time was mind-blowing. It was everything I'd imagined and more, since I'd learned that John Brooks himself had a lot to do with the architecture and lavish style of the place, and seeing his work in this extravagant hospital put me in awe. Alex was nearly dragging me through the hospital and into the elevators, because this place overloaded my mind. Thank goodness he did, though, because if it weren't for that, I'd still be spinning about the fact that I helped deliver a baby in the back seat of a car. The sudden backseat midwife I'd become was an easy pill to swallow compared to kissing Alex for no apparent reason at all. Thanks to a documentary I'd seen about a woman who delivered a baby in the back of a cab in New York City, I'd somehow managed to feel like I knew what I was doing in that situation. Crazy how adrenaline could spark up the subconscious mind to recollect things when least expected. I probably also had an angel or two whispering in my ear. Who the hell knew? At least Elena and her son were okay. After we walked into the hospital's version of the Queen of Sheba's palace for a maternity ward, I stopped. "I'll wait here," I said to Alex. "Tell Elena—"
"You tell her yourself."
Alex smirked and arched an eyebrow at me.
"If she sees me after the support I lent, she might slap me."
I grinned at him. "Now that you bring all that up again," I followed him as the nurse told him which suite Elena, Colin, and their baby were in. "I might slap you if she doesn't." He sighed.
"Sorry. That was the first labor and delivery job I've been on. Sometimes people fuck up on their first day, unlike you. What the hell, by the way? That was some real Midwives of SoCal action you busted out. How in God's name do you know how to deliver a baby?"
He stopped and turned to me.
"Do you have another career outside of being a CEO that I don't know about? Moonlighting midwives?"
"And the secret is out." I smiled at him. Alex licked his lips, and he exhaled.
"I should probably warn you that this smile of yours—"
He touched my cheek, igniting sparks beneath his fingers.
Will either be the death of me or put you in the backseat of a car delivering our child if you're not careful.
What? I chuckled, touching my heated cheek. Alex?
Don't Alex me with that smile. He winked. I don't think I've ever seen you this beautiful.
Thank God I wasn't hooked up to one of the many heart monitors in this hospital, or I'd blow the thing up from the way Alex was talking to me. My heart was on rapid fire, and I couldn't concentrate to save my life. Think of something. Shit.
Come on.
He grinned, and now I was being humiliated by my sweaty palms as he took my hand into his.
You will tell me how you managed to deliver a baby, at least, Dimples.
What can I say? I'm a jack of all trades.
If that's the case, then I'm definitely having sex with you.
An awkward moment killed by Alex's nonsense. Thank God. Really? I rolled my eyes after a nurse looked at him to check him out or to glare at the comment he'd made. Most likely the first. Alex was easier on the eye with this beaming smile plastered on his face. Like that's ever going to happen. Why are you encouraging this, Bree? I felt like I'd finally rid myself of looking like an idiot every time I was in front of Alex, only to egg him on like this.
Trust me, it will.
He smiled and held out his arm.
After you, Dr. Stone.
He teased. I peered in to see a tall man in dark scrubs and messy blonde hair rise from a chair next to Elena's hospital bed. The man had bright, sky-blue eyes, a matching vibrant smile, and the next thing I knew, I was swallowed up in his arms.
I don't give a shit if you're not the hugging type,
he said, stepping back and smiling over at Alex and then back to me.
I owe you my life for keeping my two loves safe until they got to me.
I smiled in return. This was the happiest man on the face of the earth, and with good reason, too. I wouldn't go into the fact that he was drop-dead gorgeous. Rumors ran all through Southern California that the doctors at St. John's were not only exceptional in their professions, but they were also painfully good-looking. I could confirm that the rumors were true. You're welcome. DIY comes in handy sometimes, I guess.
And you dipshit,
Colin said to Alex as I moved toward the beaming smile and warm, bronze eyes of Elena.
Elena said you were an absolute bitch in the car.
The men's laughter remained behind me as I walked to where Elena held out her free arm for me to embrace her and see their beautiful, sleeping infant. He's so beautiful, I said, afraid to touch him. You are officially my hero. I grinned at her. Elena's arm squeezed me tighter. I'm your hero? I don't think so. You are 100% mine. What would I have done without you? I still can't believe it all happened like this. I'm still shocked myself. I chuckled, taking the seat Alex had pushed next to the bed for me. If you weren't as tough as you were, I'm sure... No, she smiled so sweetly at me. I felt like this woman could have easily been my friend for life. Or from another life. You hung in there for me when I was losing it. I love you for that. Thank you.
He's actually beautiful,
Alex said, as if he were shocked Elena didn't birth an alien. He ruffled Colin's hair and walked to the other side of the bed.
Shocking.
He looked at Colin, sitting on the bed by Elena's feet.
I thought your ugly looks would have some pretty strong genetics, too. If that's the case,
Colin answered, his hand running up and down Elena's leg casually.
Then I pity your poor child.
Good God, both of you can be too much sometimes. Elena shook her head and then smiled at me. Have you been around these guys in the same room yet? Trust me when I tell you, if us gals don't stop them, they'll go on, and we're stuck listening to lame insults. Just Jim, Spencer, and Alex, I said. I haven't had this particular pleasure yet. Oh, you will in time. I hear the gang is almost here, and once all the men get going, we'll be ready to kick them out of here. Would you like to hold him? She asked. I'm afraid...
This one's turning out to be a pathological liar.
Alex winked at me.
Don't believe a word she says. Afraid.
He scoffed at the word, obviously because my actions in the fear department spoke louder than words when I helped bring this baby into the world. Elena chuckled, then held her son toward where I was. You must hold this little man. She scrunched her nose up adorably, especially since he's peacefully asleep. He's so itty-bitty. You both did good, I said. I smiled at Colin, who couldn't seem to keep his eyes off his wife or his son's face. And then I looked back to Elena. You two should go into business, just making beautiful babies. I winked at Elena.
He certainly looks like an Alexander to me,
Alex stated.
A good, strong baby with a good, strong name. You mean Alexandria James?
Colin said with some theatrics while waving his hand in the air.
We named him after you. Happy? You had your chance to back out of marrying him, Elena.
Alex chuckled.
Now it's too late since he's got you trapped with this little man.
I smiled, seeing the youthful and overly happy side of Alex that I'd never seen him wear before. He was, without a doubt, more handsome than ever before, and I was struggling to keep my cool and not gawk at the man in front of his friends. I'd look like a real winner, sitting here with googly eyes on Alex, while his friends teased him for wimping out in the car. I had to defend the guy, though. He did pull it together, and at the perfect time, too. When Elena needed her husband the most, Alex grew a pair and was there for her instead.
So, Alexander James, eh?
Alex's deep, raspy voice took my eyes off of the baby and put them back on him.
Last I recall, James Mitchell wasn't answering any calls when your wife and child needed him most.
Colin laughed.
I knew you'd say something, and that's why we threw in James as his middle name.
He looked at me and smiled.
I know we haven't been formally introduced. Brienne? Forgive me,
Alex said.
I think it's pretty well established who everyone is by now, but to be formal...
He looked at Colin.
Please allow me to introduce Brienne Stone, my new partner in labor and delivery. I heard a lot about your father growing up,
Colin said.
He was quite the architect and a good man. Although my father was in fierce competition with yours, he admired your father's work greatly.
My father was the same, competition-wise, I answered with a laugh. It is lovely to meet the son of the great John Brooks. Your father's work deserves all of the praise it receives. It's always a pleasure for me to enjoy one of his projects, and this hospital is a testament to what a pioneer and visionary he was. Truly astounding.
Well, what I think is astounding is the fact that, thanks to your contributions, St. John's will now have the flavors of both our father's visions. I'd love to escort you down to the pediatric ward, but perhaps later when Elena is up for a walk and after Alec has eaten.
Alec? I looked at Alexander with a grin. Alex rolled his eyes at his friend and reached over for the baby.
It's Alexander,
Alex insisted, holding the baby with ease.
Alec is a name I'm only called by people who hate me. And now you'll love it because that's as close as Lainey and I are getting to naming our child after you, buddy.
Colin countered with a grin.
Elena, don't be impossible,
Alex insisted.
You can't name him Alec. If you tack on the letter S to his name, like Alex Bath Time or Alex Girlfriend, it's going to sound like you're talking about me. Alex and Alex? It just can't work. See what I mean? Come on now, be serious.
I hardly think anyone will think I'm talking about you when I mention bath time. Elena's laughter was infectious, while Alex rolled his eyes.
You think adding the letter S will confuse people into thinking we're talking about you? But your actual name won't be confusing at all,
Colin said with a laugh.
Don't listen to your parents, little Alexander.
He eyed both Mom and Dad's happy grins with a sly one of his own.
They were born with stupid names, so they're haters.
We officially decided on Alexander John. Elena smiled at Alex, then Colin.
God damn it! That's what I'm talking about, little man! The name of kings!
Alex said proudly, speaking to baby Alex in a silly voice as I stood.
Now, if anyone calls you Alec, your godfather here will kick their butts. Naming our firstborn son wasn't enough for you. Now you're insisting on being his godfather as well, Michael Corleone?
Colin teased. Before the bantering went further, I decided to jump in and announce that I would head down to the children's wing. I knew the rest of Alex, Colin, and Elena's friends were due to arrive at any minute, and I wanted to give them room to visit. Would any of you mind if I went ahead and visited the pediatric ward we're going to be working on? Not at all. I would love to know your thoughts, Elena said. After I feed baby Alex, I'll have Colin take me on a walk to meet you down there. Dr. Cameron was going to meet us there until little man decided to make his appearance early. Dr. Cameron? I questioned.
Dr. Brandt. Cameron Brandt. He's a good friend, Colin said. A hell of a lot better looking than Alex, too.
Colin and Elena both had mischievous looks, but I had no idea what was going on.
So tread lightly when you see him.
He chuckled.
Ask for Dr. Brandt when you get there,
Alex said.
Cam runs the pediatric unit. He was planning to show us around when we got there earlier. I'll be there after Jim, Jake, Ash, and Avery show up, if that's cool.
Perfect. I smiled at everyone. Congratulations again. The smiles and positive energy in that room had elevated my mood, and I was ready to check out the pediatric ward. I could have easily spent my entire day just staring in awe at the geometric lines and shapes of this place. The trademark touch that set John Brooks apart from most architects was not only his skill, but also his eye for adding the right touch of extravagance in all the right places. "Hi, can I help you?" a receptionist with teddy bears on her scrubs asked when the automatic doors opened to admit me into the pediatric ward. I glanced back at the doors. They were etched with critters from a forest that almost appeared three-dimensional, so much so that before the doors opened, it felt like I was walking into some enchanted realm. It was adorable and charming, and I was sure the kids loved it. I smiled at the kind young woman. "Wow," I said. "This place is enchanting." She chuckled. "I absolutely love it," she said, looking around at everything that resembled a children's ride at Disneyland. "Are you here to visit someone?" "Yes, Dr. Brandt was going to show me around the area that is being dedicated in the name of Baby Joe Brooks." "Oh," she nodded. "Absolutely. Are you Miss Stone?" "Yes." I smiled. "I've been to Blossom Hall." Her eyes widened like she'd met a celebrity, and it made me smile. Dad and I had designed Blossom Hall together, and it won us the award for the Architects Guild that year. My best friend was married there. It was so stunning. Everything was like a crystal palace, and I had to ask who built it. "That's an enormous compliment," I answered. "Usually, people enjoy the beauty of the places we visit and never ask who built them." I laughed. "Unless you're an architect, I guess. So, thank you." "I know what you mean. Normally, I wouldn't have cared to ask, but when the building outdoes the bride on her day..." She laughed. "I had to ask." She rose and pointed a finger to her earpiece. "Give me just a second," she said quietly before responding to whoever had called her. "Okay, I'll show her in." She looked at me. "Follow me, Miss Stone. Dr. Brandt is finishing up with a patient." "It's Brienne, and thank you." I walked through the enchanting area and was in awe of the illusions everywhere. This place was its own little escape from the real world, and I felt like I was in fairyland or something extraordinary like that. The ceiling either sparkled with stars where lights were dimmed, or in the brighter areas, this place had a fake sun that shimmered over the illusion of plant life. Just as I was expecting to have some unicorn show up or hop aboard a boat in Willy Wonka's chocolate factory, the most precious scene played out before my eyes.
"I won that one, and you know it, bud,"
a man wearing a white lab coat said, squatting down and tossing a Nerf football in the miniature football stadium where I now stood. "This is the indoor football field," the receptionist who led me into this open space said. "The kids get to dress up like football players if their parents allow it, and play against holographic players." I glanced around and noted numerous kids in their own spaces, rolling around in hospital garments or little jerseys and helmets with St. John's printed on them. There was no way in hell I could live up to these standards. This was innovative and next-level, Tony Stark genius-type shit. John Brooks designed all of this? This is mind-blowing. "And this is just the football area," she chuckled. "If you need anything else, I'm Alyssa. Dr. Brandt will be with you as soon as he's done with David." She smiled at the endearing scene of the young doctor in a pretty good standoff with a little boy. And even though the child's head was wrapped in gauze, you'd never imagine that this kid must have gone through an accident. Or scarier, brain surgery.
"All right, David,"
said the peppy yet low voice of the doctor whose back was all I'd seen so far.
"I've got to get back to work, and you've got to get to lunch."
I watched in humor as a nurse worked with the boy and Dr. Brandt. The boy was not quite finished with the doctor. But the game was over, and lunch was calling. The nurse and Dr. Brandt worked with the young man, and the doctor gave the nurse some last-minute information before he signed off on the charts she held. Then he turned back to me. I swallowed the sudden shock lump in my throat when the stunning doctor, who matched the beautiful illusion of this ward, smiled brightly at me. He extended his hand, and his piercing blue eyes, which dazzled against his well-groomed facial hair, met mine.
"You must be Brienne Stone."
He smiled.
"I'm Cameron Brandt. It's a pleasure to meet you."
"You too." I looked around at the play arena we were in. I'm starting to question why we need architects to come in and add anything to this place. If the gardens and this unit are being upgraded, there's no living up to—
"Don't listen to her, Cam,"
I heard Alex say as he joined me.
"She's got this and she knows it."
Alex eyed me.
"I knew if I didn't get down here with you, you'd lie your way right out of this job."
Very funny. You all realize this is super innovative stuff, right? Holographs? I said, looking around at this futuristic children's area. I feel like I'm on another planet. Any architect, unless they're John Brooks himself, would be lying to you if they said they could upgrade this.
"It's certainly next level,"
Dr. Brandt chuckled.
"It also helps the less fortunate children who live here with us."
Remarkable. John Brooks thought of everything in his designs, didn't he? I said, smiling at Alex. Alex slid his hands in his pockets, still beaming from being with the baby, I'm sure.
"John was a genius with everything he touched,"
Alex confirmed.
"But you're only looking at what he dreamt up for children in a hospital. It was the engineers who made these concepts and illusions possible. And even at that,"
Dr. Brandt looked at Alex and then me.
"Alex still can't throw a football to save his life on this field. I have patients kicking his butt all the time when he's down here screwing around."
Well, isn't that a charming and hidden secret I didn't know? I thought, eyeing Alex and trying to imagine him in the three-piece suit again, but this time with kids in the pediatric wing of the hospital.
"Right,"
Alex smirked and then looked at me.
"Brandt was also an all-star quarterback, so he gets a little competitive at times."
I'm venturing to guess that the children love it, I said.
"They do."
Alex grinned.
"All right. Cameron is pressed for time, so let's get some expert eyes on the gardens, shall we?" "Let's do it,"
Cameron answered as he led the way to the outdoor area of the children's wing.
"So, out these doors are where the butterfly gardens are. It's stunning, yes, but in revamping it, Brooks's architects say that we should either go bigger or create more illusions. I swear this wing has every illusion under its fake sun," Alex said. "I'm not sure illusions are where we should go with this location." "Agreed," Cameron answered Alex. "What do you think, Brienne?"
I moved to an area that faced the gardens, and I ran my hand over the half walls made out of white marble. I glanced at the plaques with names etched into them, seeing they were memorials. And even though it was quite beautiful, something wasn't sitting right. I looked out at the plant life and botanical parts of these gardens, fashioned and groomed meticulously. It was stunning, and I couldn't tell if my hesitation was because I was in the midst of a John Brooks design or because this was a project for Alex's friends.
"This is more or less a cemetery for the cremains of unborn or stillborn children at our hospital. We lay them to rest out here," Alex informed me. "The plants are meant to bring in butterflies, and the fountains are to attract birds. What do you see in that architect's mind of yours?"
Well, I ran my hand over a marble column where more plaques were. Who visits this location? Is it only the families of the children who've been laid to rest?
"We also have parents who come here to breathe in some fresh air and gather their senses while waiting for surgery, or perhaps a dreadful diagnosis was given and they need some time," Dr. Brandt said thoughtfully.
I licked my lips and glanced around. Conceivably, we can enhance this area under a glass dome that is etched to complement the butterfly garden. I know we don't have much rain, but it would be nice to cover this area. And if the glass dome is etched, and if each glass piece is shaped correctly, it would enhance the illusion of sparkling butterflies beaming through on a sunny day. While the sun moves, the illusions of butterflies will appear to dance around this place. Sometimes, and with the proper materials, you can get the sun to flow through glass etchings and create prisms. I'd have to work with it a little, but it can be done.
I'm quite certain Elena would love that,
Alex said. I smiled and nodded. Yes, maybe run with a theme of dancing with the butterflies. We can use that dome to keep wrapping around the entire children's portion of the hospital. Maybe have a reflection area for parents to sit and get some fresh air after troublesome news. Yellow is a peaceful color. Maybe we create an illusion of a meadow and wildflowers. Daisies are a lovely flower. I kept on, the men quietly following me as I imagined stuff. And then I stopped when it was a bit too quiet behind me. Alex's expression practically swallowed me up with that dark stare that was so attractive. Most likely because his features were always sharp and fascinating with this tight-lipped expression. Did I say something wrong? I looked between both men's solemn expressions.
No,
Alex cleared his throat.
In fact, you said a lot of things right.
He ran a hand through his hair and eyed Cameron.
Did Brooks Architects mention any of the personal reasons Elena drew the butterfly? The meadows?
Cameron asked me. No, I smiled. Am I onto something then? Alex's expression was beautifully sincere.
You were definitely in the wrong chair, wasting time playing executive. Good God. You captured Elena and Colin's story without even knowing it. You got everything but Baby Joe's angel wings.
My eyes widened at the beauty of that thought. What if we brought more of an angelic and whimsical feel to the gardens? We can add stunning wings in the etchings that show up when the sun hits them at a certain time. Maybe the wings will display under a starry night sky, and we can use backlighting to enhance it with more of an effervescent feel.
I think we're right where we want to be. What brought up the glass dome idea? The etchings in it?
Alex questioned. The receptionist mentioned she attended a wedding at one of the places my father and I designed together. We ran with a Crystal Palace-type feel, and I think that would be a beautiful and peaceful escape. We tame the illusions from the inside and transfer them into sparkles and things of beauty and hope.
The meadow idea? Yellow being a peaceful color?
Alex smirked while Cameron answered a call on his phone. Well, daisies are a happy flower.
You said yellow at first.
I don't know, it just came out. I'm not even sure creating an illusion of a meadow will work. I'll have to think about it some more. It's either a meadow that seems to go on forever and put seating in that, or fountains.
Why not both?
Cameron asked. Fountains won't work in a meadow. I chuckled. Maybe a river with small bridges throughout? Yes, that's it. We can make it vibrant. We can backlight the crystal-like dome and allow for that to be manipulated too. The panels of glass can be run off of solar energy and can move sort of like animatronics.
Either someone's been whispering in your ear, or you are a psychic genius. You just nailed the meadow that Elena remembered in her coma. The dancing with the butterflies is a term she said her dad told her when she was younger.
Alex looked at Cameron.
Is this floor haunted?
Cameron laughed.
You're haunted and a jackass.
He looked at me.
It was very nice to meet you. And these ideas will be fantastic. Elena will cry when she hears about this, and that's to be sure. I have to go into surgery now, but where is Elena?
On the maternity floor, holding baby Alexander?
Oh, God.
Cameron rolled his eyes while I laughed.
No shit, man. And Brienne delivered the handsome little man herself.
Cameron eyed me to see if Alex was bullshitting him or not. The expression on his face was as handsome as it was hilarious. Elena can tell you all about it. I smiled. Thanks for your time, Dr. Brandt.
It was nothing. I'm happy to finally meet a woman who can keep this guy on his toes.
He popped Alex in the arm and then moved into the hospital after hearing a page come over the intercom.
That's the friend who attended your runaway bride wedding.
Jesus Christ. I cringed. He's the one who saw the sex tape I played for our guests, huh?
Yup.
Alex laughed.
And you're going to tell me all about the reasons behind that, more about this children's wing, and after we pack you up to stay with me...
I think it might be a better idea if I check in and stay with the girls.
Nah.
Alex flashed me a smile I couldn't refuse.
I'm in a group text with your girlfriends. Natalia says if I don't have sex with you tonight, she's calling in for backup and replacing my ass.
What the hell? We spoke softly and moved into another area, but I still felt like my response was a bit too loud.
Exactly. Cass said that Natalia is right. You need to get laid by your hot partner. And Sammy, is it?
Yes. I hung on to the word, my expression probably looking like Cameron's. not knowing if Alex was bullshitting me or not.
She had me send the group a dick pic.
Okay, shut up. That's all BS, and I know it. I sighed. Let's get out of here. I'll see what the girls are up to and if they're heading out tonight. And you'd like to offer that room in your beach house for me again. I'd love to use it to escape another night from my crappy life.
Crappy life?
Alex scoffed. And then, suddenly, he held my hand.
Your life just got kicked up a couple of notches because you're not being stubborn. We're going to enjoy some cocktails at the beach tonight.
He pursed his lips handsomely and smiled.
Sound cool?
Sounds perfect. It really did. I was looking forward to escaping the coast and ducking out of another night of what I knew my friends probably expected from me. To go clubbing and face the guilt of listing my condo without them knowing. Alex may have had a conversation with my friends, but that didn't mean he wasn't in contact with them. And this entire thing was all their idea. Who gave a damn? I needed a breather. And Alex was being cool. I wasn't quite so defensive against the man after today's events. We did exceptionally well as partners, and he was turning out to be a bit more charming than I imagined he could ever be. I suddenly felt a tiny bit bad that I'd prematurely judged the guy. But let's face it, I was heading down a pretty dark road before the guy with an angry witch up his ass came in and rescued me for the weekend.
Chapter 20. Alex. It was impulsive of me to take Brienne's hand in mine, but I didn't give a shit. If she didn't like the gesture, or me, she would have unquestionably pulled her hand from mine by the time we'd walked out to the Uber I'd called. I was no longer going to pretend that I wasn't captivated by Brienne. So, what was the shame in any of this? There wasn't any. Unless, of course, she wasn't feeling it. I had to think she was, because her hand was currently clutching mine in return, for the second time since arriving at this hospital, and it told me this was right. Holding hands like we were in grade school was pretty standard for me, though. What was entirely out of my arena in the department of emotions was when jealousy struck after she left the room and went to meet Cameron. I wouldn't have given two shits about any other woman nearly tripping over their feet when they met him, but in Brienne's case, this was more about Cameron being attracted to her. Jealousy. What a fucked up emotion, especially when you get all fucked in the head and consider your good friend a sudden enemy, even though he'd done nothing to deserve the title. It was apparent that I was twisted up with this foreign emotion when Jim, Avery, Ash, and the kids had shown up to meet baby Alex, giving me the excuse I needed to give everyone some space, and I couldn't get my ass down to Brienne fast enough. I thought I'd made a casual exit until Jake came in, who was working on call in the cardiac ward. As usual, he could sniff out bullshit from a mile away, and me telling everyone I needed to help Brienne so she wouldn't be overwhelmed with work was all he needed to hear to spread a massive smile across his smug face. There was no way in hell I wasn't going to be roasted relentlessly by everyone later. Again, who gave a damn? I knew what I wanted, and that was Brienne Stone. This jealousy nonsense could kiss my ass, though. Because of it, I probably looked like an ass to Cam and Brienne for ditching my friends so I could walk through the unit I'd already said the architects could figure out on their own. Yet there I was, all fucking smiles, while Cameron probably read me like an open book. I would certainly have to kick this jealousy out of the way, and the easiest way to do that was to ensure Brienne was mine, off limits to anyone who might find themselves feeling unexpected emotions toward her fun and snarky personality and those sultry jade eyes. "Nice SUV," Brienne said, as I finished sending a text to Elena to let her know that Brienne and I were leaving, and I told her the remarkable design features that Brienne had come up with on her own. I knew it would blow Elena away. "What happened to the rolls?" "I'm sorry, give me a sec," I answered her, after Elena texted me back immediately. I glanced down at my phone to read Elena's text in response to mine. Elena: "You're kidding, right? Did you tell her about my coma and what I told you about why I drew that butterfly for baby Joe?" Alex: "No, I wouldn't have sent a text the length of a novel to explain if she knew." Jake: "Dude, chill the fuck out." Alex: Fuck. Did I just text Brienne's idea to the goddamn group text? Colin. It was ducking beautiful, all 500 words of it. Jim. I will kill you for starting this, Alex. I smiled, realizing I'd accidentally texted on the group string that Elena had set up a while ago when she and Colin had announced her pregnancy. With Colin and Jake on this string, both pranksters, knowing that Jim and I hated when these texts blew up our phones once the ladies got going with GIFs and emojis, I knew this would never end. Now I was at the mercy of my friends, who were well aware that I was leaving with Brienne, and they knew something was up with me. Alex. No shit. Sorry, I didn't think I texted on this group string. Either way, now you all know. Brienne nailed it. You're going to love the concept she pulled out of her ass. Colin. She pulled that shut out of her ass? Jake. No shit. Or are we saying shut now? Ash. I have chills reading it, though. Avery. Me too. Jake. Me 3. Colin. Duckin' A. Me 4. Elena. You guys can be such idiots. Alex. Has Jim thrown his phone across the room? Avery. Ha! No, he's holding the baby, and I muted the text string on his phone. Jake. Too bad Alex doesn't know how to mute this shit on his phone. Is Brienne with you, fucker? Ash. Hey, Ave, you and Jim really should start trying for another baby Mitchell again. Elena. 100% yes! Avery. LOL? And we'll use this string to announce when we start trying, LMAO. Jake. OMG, LOL, FTS. Alex. Okay, I'm out. Holy shit, what did I start? My phone would officially be blowing up until tomorrow. Elena. What does FTS mean, Jake? Colin. He's ducking with you. Jake. Ducking? Duck? Shut? Dude, fix the autocorrect on your whack-ass phone to spell out fucking and shit. Fucking shit. Colin. I did. It resets itself. It's ducked up. Ducking shut. Jake. Now you're just fucking with us. Colin. Yep. Jake. Dip fucker. Colin. Fip ducker. Alex. Are you assholes all texting while sitting in the same room? Elena. What does FTS mean? Seriously? Colin. Yeah, we're in the same room, laughing as we blow your ass up too, bitch. Jake. It means fuck that shit. Avery. LMFAO. Yes, we're in the same room. You still with Brienne? Ash. Yes, ha! In the same room. Elena. They're all still here, yes. Ash. Yes, are you still with her? I can't believe she delivered this baby in a car. Avery. No shit, fucking unreal. Was she just as shocked as you were? Jake. We heard you acted like a little bitch in the car, Lexi. Alex. Okay, Brienne and I are leaving. We need to go over stuff. Jake. Stuff? Like you're gonna fuck stuff? Colin. Alex might not be a cocksucker after all. Jake. He's gonna hit that. $10 says he does. Colin. Doubling up on that wager to say she turns him down. Elena. FTS. Ash. Idiots. 3 dots were loading, and I turned my phone to silent. Colin and Jake would take this to a ridiculous level if the girls didn't rip the phones out of their husbands' hands. Jim's phone was muted, so he was the lucky one. Now here I was on the ass end of all the jokes, knowing these men had been long awaiting the day I'd put a woman before anything else. And goddamn it, that's exactly what I'd done. Holy fuck. I didn't think I was capable of giving a damn, yet here I was. Brienne was at my side, and my goddamn phone was buzzing like I'd shoved a vibrator up my fucking ass when I put my phone in my back pocket. I could almost guarantee that the group chat had swiftly turned into an emoji fest. Hearts and kissy faces from the girls, and eggplants, peaches, water drops, and middle finger emojis from the guys. And it wouldn't end until someone's battery died or my phone broke. I loved my friends, but if Brienne were looking over my shoulder, I'd be fucked. She didn't know them as I did, and I could easily see her going into shock when she saw the other side of my personality. Out of all my friends, Jim and I were the two who were too busy to figure out how to mute these fucking group texts, and the rest of the gang knew it. I glanced over to Brienne as she texted on her phone, knowing she could probably help mute the chat. But the last thing I needed was her eyes on my phone. For one, she'd already prematurely judged me. All I needed was her to believe that my two doctor friends who cussed like sailors actually talked this casually around patients or while in surgery. She'd likely believe their bedside manners were as foul as their mouths. "Everything okay?" "Shit," Bree chuckled, and it was musical. It made me smile at the fact that I enjoyed her on a level I'd never experienced before with a woman. "It looks like you're dealing with work or something. You've been staring at that phone for 5 minutes. "Yes," I smiled at her, my phone still buzzing and pissing me off. "And I already sent the address to our Uber driver to take us to a dealership to fix your car situation." "No, I don't have—" "I'd rather not discuss personal things in front of our driver," I smirked at her. "If Henry were here, that would be different." I sighed dramatically, trying to remain firm on the fact I was getting this woman into a car, and she wasn't going to argue. "Is your car ruined from the delivery of the baby?" I smiled. This would be a perfect way to get her to sign the pink slip, a new company vehicle. The Rolls was actually the company car. Now it's fucked with afterbirth and will be haunted with residual trauma, shit like that. So Jim wants you and me to pick up another car to replace it. "We're going to go buy another Rolls-Royce?" "I'm thinking graphite gray." "What's with you in that color anyway? I've seen you drive 2 cars painted that same matte gray color." I twisted my lips, acting like I was trying to think hard and long on that one. "Simple. I like the color." She chuckled and rolled her eyes at me. "Do we need to buy a company car right now?" "Yes. You need one to drive as an executive on Monday." "I'll call for an Uber, thanks." "An Uber?" "Yes. That or I'll borrow a friend's car until I can buy one myself." Her cheeks flushed, and that was the first time I realized she was giving me her most important tell. I saw her cheeks turn this particular shade of red multiple times when she was caught lying to me. This was the lying Bree look. "Uber, huh? Okay. And you remember what happened the last time you borrowed a friend's car?" Cheeks red again. "Oh, right." "Now that we've established that I'm helping your ass," I stated, "you have to play by my rules." Her head snapped over to me, and I arched my eyebrow at her. "What makes you think I'm playing by your rules? I never agreed to you helping me out." "Yeah, you did," I said, as the driver pulled into the Mercedes dealership. Brienne's face was perfectly unreadable now, but I didn't give a shit. This woman got to me in ways I couldn't rationalize. She was the calmest human being on the planet when forced into a labor and delivery situation. Then she blew my fucking mind by visualizing that pediatric ward as if Elena were out there telling her everything Colin and she had gone through in losing the baby and the coma. Their relationship barely survived all of it. Brienne and I hadn't had much time to develop any form of attachment for each other, but I loved the way she made me feel whenever I was close to her. I would gladly take the burden of a shitty situation from her and expect nothing in return. Seriously. This woman could ask me to give her the moon, and I knew I'd probably find a way to provide her with the damn thing. Explaining all of that to anyone, or even myself, was pointless, because this shit made no sense. It just felt right, and felt good. "Why aren't we replacing the company car?" she questioned. "Last I checked, I didn't see any sort of model made by Rolls-Royce on this Mercedes lot." I grinned. "Last you checked? You mean when you were here last, turning in the keys to your lease?" "How do you know about that? Damn it, you really are on a group text with my friends, and Nat probably started it." "I wasn't, but I'm thankful you fell for that line of shit from earlier." "Quiet, sweetheart," I mocked, and this time when I took her hand, I weaved my fingers through hers. Act a little bit bitchy. We can't allow this salesman to think, "May I help you?" The man eyed Brienne and me like we must have been lost, so I put my arm around her and pulled her closer to my side. That's when I realized we both looked like we couldn't afford a goddamn used car that was totaled in the back lot of a salvage yard. I smiled with the knowledge that we'd rushed out of the house, not ready to go anywhere. I ran my hand through my hair to validate I hadn't even styled it. We probably had some placenta or something smeared on our shoes, too. Well, this should be funnier than shit. This man had better hope he's not an arrogant ass, or he'd be losing out on a hefty commission today. "This is a new car dealership. If you tell me your budget, I might be able to make some calls and see if I can direct you to another car lot that can accommodate you." I truly couldn't believe my ears. It didn't take a genius to know that in a sales position, you should never underestimate your customer. We could have hit the lottery, and the first place we came was here, but he had the nerve to act as if we didn't belong. He obviously hadn't seen the movie Pretty Woman before, and even though I was positive the dealership's owner had trained their salespeople to know better, I was going to make this guy squirm. Brienne's arm reached around my waist, and instead of being mortified, I watched fire light up her eyes. She was sexier than hell when she went to bitch mode. "I'm Bree, and this is my fiancé, Logan." Brienne smiled and extended her hand to shake the salesman's, forcing him to return the gesture. "Nice to meet you, Bree. I'm Richard." The dude was definitely taken by Brienne, so that was officially the only thing this idiot and I had in common. I smiled when Brienne gave a spicy look in return, and her eyes lit in humor while she brought her hand back around my waist. "Richard." She hung on to the word, prompting me to wait and see if she was about to say what I wanted to. "Maybe call you Dick?" She read my damn mind. I bit back a smile when Richard's eyes widened and his cheeks flushed. He was obviously insulted that Brienne would make such a suggestion. It appeared that Dick didn't appreciate being called what he was, a fucking dick. "You'd be the first to do so," he said, giving in to Brienne's fake Rolex smile. "Well, sweetheart," I sighed, and since all I'd done lately was smile, I gave Dick the best one I could. "Excuse me," Richard glared at both of us. "I think you two should consider another dealership." This guy was a straight-up fucking asshole. "Bummer." She looked up at me and fake pouted. "I really wanted that showroom car, too." I studied her fake smile and arched an eyebrow at her. The woman was pissed that the limp-dick salesman had insulted us. She was also seemingly thinking that picking out the $120,000 AMG sitting in the showroom would get us out of here. I smirked at her while the moron snickered to himself. This motherfucker is really treating us like we're trash. "You really want that one?" I asked Brienne. "I mean, it does seem like Dick could use a long and stiff commission." I would have been the first to admit that Richard and Dick jokes were corny, and probably only funny when I was a kid, but I couldn't resist clowning this idiot for as long as I could. "Well, it's not like we can afford it anyway," she shrugged. "And poor Dick wouldn't get that huge commission." "That's what I'm contemplating," I returned. "Do we pick a car that gives Dick a bit of softy, or help him out by picking a car that will give him a big, thick one? It will depend on whether you want that showroom car or not." Brienne's face flushed while I worked to pull as many limp dick jokes from my ass as I could. These gags weren't my area of comedic expertise, but Brie and I were on the same wavelength, and there was no choice but to roll with it and amuse ourselves. "We can't afford it," she shrugged. "Regardless, I don't think Dick wants a hard-on. Oh, I mean a hard one. A hard sale." "For God's sake, woman," I smiled at her as she was beginning to unravel. "You mean Dick wants a big one? Because let's face it, the commission on that AMG will be ridiculous." I looked back at Dick Face. "Dick's a man, and all men want a big one. I think I'd prefer to be called Richard.
Too late. You probably shouldn't have acted like a dick when you first greeted us.
I understand that, she said, seemingly reverting to her business self. It's all too much. We can't afford what Dick probably needs. Hefty, soft, or firm. She eyed me with those beautiful, bashful eyes of hers. Let's go, she mouthed with a lethal glare. I ignored her and looked at the pissed-off salesman, rubbing the red beard on his cheek. Hold up. Is this true, Dick? I asked. Do you want a good, stiff bonus, or no? I don't know where you two came from, but your Uber driver left you. He looked at his watch, as if we were suddenly wasting his time, and I was about to do just that after he sighed in annoyance. All right, fucker. Let's play games, shall we? Tell me about these cars. I pointed toward the lot, releasing Brienne to be captured by the younger salesman who was eyeing us and watching her. He'd get our money if he could manage not to treat us like we had leprosy. After close to an hour of me and this man, sweating it out, me dragging him car to car with some stupid reason to keep him out under the hot sun, Dick finally lost his shit. Bree was inside the air-conditioned showroom, having coffee with everyone in the dealership, or maybe she'd left. Where was she? I have to take a piss, I told the flustered man. Fire up this C-Class, cool it down inside, and we might take it for a test drive. Listen, Dick said, pissed off. I don't have any more time to waste with you, sir. I'm not firing up this car. You and your lady friend should probably leave. I narrowed my eyes at the man. You suck as a salesman, you know that? Whatever. He rolled his eyes and locked the last vehicle he'd shown me. And call me Richard. Your crass insults for the name Dick prove why I knew you were a waste of my time since you walked onto my lot. I know. That's why we acted like idiots and worked up every last tacky insult for the name Dick. I followed him into the dealership to see Bree's dimpled smile, 3 men obviously enjoying it as much as I did, and 2 young women were laughing. The man I'd pissed off snapped at the 5 younger, college-aged salespeople, prompting them to get their asses back to work. Where was the fucking manager in this shithole? I wanted to give the young salesman who put that smile on Bree's face the commission, but fuck if I was going to help the dealership out if this prick was running the joint. Where's the manager? The finance manager is in his office. Our owner and manager take Saturday off. So neither would be of use to you, the jerk-off answered. I smiled when I walked over to a brochure and realized that this dealership was run and operated by a man I knew. What were the odds that James Faltino owned this one? I'd acquired his wife's boutique salon on Wilshire Boulevard when I worked at Mitchell & Associates, and the couple were 2 of the coolest people I'd met in a long time. Too bad that Richard the Dick couldn't just do his fucking job. Then again, I would be doing James a favor by secretly shopping his business and cleaning house on his shitty employee. Brienne might even feel somewhat better, seeing for her own eyes that shady employees happen to the best of us CEOs. The fact I was blessed with luck and also the gift of sniffing this shit out was just a perk. "This is James Faltino," James said when I dialed his number. "Mr. Faltino, this is Alexander Grayson. I'm at your dealership, sir." "Oh, Alex, I'm sorry. I don't pay attention to the caller ID. I'm too old." He chuckled, that raspy sound I remembered from drinks and dinner the night we acquired his wife's business. "You're at the dealership?" "Yes, sir. Fantastic place. However," I looked up to see all eyes on me, except for the dickhead who'd stormed off. "You and I might need to go over a few things that need tweaking." "Now you have me nervous, Mr. Grayson," he laughed. "Nothing to be nervous about, but I will need some help getting to your finance manager so I can have the money wired over to buy your showroom AMG. The white one?" I glanced around and chuckled. "The only one." "Mr. Nodder should be there. He doesn't take lunch breaks on Saturday." Do you have a salesman named Richard?
Richard Langley?
Langley? Fuck me to hell. If only I'd known Langley was Dick's last name an hour ago. Excuse me, I called out to Richard, who was staring at his phone across the showroom, ignoring me. Is your last name Langley?
Who exactly are you speaking to? Richard snapped.
You have got to be kidding me, I heard Faltino growl.
Does he know who you are? That man did not just speak to you that way.
I'm mortified. Don't be, Mr. Faltino. I tried to be as reassuring as I possibly could. He doesn't need to know who I am. I narrowed my eyes at the asshole who was marching over to me. You can inform him on Monday, though, if you wish.
Give me that phone. I don't believe you're talking to Mr. Faltino.
Richard's phone rang, while Lucy Faltino greeted me on my end. Do you need to get that, Dick? I taunted the man, while Lucy told me to give her husband a minute to handle the employee who just got his own ass fired. Richard took his phone out while I went back to Lucy. Hey, Lucy. I smiled into the phone. I just needed someone to get me up to financing and past your little gatekeeper at this dealership so I can get my friend a car and get back to my place for cocktails on the beach. She laughed. Are you still with the one young beautiful lady? What was her name again? Autumn? Summer, I said gravely. I narrowed my eyes at Brienne as if I saw Summer's face in hers. And no, I'm not. All the goofy nonsense left the building the second my ex's name was brought up. She was the biggest fuck-up I'd made since leaving the nightmare of my family life in the past. How the hell could I forget who I was and what I was doing? There was no fucking way in hell I wanted to go down this road again, and Brienne's smile had already told me that it was too late. Fuck. I'd dragged her in, and now I would have to deal with it. The difference was that Summer was Jim's old secretary. Brienne was my goddamn partner.
Chapter 21. Bree. I wasn't sure what had happened to change Alex's mood from the time he called the owners of the dealership until now, but I could sense the shift from a mile away. He insisted that I drive the car off the lot, and I did so with the knowledge that I'd make sure to leave the keys with him when we got to where we were going. We drove in silence for what felt like forever. He had been staring at his phone for the entire drive through the hills and until the ocean came into view, and I'd spent that time trying to remember whether or not I did or said something to offend him. We were having such an easy, goofy time, and the next thing I know, he looked like an old thundercloud. It drives nice, I finally spoke. I'm guessing that your driver, Henry, is it? Yes, he said distantly. I'm not sure if Henry's going to enjoy chauffeuring your butt around with you in the front seat so close to him. I laughed at my silly joke. I was the only one laughing. And then I decided to drop it. It wasn't my business to pry, so I tightened my lips as the GPS in the car told me to turn right on Pacific Coast Highway.
How do you mute a group text?
Alex said with some frustration. I grinned. You probably shouldn't have given my friends your number.
Seriously, he said. This is annoying as fuck. And it's my idiot friends, not yours.
I frowned. Back out of the text, I said, trying not to crash while merging with the other cars that were flying up PCH. Then swipe on the text toward the left. See that bell?
Yep,
he said. Click on it and it shuts them all up. I chuckled. Wow, as genius as you proclaim to be, and after working over Dick at the dealership, I can honestly say I'm shocked you don't know how to mute a group chat.
I never had the need to know until one of my friends thought it'd be cute to start one.
Alex's energy was off, and it sucked. I was thoroughly enjoying him up until now. If I was honest with myself, I could admit I might have been falling for the man a tiny bit, especially seeing him dressed down and without his hair styled immaculately. He was simple, all smiles, and I loved being on the receiving end of him holding my hand as he did earlier. It was a simple gesture, but I loved the sparks that left his hand and went into mine when he held it. Maybe Nat was right. If I was going to get laid for the first time in years, It might as well be with a man who, she'd learned through the gossip circle at her salon, was exceptional in bed. I guess that rumor flew around from an ex-girlfriend of his named Summer. She'd worked there for a time, and from what Nat said, Alex dropped her ass after he found out she was adding her name to his credit cards and shopping the shit out of them. I still don't understand how that happened, but word gets around salons where everyone knows everyone, and there weren't too many who liked this Summer character. I felt bad for Alex, but at least in this gossip mill, the women weren't making out the man to be the asshole. They couldn't stand her. Maybe one day he'd tell me all about it, but I wasn't going to be the one to bring it up. What if the guy liked her, and she buried him in debt or something? One thing was for sure. With the mood he seemed to be in now, I was sure I wasn't going to be hearing about it today.
"Just park it here,"
Alex said when I rolled up in front of his 2-car garage.
"No one messes with shit out here anyway."
I could easily see that since we're in a gated community, I answered with a smile.
"Are you cool if I take a quick shower, call for dinner, and then we kick back with some cocktails later?"
I stared at his expression. The man looked like he'd been given the worst news of his life. I didn't want to press him, but I couldn't handle the tension anymore. "Are you okay?" I finally asked.
"Yes."
He ran a hand through his hair.
"I'm just sticky from sweating in this long-sleeved shirt and delivering babies."
He half smiled.
"I'm sure you want to get cleaned up too?"
"Yeah," I said. It was apparent that I would have to suck it up and hope he perked up a bit. Maybe I was overthinking things. "Which shower do I use? The same?"
"Yep, the one in your room."
He skipped the steps like I was some creep he was trying to escape from in his own home. All I knew was that I didn't do a goddamn thing that should have been offensive to him, so he could go kill someone else's vibes. If he wanted to act like a little bitch, then he could bitch it up all night long by himself, while I enjoyed the view of the ocean from his terrace this evening. After dinner and sharing nothing but awkward small talk, I opted out of having a cocktail when I watched Alex down his glass of bourbon like it was water. I fake yawned. I'm gonna call it a night. His dark expression made me backtrack. Did he even want me here? His company tonight was worse than having dinner with a mannequin. Why was I putting myself in an awkward situation with some moody guy? I had no reason to stay here. No reason to apologize for whatever I did or didn't do. Fuck this weirdness. It's been a long day, and I think I should go. It's only 8, and I need to work out some financial stuff.
Like what?
Like selling my condo. I think I'll pull the listing and give it to Nat.
Why would you do that?
Now I'm being interrogated? Does Mr. Brooding want to say more than 2 words at a time all of a sudden? Because I haven't said anything to my friends about it? I know I hurt my best friend's feelings when I listed it behind her back, and I need to get back to reality before Monday.
The keys to the car are on the counter if you feel like taking off.
His tone and voice were low, and I had no idea if he was being a dick or trying to convince me to stay. What I did know was that I wasn't taking that car. I'm calling an Uber. Text me the address to the house so I can send for one.
The car I bought today is yours.
He rolled his eyes.
Take the car.
How about kiss my ass? I don't need you buying my way out of this mess. I don't need that particular car to begin with.
Why the hell not?
Because whether I'm a goddamn executive or not, I don't need to drive that car. It's too much. If you're into shit like that, then fine. Here's one for you. I'm not.
I don't get it,
he said. You don't need to. Just text me your address. I really should leave. I know I was rude in some way or the other, but he wasn't giving me very much to work with. He was a complete Richard-level dick. I had my clothes shoved in my duffel, and I was heading out of the room when Alex's tall frame stood with that saddened look on his face again. What happened to you today? I asked, needing to get to the bottom of this. I don't mean to pry, but today has been really weird. It's like you flipped a switch or something, and to be honest, it's confusing.
The truth?
No, please lie, I answered with sarcasm. You know, since in my recent experience, lying works out so well in the end. He faintly smiled.
Something happened on that phone call I made to the dealership's owner that scared the shit out of me.
I studied this worn expression and became more serious again. I could tell something was up. Even now, you look like you were given horrible news."
I sort of was.
He closed the gap between us. He ran his knuckles along my cheek, pausing all my thoughts and brain power with the sensation.
I was given a reminder that I could hurt you. Fuck.
He pulled his hand away as if my cheekbone electrocuted him.
I don't want to hurt you,
he said, gripping the back of his neck. He looked toward the opened doors of the bedroom's balcony, as if the ocean would give him refuge from whatever trouble he'd conjured up in his mind about hurting me. "How would you hurt me?" I asked, confused. "Seriously, hurting me would be doing something like forcing me to drive that car you bought today."
How so?
That somehow switched his gears, and his eyes met mine again. I smiled at him. "Oh, I don't know. Suddenly we merge with your architect firm, fire most of the assholes from mine, and now I'm living the high life while we continue to do layoffs? Something tells me you and I probably have hits placed on our asses already." Unexpectedly, he laughed, and his features softened.
What am I going to do with you?
"Let me call an Uber and head back into the city?" I rubbed his arm, and now I was the one practically jumping in shock, feeling his hard biceps. "My God, man! Lift weights much? Your arms are—" My heated cheeks nearly combusted into flames when Alex placed his strong hands on my shoulders and pressed his lips on mine. I wanted to fight him off and do the right thing, knowing he was my business partner. But who was I kidding? I'd known my ex-fiancé since our freshman year in college, and that started with a friendship, then moved into a disaster of an ending with him cheating on my ass. I deserved this. I wanted this. I was all in, whether Alex thought he'd hurt me or not. The only hurting that had better be happening is him fulfilling the aching need deep in my stomach that was begging me to let this man inside me. I moaned into his kiss, my fingers twisting and pulling each side of his shirt while I worked to step on my toes to get more from his lips as his tongue swept through my mouth and forcefully tackled mine. His kiss was the perfect mixture of the warm bourbon he'd downed from earlier, complemented by a soothing taste that could only be Alex. If this man looked as delicious as he tasted, chances were that I would hurt his ass and not the other way around. Alex's groans escaped him through our bruising kiss and entered me, igniting energy that had been inactive between my legs for far too long. Alex's fingers molded against my lower back, bringing me to close the last of the inches we had between us. I welcomed this gesture by bringing my hands up to run along his soft cheeks. The aftershave he used to remove the small growth that defined his sharp features was filled with a rich, robust, and spicy scent that I would never want to leave my senses after this insanely hot kiss. Breathing through my nose wasn't enough. Alex's kiss was proving he may have been starved of kissing a woman in quite some time, too. There was no way on this planet a man this gorgeous, who could take down any woman as his own with just his flirty wink, wanted to kiss my sorry ass this desperately. I pulled away, my head light and spinning as I panted through short breaths. Alex didn't let this deter him from moving his mouth along my cheeks and neck. His fingers gently maneuvered my face to offer him my neck, while he massaged all along my jaw and chin to an area behind my ear that forced a jolt through my spine and made me gasp through soft moans of pleasure. "Fuck, I'm going to—" I stopped myself. Light-headed and swimming in ecstasy or not, I wasn't sure where Alex was. The man was on a fiery pursuit with his perfect lips to conquer my neck, while his hands instantly moved down to come up under my shirt the minute I'd stopped talking.
"I swear to God, if you come—"
He finished what I almost revealed after he pulled his lips away from me. Then he cradled my face in his hands and smiled the sexiest, greedy smile I'd seen him put on display for me.
"From just kissing?"
His lips pressed into my forehead.
"Then I'm marrying your ass."
He softly laughed. "You think that's funny, eh?" I arched an eyebrow after he killed the moment. His eyes were darker and so hypnotic that I could tell he was probably holding back on his own. He wasn't laughing, teasing, or implying that I was in desperate need to get laid. No. This was a look that a wild and starved man gave his lover right before he successfully quelled that appetite. That's when I ignored all sense, reason, or idea of what was happening between us. I'd never felt sparks fly or energy charge up for a release of anything like this until this moment. Both our eyes locked in this interesting flash of silence before my hands took on a will of their own and went directly to unbuttoning his jeans while he removed his shirt. His tanned skin highlighted the grooves that were dipped and formed in all the perfect areas that required hefty workouts to achieve. I explored his warm pectoral muscles with moist lips, feeling his hands in my hair. He gripped me tightly when I reached into his boxer briefs for his hard cock.
"Jesus Christ,"
he said through clenched teeth, his fingers running through my hair.
"Who's the one about to come now?"
He breathlessly laughed in the sexiest tone, turning me into some daring and wild woman who smiled up at him in response. Riding on this newfound and prominent personality, I walked backward toward the bed, each step helping encourage me to remove an article of clothing until I was completely undressed for the eyes of the most handsome man I'd ever known. From top to bottom, he was perfect and glorious. He was about to be all mine, too. I was going to capitalize on this in any way I could, and Alex's wolf grin told me shit was about to get real, and I was going to love every second of this. One long glance at his long, hard cock made me wonder if I should have waited this long to have sex again. If I wasn't walking tomorrow, because I was gladly going to allow this man and his perfectly enormous cock to have their way with me, I was going to enjoy every last ounce of it. Yeah, apparently Alex Grayson won't even kiss a woman while he fucks her. Won't even look her in the eyes. My eyes snapped open when that gossip nugget about Alex's ex was brought to the front of my mind as if Natalia were whispering in my ear. Jesus Christ, what a way to curse a fine thing that was happening right about now. All ghostly and unexpected intrusive thoughts from my friend, as well as the surroundings of this room, evaporated when Alex moved his body between my legs, opening them further to accept him. I ran my hands through his hair when his eyes roamed over my face. The rumor that had floated into my mind was gone with the gust of wind that brushed over our bodies as his lips returned to the arduous kiss that had started all of this. I clung to his back, feeling my heart pace rapidly with Alex's hands as they ran fluidly through my hair. His teeth gently captured my lips when I fought for air to calm down and enjoy these sensual feelings. I felt like I was a virgin again, but I was with the best man this time. I felt like I was floating out of my body in sheer bliss when I reached for Alex's cock, enjoying him devouring my body as if he was drinking his favorite bourbon from it. His lips grew rougher when I opened my legs wider and ran his tip over my slick entrance. "I need you inside me," I panted, feeling a small orgasm ripple its way out. "I want you." Alex's teeth seductively nipped at my bottom lip, and then he answered my desperate pleas for more. He gently moved his cock into my pulsating entrance, and a low groan escaped his chest while his nipping teeth bit down onto my lower lip. The minor sting of his teeth clenching softly yet firmly onto my lip made me arch up and into his firm abs. He released my lower lip while he thrust further into me with sexy and growling curses under his breath. Once Alex was moving inside me, my breath hitching with each slow thrust, he took my hands into his, and I knew I was about to unravel every tightened nerve that had been longing to feel a man inside of me. Not just any man, though. It was Alex I desperately wanted. He gently swept his tongue over my lip that he'd accidentally softly bitten when his cock first entered me, and his kiss was so soft and passionate that I felt nothing but adored by this man. It was endearing to have him intertwine our fingers together and press the back of my hands into the soft pillows behind me.
"You feel so fucking good,"
he panted out.
"Your lip."
His lips came back over it with a soft kiss.
Shit. I told you.
Deeper. I gripped my fingers against his hands. Harder, I challenged with a smile.
I won't fucking last. I've wanted this and you for too long.
He moved out a little, then smiled that sexy grin again.
I'm holding back because I will watch you come, Dimples.
I sighed when his thrust was deeper, and his mouth went to my hard nipple, devouring it. And that's when any sensation of concern faded that I wasn't prepped to take his 9 inches of erotic beauty. I let my legs fall into the bed so he could take me as I moved my hips to get him onto what my insides were hungry for. His cock to find my G-spot and ride that until I came hard and long.
Arch your hips into me,
he said in a breathless plea.
Come on, I'm bringing you all the way before I come.
I did, and his knees dug into the bed after he held my hips and body in place. Jesus Christ, he just hit the fucking spot. Holy shit, you're on it, I said, caught with shallow breaths, and my hands going over his flexed ass that was maneuvering his cock to manipulate my G-spot. Did you just fucking read my mind? His lips captured mine while he worked diligently to bring me a hard orgasm. One I'd only ever felt one other time during a one-night stand with a man who proudly admitted he could take care of me like that. The difference between that man and Alex was that Alex was putting everything into this, locking eyes with me, watching and studying me to make sure he was nailing the right spot. His moist lips traced my parched ones, lending me to lick my lips and taste his kiss directly after.
You're the most beautiful woman I've ever known. I need you to come, baby, he said. Squeeze my cock.
I did, and Alex's lips crashed into mine, raising me to another level, one I'd never been on before. Every move, smile, lick of his lips, and crushing kiss let me know we were close and explosive. Alex's hips thrust harder into that spot, and he caught my hands when I tried to grip his hips and control his movements.
Ride my cock, he said. Fuck, just like that. You're beyond tight. This is fucking unreal.
I worked my pussy to keep up with Alex's requests, allowing his cursing to confirm this shit was going down flawlessly. I felt my entire body tense, and I sucked in the first long breath as he forced his tip against my swollen spot, which was begging to release an orgasm that would possibly squeeze his dick off at this point. We moved, writhed, and kissed, and our eyes were both dazed. We were off in some other realm where our bodies had taken us to lose ourselves in each other. When Alex grunted and bit down on his bottom lip, the energy boiling within my body clenched around his hard cock, and Alex sucked in a breath that sounded so fucking sexy. I whined and whimpered while I sprang into him, and Alex moved perfectly with me to stay on the spot that was delivering the freedom my pussy had waited for and deserved.
That's fucking right, he smiled. God, you feel so good. You're so wet that I'm going to pin you to this bed and fuck you hard. You want that?
Hell yes, I want that, I said, practically drunk on this man. Alex gripped each side of my face and kissed me deeper than his cock was driving into me. Fuck, it was painful, but it felt so good to feel this man spreading my pussy open and filling it up. Once he found a rhythm deep inside me, his eyes rolled back in his head while another orgasm that hit from out of nowhere came roaring in to meet his cock as Alex pumped harder and deeper with each drive for more.
God damn, your pussy is clenching the fuck out of me, he said.
I closed my eyes, losing myself in the raw and unrestrained power of the man who looked more handsome than I'd ever seen him up until this moment. I moved my hands over the rigid muscles of his back. Everything was taut and tense, and that's when Alex groaned loudly, cussed, and with one last push, he rode himself into the orgasm I was so fortunate to feel twice. As both of us steadied ourselves, I braced for the guilt that tended to follow when a person impulsively gave in to hormones, the lack of sex, and the strong desire for it. I prayed to God this man didn't regret the one thing we fucked up about. No damn condom. I was on the pill, which covered the pregnancy aspect of the situation, and having just delivered a baby in the back seat of a car, that was pressing on my mind the most. I only wondered what Alex thought of it. The fact that he was gently kissing along my chest, over my softening nipples before bringing his mouth to mine again, meant he was still on a euphoric high, or he was ready to go another round. One thing was sure. I'd never felt this connected during sex before. We didn't slam into walls. I didn't flip him onto his back and ride him, which I certainly planned on doing for the next round if we had one. There was nothing overly exotic about this, but I saw in his eyes that this was us, discovering something neither of us wanted to lose.
"I'm in love with you, Bree,"
he softly said and laid his head against my chest.
"I didn't fully realize that until now."
I played with the top of his silky soft hair as his fingertips ran goosebumps down my sides, and I contemplated what the man had revealed to me. We'd find out once he pulled out completely, and this blanket of sexual appetites and cravings left us. I hoped to hell he meant it, because I was starting to feel the exact words he'd just declared. The hardest part would be getting over the fact that I didn't believe love could be like this, fast and hard. It was like we'd both opened the floodgates. I could only speak for myself when saying that I'd given up trying to control my feelings about him. Maybe the culmination of the challenges in my life had